Whether you are a data analyst, a business professional, or just stepping into data science, this session will take you from being a data wrangler to a data storyteller using one of the most powerful visualization tools in the industry. Hi everyone, and welcome to the masterclass on Tableau. I am Nikita Tandel. I am a certified trainer for data science and analytics with over 8 years of experience, and I'll be your guide as we explore how to unlock the full potential of your data using Tableau. Research shows that data scientists spend 70 to 80% of their time exploring, cleaning, and visualizing data. This is where Tableau comes in. Tableau helps you bridge the gap between complex data and actionable insights. Think of it this way. Predictive models and algorithms might sound impressive, but if you can't present those results clearly to the decision makers, their impact will be lost. Companies that use Tableau are 5 to 6 times more profitable than those that don't. Why? Because data drives smarter and faster decisions when visualized effectively. Say goodbye to spreadsheets filled with numbers that require interpretation. With interactive dashboards, real-time filters, and drill-down capabilities, you can effortlessly explore your data and uncover trends or outliers in just minutes. Whether you're tracking the performance of machine learning models, creating predictive analytics dashboards, or crafting compelling data-driven narratives, Tableau empowers you to transform insights into impactful results. You don't need deep technical skills to make a big impact. Your visuals will do the heavy lifting. Throughout this masterclass, we will dive deep into how you can use Tableau to unlock the hidden potential in your data. Whether you are a complete beginner or someone looking to sharpen your skills, this is your chance to master Tableau and drive real business outcomes. Let's get started. So in today's session, we learn about the tool Tableau Desktop, and we'll also try to understand how we connect to various data sources, fetch the data into the Tableau environment, and work upon building some very effective visualizations. We then proceed towards combining those visualizations into a beautiful dashboard and then finally narrate it as a story. So let's get started. But even before we move on towards the Tableau Desktop, why not talk about data visualization first? It is very essential to understand what is data visualization and why it is needed. Data visualization allows us to get some visual access to huge amounts of data in an easily understandable visual manner. And that is the reason why tools like Tableau, Power BI, and many others have got popular in the recent years. Well-designed data graphics are usually the simplest and at the same time the most powerful. When it comes to interpreting the data, rather than having a look at a tabular report, I'm sure you would like to look at a graph which reflects that data and helps you interpret it more easily, right? So that's where these tools come into the picture. What is data visualization? It is representation of data in a pictorial or graphical format. And that definitely helps the decision makers to observe the analytics which are presented visually in order to identify and understand the trends and the patterns in the data. So data visualization narrates a complete story that is easier to comprehend. And yes, we know the fact that visuals are a better representation of the data rather than the tabular reports. To achieve with data visualization, there are multiple steps that come into the picture. We need to first integrate the data from various different sources. Then what we need to do is analyze the data in order to derive the meaningful insights out of it. And how do we analyze it? So with the help of visualizations, we can build various types of graphs and charts and analyze the data. Now, there are various business intelligence tools that exist and are very prominently used in the market. Let's have a look at some of them. So, Tableau and Power BI are like the two rivals in the data visualization industry. These are the business intelligence tools that most of the mid-sized and the multinational companies make use of. But having said that, there are other various visualization tools also that are effectively used in the industry. We have ClickView, we have ClickSense, which is also part of that. We have Domo, we have Spotfire, we have Oracle, we have SAS data visualization, we have Google Studio, not to forget. So there are various other competitive players in the market that offer you tools related to business intelligence. It is a personal and a company's choice to decide what tool to work upon. Now let's discuss something about Tableau. Tableau is a very powerful and fastest growing data visualization tool that is used in the business intelligence industry. And to talk about a little bit of history of Tableau, it was founded in Mountain View, California in January 2003 by Chris Stolt, Christian Chabot and Pat Hanrahan. Now just to tell you, Tableau was originally named as Tableau. It was owned by a company called Tableau. But back in 2018, Salesforce acquired Tableau for about $15 billion. And from then onwards, Salesforce is the company that takes care of all the Tableau products. Of course, they have stuck to the same name yet, but all the products are now managed by Salesforce. And they not only offer a data visualization tool, but there is a wide range of products that Salesforce offers you. It helps in simplifying the raw data into easy and understandable visuals. Rendering data accurately with appropriate visual analytics reduces the time that is required to achieve the understanding about the data. And that's the reason why Tableau got so popular. Tableau provides you a very user-friendly interface where it allows you to convert the complex data visualizations in an intuitive and drag-and-drop manner. This makes it easy for any non-technical person also to make use of Tableau. It also allows you to connect to various data sources. You name a data source and you'll find it on Tableau. It allows you to connect to 50 plus data sources, right from the data sets, spreadsheets, cloud-related data, or even big data. It also allows you to perform live analysis. And when I say that, what I mean is you can connect to the live database servers from where you can continuously fetch the data updates and provide it in Tableau, where all your reports will get updated as in how the data at the backend gets updated. Talking about the Tableau product suite, there are multiple tools that Tableau offers with respect to visualization. We have the Tableau Desktop, which is like the most important tool there, that allows you to build the visualizations. Desktop is the design tool for creating visual analytics and dashboard. There are two editions, personal and the professional one. The personal one is for an individual use, whereas the professional edition is for an organizational use. Professional edition is more popular because it connects to a wider variety of data sources than the personal edition. But not just that, it also offers you a lot more functionalities than what the personal edition offers. Less common data sources can be accessed via the Open Database Connectivity Standard. So if you are aware of the ODBC connectivity, that is integrated in Tableau as well. You can easily connect to any given data source with the help of ODBC, and you can fetch that data into the Tableau environment to work upon it. Moving on to the next tool, which is the Tableau Reader. This tool allows you to share the content that you have created in Tableau Desktop with anybody else. This tool is a free version that allows users to consume Tableau Desktop reports without the need for a paid license. So imagine a situation where you have built a Tableau dashboard and you want to share it with a third person who does not have Tableau. Of course, he wouldn't have a paid license because he does not work upon Tableau. So you can share the Tableau file with him, and all he needs is the access to Tableau Reader. And as I said, it's a free version, so he can easily download it and view the Tableau report that you have shared with him. Tableau report must be saved as a packaged workbook though, because in order to view it in a Tableau Reader, the reader or the user will require access to the data. We will talk about packaged workbooks more at a later stage. The next tool is Tableau Server. Tableau Server allows people to view and interact with your work via a web browser. It will automatically help you refresh the data extracts that have been published to Tableau server. Server is licensed in two ways, by named user or by co-licensing. Tableau server provides enhanced security and permits users to customize their access to reports within boundaries defined by the server administrator. So imagine an organization that works onto multiple projects related to Tableau. This is where they would need a Tableau server, because having so many files being stored together is very, very important, because that helps you decide who should be the people who have access to different files, how they collaborate with each other, and how the data privacy is maintained. Tableau server interface provides users with tools for finding, organizing, and commenting on the Tableau reports. Server enables users to create subscriptions also that provide email notifications when the updated reports are published on the server. So all in all, Tableau server is a tool that is ideally meant for organizations which use the professional version of Tableau Desktop, not the personal version, because that's where multiple people work on Tableau and need to collaborate their work. Moving on towards the next tool, which is Tableau Public. Tableau Public is a free hosted web service that can be used to publish Tableau reports on the web. Now this is something that is again free of cost. So any user can download Tableau Public and they can work upon it. However, given that it is free to use, it comes with a limited functionality. Let's talk more upon that. Tableau offers a free public desktop edition that helps us creating and publishing reports. But as I said, it has certain limitations. Tableau Desktop can connect, Tableau Public can connect only to Microsoft Access, Excel or text files. You can't use it to connect to the rest of the various data sources. Your work can only be saved to Tableau Public server and not onto Tableau server. Now when you save it to Tableau Public server, all your files are freely available for anyone on the internet. Storage space on Tableau Public is very limited, up to 50 megabytes per named user. That's very less space, right? Data source size is also limited to just about 1 lakh records. So you can't work on big data using Tableau Public. Workbooks saved on Tableau Public can be viewed and downloaded by anyone. So as I said, they are freely available on the internet. So you can't use your private data and publish it onto Tableau Public. That's risky. For these reasons, Tableau Public is an ideal way only for the hobbyists and bloggers to create and share their interactive visualizations on the web. But you can't use it in an organizational setup. Now, having talked about all the various important tools that are offered as part of the Tableau product suite, let's move on towards how to install Tableau. And this is the official website of Tableau from where you can download the Tableau Desktop for a free trial of 14 days. So yes, given that it is a paid tool, it comes with a 14 days of trial period. But yes, you can also get 1 year Tableau Desktop license on the basis of a valid student identity card. Tableau does offer a lot of various other services that allows teachers also to get a 1 year student license. So if you are a student or a teacher, you can definitely download Tableau and work upon the student license or the instructor license for a continuous time period of 1 year. Let's have a look at this website from where we need to install Tableau. So this is how the official website of tableau.com looks like. This is the place from where you can download Tableau Desktop. However, even before I show you how to install Tableau, let me tell you that Tableau, as I said, is now owned by Salesforce. And they do not offer just the data visualization related tool, but various other sectors in which they are into. So they have their tools related to artificial intelligence, they have something related to CRM analytics. This is the Tableau Public, which I spoke about some time back, which is like the free resource available. And there are various other options also that can be used in order to manage your business. Now if I go to this Tableau, you see this particular page where you can get this Tableau Desktop for free. All you need to do is you need to fill in your details related to your name, your business email, organization and your phone number and submit this form. After which you get an email from Tableau that provides you a link to download Tableau. If you scroll down, you see that there are some trial versions available. Tableau Desktop is the tool that we will need. All you need to do is click on this and you will be able to download the setup file which will enable you to install Tableau. It's a very simple installation process. This is the Tableau server, which you can see is something that is not going to be freely downloadable. This is where you need to connect with their sales team in order to collaborate with them. Similarly, there is also a Tableau Prep Builder, which I would definitely like to highlight, given that this is a tool which helps us perform ETL kind of tasks. ETL stands for extraction, transformation and loading. This is where you can combine, shape and clean your data in order to help you pre-process the data before you load it into Tableau Desktop and build visualizations onto it. For now, Tableau Desktop is the tool that we need. Moving on to the Tableau architecture. This is how the Tableau architecture looks like, where there are various data sources that we can connect to, and based on this, we can also interact with the Tableau server. This is where we can extract the data from various data sources. We can also write queries in order to fetch the required data. The results will not only be stored into the server, but can also be used in Tableau Desktop or in Tableau Prep, which will enable you to work on that data. So Tableau Prep is usually the first step where we clean the data. This clean data is then loaded into the Tableau Desktop environment, where we work upon building the various dashboards and effective stories that can actually be narrated to the stakeholders. This data visualizations can then be published to various users with the help of Tableau Reader, or maybe in the form of a PDF or an Excel sheet or even a PowerPoint presentation. So good part is that Tableau does not restrict you to view the Tableau information only in Tableau. You can use it in any other Microsoft product as well. Similarly, there are certain versions of Tableau dashboards that can be visualized onto mobile as well as on web service platforms. So all in all, the Tableau architecture shows you that there are various tools that you can connect to in order to fetch the data, store it and manage it into the Tableau server, clean it into the Tableau Prep, visualize the data and derive insights using the Tableau Desktop, and finally share the reports with the end users. So this is what is Tableau all about. Of course, there are various other functionalities that Tableau provides, which we will be exploring once we start looking at how Tableau can actually be used in a real-time environment. So without wasting much time, let's move on towards the practical implementation of how to use Tableau. I will firstly try to guide you in terms of how the user interface looks like so that you understand bits and pieces of Tableau. And then we will move on towards creating some effective visualizations so that they can be combined later on into a good dashboard. So let's move on towards the Tableau interface. So once you install the Tableau Desktop, this is the user interface that you will see as the home page of Tableau Desktop. What you see on the right hand side over here, what you see on the left hand side here is the connect pane. This is the place from where you can connect to various different data sources. If you observe, the very first option here is the Tableau server. But of course, this is only going to work if you have a Tableau server connection established in your organization. Let's cancel this for the moment. If you see the section below, you have various options to connect to different files, be it an Excel file or a text or a CSV file, even a JSON file or a Microsoft Access database, or even PDF or any statistical files. You have various options with respect to connecting to the files. All you need to do is select on the required option, browse for the required file and load it in Tableau. We will see how to load files into Tableau and establish connections at a later stage. Below this, what you observe is the various set of connections for different data sources which are present in the form of servers. Name a server and you'll find that in this list. Right from your Google data sheets to up to your files residing onto the Google Drive, to connecting to the Amazon Web Services and to various Hadoop data platforms, you can connect to all the different data sources, establish connections and work upon that data in a live mode. I'll talk about the live mode in detail later. If you observe, you also have Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL as the commonly used databases available, to which you can establish the connection, load the data into Tableau and work upon it. But having said that, there are also some saved data sources or sample data sets that Tableau offers, which allows you to explore Tableau to a great detail. What we are going to work upon is this sample superstore, which is a database created by Tableau in order to help the end users explore Tableau to a great detail with the help of various types of charts and graphs. So let's click on this and you will see that this will load this page for you where all the visuals are going to get created. However, the very first thing that I would like to talk upon is the data source tab. So let me take you to the data source tab, and before even discussing what is this Tableau setup look. So this is the data source tab where you get to see the data that has been loaded into the Tableau environment, and you can try and understand various data related properties here. But even before we look at the data, let me tell you where do you get this data from. So when you install Tableau, it automatically creates a folder into your documents where all the files related to Tableau get stored. There is a data sources folder here, within which if you go to that current version, you will find the sample superstore related data that we are trying to access right now in Tableau. So if I show you what is present in this data file, this is a data related to a superstore which Tableau has created. So it's a dummy data. And if you observe, there are 3 sheets of data present in this file. The first one is the orders table, where if you see, there is all the order related details which are present, including details like your order ID, when was the order placed, when was the order shipped, various details related to that order, related to the customer who has ordered it, and also related to what was the revenue that was generated from that order. So there are a mix of various types of data types present here. If you see, there is alphanumeric data, there is date related variables, there are also geographical related variables where you observe country, city, state, postal codes, etc. There are also certain categorical variables which we have, and we also observe a lot of numerical variables here. So this is a good mix of data that you can use in order to explore the Tableau environment. Also, there is a people table here where you observe that there are 4 regional managers who were responsible for managing the sales at the 4 regions. There is also a returns table present here which contains of information related to the products or the orders which were returned. So all you see here is the order ID of the order that was returned and its return status as yes. The main table in this file is the orders table. So let's try to work upon these set of tables into the Tableau environment. So if I take you back to the Tableau window, this is what is present in front of you, where you can observe that same orders, people and returns table is loaded for you in this environment. Ideally, let me start from scratch. Let me remove this various tables that have been loaded here. So we have a clean canvas to work upon. If you observe the connections that we have been connected to, you can see that there is only one connection established as of now, which is the sample superstore, the file that we have loaded. Within that file, there are 3 tables: orders, people, and returns. Currently, none of them are being used here. So it's a plain canvas and we are going to load the orders table and pull up the data here. So if you see, as soon as I dragged and dropped the orders table onto the canvas, you can see the entire data has been populated below. I'll talk more upon how to read and interpret this data. But for now, let me tell you that it is only the orders table that has been fetched here. What if I want to add more data? Let's say that there were certain orders that the people had returned, correct? So if I want to add the returns table also to incorporate that information regarding the products that were returned, all I need to do is drag the returns table and drop it next to the orders table. And this is where you can see that there are 2 tables that are now present. I can see the orders table present here. When I click on that, I get to see the details related to orders. And when I click on the returns table, I'll get to see the columns that are related to the returns table. Okay, so this is the returns table where we can see the return status as yes and the order IDs of the products that were returned. Now, this is where I have just pulled up 2 tables to work upon. But don't you think there is a relationship between the orders and the returns table? This order ID was also present as part of the orders table, isn't it? So we can actually combine these 2 tables together using an SQL join kind of operation. So how do we do that in Tableau is something that I'll be showing you. Let me remove this returns table from here. And now let me double click on this orders table. What does it say? Orders is made of just 1 table for now. Now this is where the orders table resides, correct? Now let's drag the returns table and drop it to the side of this orders table, and you see that immediately there is a join operation that has been performed. If you hover over this, it tells you that it is an inner join that it has performed on the basis of these 2 tables. The Venn diagram definitely tells you that. But if I do an inner join, what do you think will happen? Inner join will return us only those observations which are commonly present in orders and the returns table, isn't it? So this is where I will get to see only those orders that were returned and all the order related details for those set of orders. So if you see this table, I firstly see all the orders related data, and as I scroll to the right, can you see the return status and the order ID is also present, which came from the returns table. However, as I said, this is not giving me the entire glimpse of the data, correct? What I would ideally like to see is the entire set of orders, and for whichever products were returned, I would like to see their return status, correct? So that's where I can change the type of join that I have applied. So currently it's an inner join which has been applied by default, and I want you to observe that it is the order ID column which has been selected automatically because order ID was the common column that was present between both the tables. So order ID from orders and order ID from the returns table, wherever the records were matching, we had fetched only those set of records. But now I want you to change that join type to the left join. And as soon as I change it to the left join, what will happen? All the orders from the orders table will be fetched, and the corresponding orders which were returned will be fetched from the right hand side table. So this is where I'll get the ideal data that I am looking forward to. We also have the other types of join, which is the right join and the full outer join. what will the right join do for us? If I select the right join, it will fetch all the returns that were returned. If I select the right join, what will I get? I'll get all the orders that were returned from the right hand side table, and only their corresponding order details is what will be fetched from the left hand side table. But this is not a complete data for me again. If I go with full outer join, I'll end up combining all the data together from the orders as well as the returns table. Correct? So out of the 4 types of join, we can either go with the left join or the full outer join in our case to work upon the entire data that we would require. I am going with the left join for now. Although it selected the order ID in order to join the data, as it was the commonly present column in both the data sets, but it does give you the liberty to select any other column as well. This wouldn't work in our case because we do not have any other variables in the returns table. But tomorrow, if you are working on any other data where the multiple tables are being combined, feel free to choose the column on the basis of which you would like to map the data. Let's proceed with this particular join and let's get rid of this window. So now that I see with the help of the Venn diagram that there is a left join that has been created between the orders table and the returns table, I am ready with the data. So let me close this window, and yes, the diagram here or the icon here indicates that it's a join table that we are looking at. So this is the canvas where you can drag and drop your tables and establish relationships between them. Now once the relationships are established, let's have a look at the data that has been pulled. Now if you observe this window here, this is the window that shows you the metadata associated with the variables. So if you see, you have the data type of the variable, which is indicated with the help of various icons. You have the variable name given to you, which is called as field name in case of Tableau. It also indicates from which table has that variable come from, and it also gives you any remote field name if at all has been associated with that variable. Now if you see, there are various icons related to data type here, where the hash symbol indicates that it's a numeric data type. We do not have a concept of integer or float in case of Tableau. Numbers are just numbers. We have ABC to indicate that it's an alphanumeric data, so string data type. We have the calendar icon that talks about the date time variables. We also have a globe related icon that talks about geographical locations, and it is very essential to identify the geography related variables correctly in Tableau such that you will be able to plot the map related graphs and charts correctly. We also have some other variables here where you can see equal to hash as the symbol. This is an icon which is related to a calculated field. Calculated field is where we write functions or equations that help us calculate the values based on the rest of the variables. You also can create groups on the basis of variables where you get to see a paperclip icon. You can also bin the numerical variables where you get to see a histogram kind of icon. So there are multiple data types and various icons associated to it, which will help you understand the data as soon as you look at those icons. Talking about the header that you see for each and every variable here, these headers indicate 3 rows, where the first row of course tells you about what is the data type of that variable. The second row tells you about from which table has that column come, and the third row talks about the variable name. If you see, this is a button. So if I click onto this, you get to see the various other data types that I can probably use. So changing data types in Tableau is as simple as that. All I need to do is, let's say for example, if I want to change the ship date from a date time variable to maybe a string variable, I can just click on string and you will see that the data type has changed to ABC and the data got reloaded. Now this is where the ship date is no longer a date time variable. It's a string variable. Of course, I wouldn't want that, because if at all I have to perform any date related calculations, I wouldn't be able to perform them on strings. So let me change that back to the date data type. But I also want you to observe that in the country or region related variable, which was ideally a geographical location, you have several other data types that can be used. Currently, it is country or region which is selected, but you also have airport. If you have airport names in your variables, you can select this as the data type. You also have city, you also have state and various other options which can be used in order to effectively visualize the map related graphs. This is very important that we assign the right geographical data type, because when the maps are loaded, we place the values on the basis of the latitudinal and the longitudinal information. And how will Tableau understand that? Through the right data type. So that's really important. If I talk upon how to change the variable name, all I need to do is double click on that variable and just change to whatever value I want to put here. So changing variable names in Tableau is also very easy. So this is the information that the header in the Tableau Desktop displays. We also have certain other options here. If you see this drop down, this has certain options related to creating a calculated field, or even allowing you to split the existing variable into multiple other variables. Let me show you an example. Let's say if I have the variable name as customer. Let me show you an example. Suppose I have this customer name as a variable, which consists of the first name and the last name. In case I want to split this into two different variables as first name and last name, we can easily do it with the help of the split option. At times, there could be multiple variables that could get created based on how many delimiters are present. So in case you want to custom split, this is how you do it. You click on custom split and you get this dialog box. This is where it prompts you to enter the separator on the basis of which you want to split. Let's say there is a space in the first name and the last name. So let me pass space as the separator here, and it also gives you an option to split off either the first part or the last part or all of the parts. You cannot unfortunately extract the in-between part of this data. Let me select all for now, given that I want to divide this variable into first name and the last name. Now once I click on OK, you will see that there will be two variable names, customer name split 1, which is related to the first name of the customer. So let me rename this to first name. Similarly, there is a second variable that got created, which has the name as customer name split 2. This is the last name. So let me rename it to last name. Now if you observe, the data type associated with this variables is equal to ABC, which means that this is a calculated variable and did not come from the actual data file. So this is how new variables can actually be created on the basis of the existing data. Moving on towards the next discussion, this header over here tells you that there are a total of 29 fields having 12,620 rows for now. But by default, it only populates the first 100 rows in this window. So if you observe this area here, this is a text box which allows you to indicate how many observations would you like to see at a glance. If I set it to 1000, it will load the first 1000 observations for me. If I pass a larger value, that many observations will be loaded. However, it is not recommended to load all of the observations at once into this data view, because any which ways, we are not going to view individual records over here. We would rather prefer viewing this data in a graphical format, isn't it? So let's stick to the 100 records. Now, apart from this button, there is also another icon that you see here. This is the icon that allows you to sort the data. And this is going to sort your data at the data source level, meaning it will only sort your data to view in this window. It wouldn't sort the data in your database file, or neither is it going to make any changes onto the graphs that you have generated. This is just to view the data in a sorted manner within this window. So let's say if I try to sort the order date variable, one click will give me the ascending order, second click will give me the descending order, and the third click will again give me the data source order, which is nothing but the way the data was present in the file. So if you see, I can show it to you on some other variables. Customer name is what I'm trying to sort the data on. So one click, and then as per the ascending order, I see it starts alphabetically from A to Z. Now if I click on this again, it will be in the descending order where you will see the values are from X. Similarly, if I go as per the third order, which is the data source order, I'll again get to see the data as it is present in the file. So this quick sort icon is a very easy and approachable thing when you want to quickly sort the data for your own understanding in this window. Now, apart from this data view, there is this connection pane that I would like to talk upon. If you see this connection options, there is a live connection and an extract connection that is available. The live connection allows you to establish live connections with any of the data sources that you have been connected to. This is especially useful when you are connected to an SQL server or any other server where you know the data is going to be updated or refreshed by the database developers. So in case you want to pull that data and reflect those changes into your existing graphs and charts, it is required that you choose the live connection. However, the live connection slows down the Tableau environment a bit because it continuously keeps on looking for updates from the database server. That's where extract becomes a more useful option. Using the extract option, that's where the live connection is required in order to fetch the. Let's talk upon the connection pane. We have two connection panes, the live and the extract. The live connection allows us to establish live connection to the data source that we have been connected to, be it an SQL server or be it the Google Drive that you are connected to. All the changes that happen at the backend level will be reflected into your graphs and charts in a real-time manner. So whenever you want to continuously fetch the updates that are happening at the data level, in the graph level, keep an live connection established. This will help you reflect those changes immediately into your graphs and update them. But the live connection will unfortunately slow down your Tableau system because it will continuously try fetching those updates from the data source. In such kind of situations, the extract connection is a better option. The extract connection will allow you to fetch the updates, but at a periodic level. Only when you see this refresh button enabled, this is where it will indicate that there have been certain changes that have been made at the data source level. So only when you click on that refresh link, it will try to go back to the data file or the data source, fetch the updated data and load it over here in the Tableau environment for you. So extract will keep your Tableau system running faster because it will not continuously try and fetch the updates. It will only fetch it when you refresh it. So this is a better option than the live connection many a times when you do not want to reduce the speed of Tableau, but yet you want to keep on fetching the updates from the data. For now, I am okay with either of the connections because we are not going to make any changes to the Excel file. So let me proceed with the extract as the connection and let me take you to the next page, the most important tab, which is the sheets. It's asking me to save this file, but I'll cancel it for now. Let me show you this page of the Tableau interface because this is where we will be spending majority of our time throughout this masterclass. This is the sheet where we will try to work upon building the graphs. And let me tell you an interesting fact. Tableau has tried sticking to similar terminologies that are used in case of Excel. Majorly because the major crowd that was going to make use of Tableau were going to be Excel users. So the Excel users were going to migrate to Tableau, and that's where, in order to give them that comfort zone, Tableau tried sticking to those similar terminologies. So if you see, what we will be working upon is worksheets. What we are going to create as a file will be called as a workbook. And there are many other options and terminologies that you will see are going to be similar to what we have in case of Tableau, to what we have in case of Excel. Now, there are several menus here which will allow you to interact with the data. Starting with the file menu, if you observe, this is like our usual file menu where you can create new workbook or open an existing workbook or save your current workbook. And there is also something called as export as PowerPoint or export as packaged workbook. Now let me talk upon packaged workbook here. There are two versions of Tableau workbooks that you can create. One is a packaged workbook which is saved as a TWBX file with an extension as .twbx, because this is a file where you will be packaging the data, bundling the data along with the file to be shared with the client or with the user. Now, why is this required? Suppose I have built a dashboard which is present in the file which I want to share with an end user. Let's assume that this end user does not have the access to the underlying data. In that case, he will not be able to open that file and edit those graphs and charts because he does not have the data. That's where it is essential that I bundle the data along with the work that I have done in Tableau Desktop and then share it with him. So remember, that's where the .twbx extension is required. Whereas the other extension that you can make use of is the .twb, which stands for Tableau Workbook. This is where you can share across the files without sharing the underlying data with the user. This is probably useful when you are going to share the data within the team, because usually the team members do have the access to the underlying data. So there are two sharing options available in the form of two different versions of the Tableau Workbook. Make use of them effectively based on your requirement. But as I said, Tableau does not restrict you to view the work that you have done in Tableau using only a Tableau related tool. So you also have the liberty to export it as a PowerPoint. This is where all your graphs will be converted to different slides in a PPT. However, one major limitation here is that PowerPoint will have the static visuals of the graphs. You will lose the interactivity that you get in Tableau when you export it as a PowerPoint application. So in case you want to utilize that interactivity at the runtime while displaying those graphs and charts to the users, I would always recommend to use a Tableau workbook and not a Tableau workbook as a PowerPoint presentation. You can also directly print it to PDF. So in case you're sharing it with someone who should be able to visualize it or open it even on mobile phones, you can directly share it as a PDF. Again, given that those images would be static, we would lose interactivity there, but at least the end user will be able to see what work you have done in the form of those visuals. So there are various other options and menus that are available. A lot of them are ideally disabled right now, but that is only because we haven't started working onto the data. Once we start working onto the data, all of these options will get enabled as they are applicable. We will explore more of these functions in the various menus at a later stage. But let me tell you one important thing. The help menu over here, this is where you would be able to manage the license. So if at all you have a license or a product key, this is where you need to enter it and you need to activate it. If you see, I am currently working upon a trial version on this system. Similarly, you also have an integration that is supported with respect to Python and R kind of tools. So if you see this option here, which allows you to manage the analytics extension connection, this is where you can integrate Tableau with Python or with RServe. Einstein Discovery is something that Tableau has come up as its own product. But given that Python and R are also tools that allow you to build predictive models, Tableau wanted to integrate itself with these kind of tools. The intention here is to build a model in Python and throw its visualization in Tableau. Now, of course, that requires a TabPy server, which you need to install on your system such that it can interconnect the Tableau and the Python environment together. Similarly, RServe is also a kind of server that will allow you to interconnect Tableau with R and integrate both of them. Apart from this, let me also tell you that there are various other options available with respect to formatting the data that you will be working upon, with respect to analyzing the data and working upon some quick calculations to be applied onto the various graphs. And there are certain other things that we will look at called as dashboards and stories. But even before moving on to dashboards and stories, let me tell you that you can sign in to the Tableau server from here. This is where you will establish a connection with the Tableau server such that you will be able to access all your data that is residing there and start working onto it. Apart from this, you also have Tableau public connection available from here, from where you can post your Tableau dashboards onto Tableau public cloud and it will be available on the internet. But as I said in the beginning, this could be a little risky given that your data will be publicly available. So use this mindfully. Moving on towards the dashboard and story that we spoke about. Ideally, sheets are the areas where you will be building graphs. However, there is only one graph that is allowed to be created onto each of the sheet. So we required a concept where we could actually collaborate those sheets together. And that's where they came up with the dashboard. So if you see this icon over here, the 4 squared icon, this is the icon that allows you to create a new dashboard. It definitely allows you to collate and store together multiple sheets such that we can visualize them at once. However, apart from that, it also allows you to add multiple objects into dashboards to make it more interactive. It also supports certain dashboarding actions, which we will have a look at later on, that will help you enable the filters onto various sheets together. The third icon that you see here, is something that is related to creating a story. Now, what is a story? All the sheets and the dashboards that you have created in your file can finally be collated into a story, which will be the slideshow that you will present to the audience. So this story is nothing but like your PowerPoint presentation. The final thing that is displayed to the client or to the manager or any of the end user is the story, where multiple sheets and dashboards act like a presentation. So we will firstly work upon sheets, explore all the possible options on the sheets. We will then move on towards understanding the dashboards, where we will work upon multiple things related to dashboards, and then finally we will collate everything together into a good story. That is how the flow of this entire masterclass would be. Now, talking about this left hand side pane here. This is where you have two tabs, the data tab and the analytics tab. The data tab is where you get to see the data that you are connected to. If you see, I am currently connected to only one of the data source, which is the sample superstore. But in case I am connected to multiple data sources at once, they all will be listed here, one below the other. From where do I connect to multiple data sources? This is the database plus icon that you see on the toolbar for it. If you click on this database plus icon, can you see we are again getting the same connect pane. We can choose whatever file we want to connect to, and that will be loaded over here to be listed below this particular database. Let's say, for example, I am trying to browse for another Excel file. Seems there is no Excel file in this. If you see, when I click on this database plus icon, I get the same connect pane which I got on the home page, which will allow me to connect to multiple other files. And whichever file I connect to will be listed here below this existing database. So in case you want to connect to different files and yet work upon them individually in this workbook, this is the place from where you can connect to. However, there is also another option that allows you to add multiple data sources. So at the data source level, if you observe, there is a add link which is present here. If I click on this, you can again see I get the same connect pane. But when I try connecting to any of the file from here, it will automatically try to perform a cross database join operation. So this option of adding the multiple data sources is ideally suitable only when you want to connect to data sources that are related to each other, where a cross database join would work. Otherwise, I would recommend you to stick to this icon, which will allow you to connect to other files but yet treat all your databases individually. Now, once I click on this sample superstore, I will be able to see all the variables that were present in that data source. If there was any other data source listed here, once I click on that, the variables related to that data source will be displayed. So it makes it very easy for us in order to access the required set of variables. The orders table here consists of various variables. So all of those variables are listed here. Whereas the returns table, if you remember, consisted of only the order ID and the return status. There were some other calculated variables which were present. So those are listed over here. And all the numerical variables you can see are listed here. So it divides all your categorical variables and the numerical variables with the help of this segment. Now, I want you to observe that there is something called as latitude and longitude, which has been automatically generated by Tableau. So because you had some location related variables which had the globe as the geographical location related data type, Tableau has automatically detected the need to have the latitude and longitude as the variables, such that you will be able to plot the map related graphs effectively. So this is where this auto-generated variables can be applied. At the same time, you can also see there is a count-based auto-generated variable that has been created. So when you want to visualize the data to see what was the count of total orders for a particular region, let's say, that's where this count variable can be handy. So Tableau does offer you a little bit of help. So this is where all the variables are listed, and from here I need to drag and drop them into this rows and columns as the shelves. I'm using some Tableau terminologies which you should be aware of when you are working into Tableau Desktop. So rows and columns are called as shelves, where, as I said, you will be dragging and dropping the variables such that you get to see their visualization in this view. So this area where you view the visualization is called as the view. What you see over here are the pages, filters and the marks cards. So these three are called as cards and they help you customize your graph. And this show me here is like a quick handy approach to choose or select the graph that you want to change the chart type to. So there are various options available here. I know currently everything is disabled, but that's only because we haven't started working on the data. Once we start loading the data here, you will see all those graphs that are suitable or eligible for that data will be enabled. And then you can change the chart type easily by just selecting it. Apart from this, there are also parameters that you see over here. These are like some workbook level filters that you can work upon. We will discuss more upon this advanced concept at a later stage. Apart from this data pane, there is something more that I would like to tell you about, which is the Analytics tab. This is where you see that there are several options which are currently disabled. This tab allows you to work upon a quick analysis on the data. If you observe, it also allows you to perform a little bit of predictive modeling. Yes, you can build a trend line, which is nothing but a time series forecasting model using Tableau. Tableau for now uses the exponential smoothing approach in order to build a time series forecasting model. This is the Analytics tab where you see several options related to summarizing and analyzing the data. The summarize section gives you some quick options to insert different types of lines and to analyze certain values along with the group totals or the row totals. Apart from that, you also have the model section where I would like to highlight that Tableau does offer a little bit of predictive modeling. It supports 3 different models for now, where trend line is the regression model. It supports different types of regression like linear regression, logarithmic regression, polynomial regression and some other types. This one will allow you to set a best fit line into the data such that you can understand what is the relationship between the data. The next one that you can see here is the forecasting model, which is associated with the time series forecasting. Tableau for now uses the exponential smoothing approach for performing the time series forecasting. And the third option that you see here is related to the clustering model, where Tableau uses the k-means clustering algorithm in order to cluster your data points effectively. And yes, there are some other options available related to fitting some lines or confidence bands into your data in order to make that data more business driven or insightful. So these are several options which again will be enabled for us as and when things are applicable onto the variables that we work upon. So now let's work upon building our very first graph. We will try to perform a very simple visualization just in order to see what all types of charts become applicable to it, so that we can try and test a few of them, and at the same time we will try out the customization of these graphs such that we will be able to understand how those particular options can be applied and the graphs can be beautified. So let's work on our very first graph, where I would want to drag this category variable onto the rows, and you will see that immediately all the categories that were present in that variable are listed here. So we have furniture, office supplies and technology as the three major categories. However, you can see that there is something called as ABC, ABC, ABC that is listed in front of these values. Now why is this so? This is because I've only dragged one variable for now. There is no other information that I'm displaying in front of it, right? And that's where it is only the text table that has been enabled here, because no other graph is applicable. Let me drag another variable. So let me drag the sales variable here in order to show category wise sales. So if you see, I simply drag the category variable and the sales variable into the rows and the column shelf, and I have a quick beautiful visualization present in front of me. Although not that beautiful, but we'll make that beautiful. Let me redo this. So if I want to clear the sheet that I have worked upon, there is a clear sheet icon or a button that is available on the toolbar. I can just click on that and you will see the sheet is empty again. So anytime you build any graphs and there are some mistakes into it, all you need to do is clear the sheet. Let me redo this so that you understand what I did, because the rest of the graphs will be created in a similar manner. So simply double click on category and carefully drag and drop it onto the rows, and that will add the category variable into the graph. As I said, currently there is no other value being displayed in front of it, only because there was no other variable selected yet. So no graphs are also applicable onto it. But as soon as I drag the sales variable and drop it onto the column shelf, you can see immediately a bar graph got created, and at the same time a lot of other graphs also got enabled, only because they are applicable to this data. We'll discuss on the different types of graphs, but for now let me tell you that this is the basic graph that has got created, which is a bar graph. It's a horizontal bar graph, and you can see for all the three categories there are these three bars that have got created. Now if you observe this graph, this is a very small graph fitted on a very big view, isn't it? Now this is because it by default uses a standard view to visualize all of the graphs. But yes, you do have some other options available in order to make it look better. You can fit it to the entire width, you can fit it to the entire height, or you can also fit it to the entire view. So suppose if I select the entire view option here, you will observe that this has now fitted the entire view. Now this looks better. And this is where by default it always gives you horizontal bar graphs. Suppose if you want to visualize it as a vertical bar graph, that's where you can make use of this button on the toolbar, which helps you to swap the rows and columns. So once I click on this, you will observe that this has changed to a vertical bar graph. So swap rows and columns allows you to swap the x-axis to the y-axis and vice versa. So you can use it for any of the graphs and not just the bar graph. So this is where you can observe that a very simple bar graph has been created. We have tried fitting it to the entire view, and we have also tried converting it to a vertical bar graph. But yes, there is more beautification that can be done onto this graph in order to derive more meaningful insights from it. One of the quickest thing that you can possibly do here is If you see the graph right now, it will take you a couple of seconds to realize what is happening in this graph. Only when you look at what is going into the columns and the rows, you will be able to understand that I'm trying to look at the relationship between the category and the sales. If I look at the axis labels, I can understand that category goes on the x-axis and the sales variable goes on the y-axis. However, this title can make it more meaningful. What if I try to display a meaningful title rather than displaying this as sheet 1? Let's try doing that. If I try double clicking onto this, you see that I get a dialog box that allows me to edit the title. And what do you observe here? There is sheet name present into the angular brackets. Now these angular brackets help you indicate what information you want to display there. And this is where it is currently picking up the sheet name which is present on that sheet. So since sheet 1 was the title, that is what was getting reflected here. Let's say if I change this to a meaningful name, let's say I write over here as category wise sales, you will see that immediately that is being reflected as the title now. But let's say I don't want to change the title. I want to keep it as sheet 1 only. But I want to change the title instead without changing the sheet name. That's where I can edit this title and replace it with whatever text I want to use as the title. So let's say category wise sales is what I'm displaying in this graph. And of course I have options to format it. So I'm just selecting the entire title and I'm selecting whatever font style, whatever font size I want to use here. Let's say I want to go with 24 as the font size. I want to make it bold and I want to change the color here to, let's say, this shade. I want to center align that title. Now once I'm done applying all of these effects, I can click on OK and you will see that the title is now reflecting category wise sales. Now as a third person, when you view this graph, as soon as you look at the title, you can relate to what is happening on that sheet, isn't it? So always try to make your sheets meaningful by giving them some good titles. That's a good practice when you use any business intelligence tool. Now look at this graph. This is currently showing only blue colors. We can change those colors from here using the marks card. Also, we can adjust the width of these bars. That also is possible with the help of the size option available on the marks card. And there are many more things that we can do in order to beautify this graph. So the next thing that we will try to do here will be related to changing the visualization look and feel with the help of the various options that are available on the marks card. But even before we move on towards the beautification part, why not have a look at what were the various options that got enabled for us? It's not necessary that you always view it in the form of a bar graph, isn't it? So before applying the various beautification options from the marks card, it is recommended that you first finalize on your chart type. So in case you want to use any other chart apart from the bar graph that it has created for you, try selecting the one that you want. If you observe, Tableau does enable multiple graphs for you which are applicable, but it at the same time also highlights the one that is recommended. So according to Tableau, bar graph is the most suitable graph for this set of variables. So you can see it is highlighted in red. Let's try to play around. If I select the first option here, this is a text table. For every graph, you get to see the name of that particular graph here. So you can always see what is that graph related to and what things will it require in order to create that graph. So if you see, for the text table, it needs one or more dimensions. Dimensions are nothing but the categorical variables that we have in Tableau. Whereas measures are nothing but the numerical variables that we have in Tableau. So if you see, the categorical variables that I have tried pulling into this graph are denoted using this blue color, right? That color matches the color of the dimensions here. Whereas the numerical variable that I have pulled into the graph, which is sales, is having green color, which matches the color of the measures here. Now these colors are again a hint to any end user regarding what kind of variable is that. So as soon as I look at this particular view as a third person, looking at the colors itself, I can understand that category is a categorical variable, whereas sales is a numerical variable. So the text table looks like this, where you can simply see a small table created where it is trying to show me that furniture, office supplies and technology were the three categories, and these were the values that was contributed as a revenue by each of the category. This is a very simple text table, correct? But let's try to enhance it with the help of different graphs which are applicable to this data. So if you see the next option, it's a heat map. But do you think this is helping us derive any insight out of this? No, right? Because all the boxes that you see here are almost of the identical size. So it's really difficult to relate to how much is each of the category contributing to, and difficult to perform a comparative analysis between these three categories. So this definitely is applicable but not very suitable to this data. Let's try out the other option, which is the highlight tables. If you look at the highlight table, this is more or less similar to the text table, but it also involves colors. Now if I hide this window for show me, can you see there is a color legend appearing here? This is where it is automatically coloring the table with a lighter shade of blue for very low values, and as the values go on increasing, we move on towards the darkest shade of blue. So by looking at the graph itself, we can sense that office supplies is the category that contributes the lowest to the sales, and technology is the category that contributes the largest. So this color representation in the graphs help you understand and interpret those graphs more effectively. And did you observe that as in how I'm trying to change the chart types, there is some movement of things that is happening on the marks card and in these shelves. So did I put the sales variable over here on the marks card? No. It automatically did that based on the chart types that I am selecting. Let's say if I try to select the other one, the pie chart, you can see now many of the things have gone onto the marks card. There is nothing present on the rows and the column shelf. So it automatically does that depending on the chart type that you select. Let's talk about this pie chart. Do you think it is meaningful to us? Not at all, isn't it? Because all the slices of this pie are of almost the identical size. So it's really hard to understand what is the values and what does each of the slice indicate. So this is definitely applicable but not suitable to this data. We also have the stacked bar which has been enabled for us, but not so very suitable here because you can see it's just those three categories stacked one above the other. We have the tree maps, which are a good option, but only for such variables where there are lots of categories and the categories have a clear distinction, like the icon that you see here for the tree map. If you see, there are various categories here and each of the category has a different distribution. That is a situation where the tree map would be ideal. For now, I just see almost identical boxes for each of the category: furniture, technology as well as office supplies. So this again is not very suitable. Similarly, you also have the circle views where you can clearly see it's just a very simple graph which shows those three different circles indicating those three different category wise sales. Not so very fruitful, right? Let's try out the other one. We have the box plots here where you can see box plot has got generated on the basis of those three data points. However, if you are aware, box plots are ideally used to visualize a continuous numerical variable to not only see the distribution of that variable but also to identify if there are outliers in that data. And how can a categorical variable have outliers? So this is definitely not suitable for this data. But let's try out the other option as well. We have this packed bubbles which gives us the bubbles for different categories. But again, not so very meaningful for us given that all the three bubbles look almost of identical sizes. This again is applicable and suitable to that kind of a variable where there are a lot of categories involving a lot of different sizes. That's where this graph would carry a lot of meaning. So currently, out of all the graphs that were enabled for us over here, the ideal one that I feel is the bar graph. So let me take it back to the bar graph, and for now let me stick to this bar graph, but this is currently again looking in the standard view. Let me try to change it to the entire view, and yes, this is the graph that I get. If you want, you can change it to the vertical view, but I'm fine with the horizontal. Now that we have finalized that yes, it is the bar graph that I want to apply onto this data, now it's time to go ahead and explore the marks card. So as I said, you firstly finalize the graph and then only proceed with the beautification of that graph. So now that we are on the marks card, let's try to explore all of the options one by one. If you see this drop down menu given here, this gives us the various shapes that can actually be used to describe this information. Now, ideally, whatever it chooses as the automatic shape is the best one. So you usually don't need to change this. But in case you want to change it, feel free to do that. So let's say I want to change this from bars to, let's say, the circles. You will see those three circles appear here representing each of the category. But again, this does not look very meaningful. You can change it to any other shape, but as I said, ideally whatever it chooses automatically is the best option. So let's say if I go with the automatic or the bar selection, this is what I get back again. So that's about the various shapes that you can use as the markers into the graph that you are trying to visualize. Now let's talk upon this first option, which is the color. Why do you think will this be used? This is of course to change the colors in the graph, right? For now, if I look at this graph, this is an all blue kind of a graph. What if I'm not a fan of blue? What if I want to change this color to something else? That's where the colors option on the marks card is used. If you click on this button, can you see there is a color palette that appears here, from where you can decide which color to choose. So let's say if I go with some other color, let's say if I'm selecting this one here, you can see that the color got changed. I can also try to adjust the opacity level of this particular graph. So sometimes, when you choose very dark shades, so let's say if I take you to the 100% opacity, you can see this is a very dark shade that we have got. When it is very bright for the eyes, you can try reducing the opacity level to fade it out. Now you can also assign borders to this bars. So suppose I select this color here, so you can see there is a black border that has appeared next to this bars. So if you want to go ahead with this kind of a beautification, feel free to do that. If you don't want it, you can just uncheck this or select the none option here, and the bars, the borders for the bars will be removed. So it's up to us whether we want to give those borders or not. That too we can decide upon the colors which should be used to border the graphs. However, if I talk about the coloring part here, you can see that all I did was I changed the color from blue to this red over here, the brick red color. But again, it's all the bars having the same color, isn't it? This is not what I want. What if I want different bars to have different colors, such that by looking at the color, I can relate to it that this is a separate category. That is where the real purpose of this color option comes into the picture. So let me show you how we can change the color for individual bars. Let me drag the category variable and drop it onto color, because what are we trying to color? The various categories. So category variable should be dragged and dropped onto the color option, and you will see that the category variable is now indicating that the graph has been colored onto category. And you can see that the different bars have got the different colors. Now the point is, what if I am not interested in this set of colors? What if I want some other colors to be used? Also, as soon as you color the graph on the basis of the variable, did you notice that an automatic legend appeared here on this right hand side pane, where you can see furniture is colored using blue, office supplies using orange, and technology using the red. Now, as I said, these are the three colors which it has applied by default. But what if I don't want either of them, or maybe I want to change them entirely? That's where I can again go to the colors menu, and I want you to observe here that the color palette has now gone away. What you get instead is the edit colors button. Let's click on that. It takes you to the edit colors window, where I want you to observe that there are several color palettes that are available from which you can choose the colors to apply onto the graph. So it's up to us to decide which color palette we want. There are some solid colors that are available. At the same time, there are certain diverging color palettes also which are available, where there is a single color followed, but there is a range in that color. Now, suppose if I go with, okay, let me highlight one point. The Tableau environment has also taken care of colorblind people. Do you observe there is a colorblind color palette as well, which is suitable for the colorblind people to visualize the graphs. Let me select something out of this. Let's say I'm going with the Tableau Classic 10. Now, as soon as I select that, all the colors that reflect here are belonging to this color palette. Now, all I need to do is assign palette. And as soon as I do that, can you observe the first three colors from this palette have got assigned to these three categories. So the furniture has got the blue color, office supplies has got the orange, and the technology has got the green color. But now, what if I don't want these three colors? Maybe I want something else out of this. Let's say, for example, when I apply this onto the graph, let's assume that, when I am projecting this onto the projector screen, my orange looks very bright. So I want to change that. So it's only office supplies that I want to particularly change. All I need to do is select office supplies from here and select the required color from here. So let's say I'm okay to go with this brick red, and you can see the color changed here. So as soon as I click on apply now, you will see it's only the orange that converted to red. So this is how you color your graph on the basis of whichever color palette you want to choose from here, and from that palette whichever colors you want to apply to all of your categories. So this is the real purpose of the colors option on the marks card. Now that we have explored the colors option on the marks card, let's move on to the next option, which is size. This option allows us to adjust the size or the width of the bars that we have in this graph. So let's say if I take it to the very extreme, you will see that the bars are sticking to each other. Looks more like a histogram, right? But yeah, it's not a histogram. So let's not keep those bars aligned to each other. Let's have some space between them. If you lower the slider, you will see the bars are getting narrower. So it's up to us to adjust the width of those bars and to have good spacing between them. But again, that's not the only purpose of the size option. You can actually use the size to indicate some meaningful insight. Let's say I want to align the size of these bars on the basis of a new variable that I want to include into this graph. So currently the graph consists of category and sales. So it's a 2D graph. But what if I want to include a third dimension, let's say in the terms of profit? So I want to assign the size of the bars based on the profit that each of the category is giving me. So let me drag profit and let me drop onto size. This is where the magic happens. Can you see? Immediately the width of the bars have changed. So it clearly tells me that furniture is contributing to the least profit and technology is contributing to the maximum profit. Also at the same time, did you observe that a legend for the size has got created here, where you can clearly see that narrower the bar, it is indicating low profit, and wider the bar, it is indicating a maximum profit. So these three categories are now indicating not only the sales but also the profit. So this is how you can make the optimum use of the size option. So now this graph is a three-dimensional graph. At the same time, you can also try to label the graphs, because currently what's happening is I am trying to hover over the bars, and that's where I get to see what is the value that that bar represents. But wouldn't it be better if I get to see those values next to the bars? So that's where the label option comes into the picture. So when you click on label, all you need to do is select the show mark labels, and you will see that all the labels appear over here. So now the graph is even more readable without even hovering onto it. This is where you get some options with respect to what labels you would like to display. By default, all is a good option, but if you want to just display the minimum and the maximum values, that's where you can select the min-max. So you can see minimum value of sales was given by office supplies and the maximum value of sales was given by the technology. So that's where those are the only two values that we are getting to see. We can also go with the selected option, which is ideally going to display the label when we are selecting it. So once I select a particular category, then only the label will be displayed. There is also another option called as highlighted, which is going to show the labels when certain categories are highlighted. So when you select those multiple categories by just dragging and dropping onto it, that is where you are highlighting those two categories. Can you see the third category is faded away? So the other two are highlighted. So you are getting to see the labels only for those categories. Now this is where the label can be useful. But then if you observe, it is only the sales value that is currently being represented as the label. And it is very difficult for me to understand that, because I am actually using the profit as well as the sales variable into this graph, right? So by just looking at the labels, let me set it to all so that you are able to observe those values. So now if I say that this is the value, the immediate question that arises is this the sales value or is it the profit value? So if you want to make this more meaningful, you can actually drag and drop the variables onto the labels option. So if I drag the sales and if I also drag the profit variable, you can see now both the values are being displayed. But the question still remains the same. Which is the sales value and which is the profit value, right? That I'm not able to understand properly. So that's where we can also try to edit the label. So because there are multiple values that are being displayed, we can edit this and you will get the edit label dialog box. What do we see here? Again, in the form of angular brackets, we observe that there is sum of profit and sum of sales that is being displayed. But let me give them the meaningful labels as profit, colon, and then whatever is the current value of profit. Similarly, sales, colon, and then whatever is the current sales value. Now, what does this angular bracket information indicates? So when I hover over furniture, furniture profit value should be displayed and the furniture sales value should be displayed. Similarly, when I move over to the technology wala bar, it should show me the technology related profit and the sales value. That is what is the meaning of this angular brackets. Whatever is the current value to which the cursor is pointing to, pick up that value and show it as an information. So now once this is created, you can also try to preview. So this is how my label will look like. Let me click on OK and you will see that the labels have now changed and you get to see the profit as well as sales value. So this is how you can make use of the label option on the marks card. So by applying labels onto the graphs, your data points look more meaningful because they are not only represented using a shape but also represented using the values in the form of labels. That is the reason why we make use of labels many a times when the graph includes a lot of data points. Like for example, if I am plotting the map of India, there are about 28 states that I am trying to show onto the map. That is where displaying those labels will make it more meaningful, because just by looking at that graph, it would be very difficult for me to understand what is the value that each of the state is contributing to. So that's where the labels are very meaningful. Now let's try out the fourth option available here, which is the detail. Detail allows you to add more details into the graph. This is where it would help us to add a fourth dimension into the graph. So let's say currently the category wise sales that we are looking at is on the basis of the overall data that was present in the file. But what if I want to further divide it region wise? So I want to add more details to it in the form of regions. We had a region variable. Let me see, here it is. So the region variable was a part of the location related variables. Based on this, I can try adding more details into the graph. So when I drag and drop region onto the detail, can you observe there are 4 graphs that I have got. When I drag the region variable onto the detail option, can you observe that we have got 4 bars for each of the category now. Of course, there were 4 regions which led to this 4 bars. If I hover over this furniture bar, can you observe this is indicating the west region. This bar talks about the south region, this one about the east, and this one about the central. So for each of the bars, we have seen that it has split it into 4 separate bars. Now a total of 12 bars is what we have in this data. Now this is where we have added more details, but now there is some mistake in terms of the colors. Don't you think that the same color for the entire bar is not adding any value now? So category is not the ideal variable for coloring this graph right now. So let me try removing this effect which we have applied onto the graph. In order to remove any of the effect, all you need to do is drag that variable and drop it into this open area over here. Can you see there is a red cross mark appearing here? This is where you drop it. So now once you have dropped that effect, you can see you get back the original graph. Now let me try to color it on the basis of region such that different bars will show the different color and it will be more easier for us to relate to what that bar is talking about. So now can you see? We have 4 colors because we had 4 different regions. So this is where as soon as I look at this color, I can relate that this is the west related options. When I look at this color, I can immediately relate to this are the south related values. And when I look at the other colors, I can relate to which regions they are talking about. So this is how you can decide to change the effect onto the graph that has been applied already. So it is as simple as dragging and dropping it into this open area, which will help you remove that particular effect. So that's about the detail option on the marks card. Now the last option that you observe here is the tooltip. Tooltip is nothing but the information that you get to see when you hover over the graph. So this tooltip tells me about the category, the region, the profit and the sales value. Now if I hover over any other category, let's say this one tells me about the furniture, whichever is the region that I am pointing to, whatever is the profit and the sales value for that location. But this tooltip information can also be edited. What if I don't want to display all of this? Or what if I want to change it? So we can edit the tooltip. If you double click on this tooltip option, you get the edit tooltip window, wherein you can edit these values which are present over here by default. So by default, Tableau tries to incorporate all of the variables that are present on the graph into your tooltip. But it's up to me. If I don't want to display the profit value, I can delete it from this list, and it will then only show the category, region and sales. Similarly, if I want to add any other information, I can add it over here and modify the tooltip. Let's say, for example, I want to insert some value to be displayed into the tooltip. Let's take an option of the very first one, which is the data source name. Okay, let's say I want to add the data source name also into the tooltip. Can you see, as soon as I inserted it from here, it came into those angular brackets, which means what? Whichever is the current data source, that name will appear over there. And what is the name of our data source? Sample Superstore, correct? So that is the data source name that it will be displaying whenever we will be hovering over onto this graph. Although in our case, this is going to be the same name which will appear throughout the entire bars, but this is just an example to show you how you can insert various values. So you can insert the sheet name or the workbook name, you can insert the timestamp also, you can insert the page numbers, you can use some other variables also to be included over there. So all of those things you can insert in the form of angular brackets from this insert button option. Now once you have edited the tooltip, all you need to do is preview it so that you can confirm that yes, this is what you want to see, and you can see the data source name in my case is being displayed as Sample Superstore. So now once this is done, we are finalizing our tooltip and we are clicking on OK. So now when I hover over any of the category, can you observe? I can see the category, I can see the region, whatever is the sales that it is contributing to, and along with that I get to see the data source name, which is the Sample Superstore. So this is all of the information that we can set with the help of the tooltip. And if you notice, there is options in order to help you change the font look with respect to the font style, the font size, the effects onto the font, the colors, the alignment, all of that. Of course, this is self-explanatory, but you can use these options in order to beautify your tooltip information. So these are the various options that are available on the marks card, which can be used on any of the graphs. This was just something that I showed you on a bar graph, but for any other graph also that you create with the help of the Tableau environment, you can apply these effects meaningfully onto the graphs with the help of these various options. It is up to us to use those options or not. Most of the times when you are building a good presentation in Tableau, it is ideally recommended to follow a common color scheme across the various sheets such that all your graphs look synchronized. So these are certain things that I wanted to highlight related to the marks card, which allows you to customize the look and feel of the graph. Now that we have understood the marks card, let me tell you that we also have certain other options that we can include here. If you right click into this empty section, can you see currently it is only the title which is being displayed. But we also have the option to display the caption and the option to display the summary. So just to highlight what these two are going to share with us, the caption window shares the entire summary of what is going on into this graph. This is an auto-generated caption which tells me that sum of sales for each category is being shown here. Color shows the details about the region, size shows the sum of profit, the marks are labeled by the sum of sales and the sum of profit, and the details are shown for the region. So these are the various customizations that we have applied onto this graph, and that is what the caption window has captured for us. But the ideal purpose of the caption window is to note down certain pointers which we would like to remember as the insights that we are deriving from this graph. Because if you observe, we can only create a view into this entire window. Could we write any kind of pointers here like we do in case of the PowerPoint presentation? No. So that is where they have given us a caption window to write down whatever important pointers we want to note down related to the view that we have worked upon. So if you double click onto this caption window, you can edit this entire content to whatever you want to write down. So let's say if I want to note down certain insights that the technology is the category that gives us the maximum profit as well as the maximum sales, we can note down that as a pointer. We can probably also highlight that the central region is giving us very less profit in terms of the office supplies. The central region is doing low in terms of profit for even the furniture category. So these are the kind of insights that you can note down in the caption window such that you can mention them when you are presenting this view to the audience. So that's something about the caption window. Similarly, the summary window that we have enabled here gives us like a 5-point summary of the data. So firstly, it gives me the count, which shows 12 right now, given that there are 12 bars that have come along. So 3 for the categories multiplied by 4 for the regions. So a total of 12 bars is what we see here. At the same time, we get to see the values, descriptive statistics related values for the profit as well as the sales variable, given that those are the two variables, the numeric variables that we have included into this graph. So what all descriptive statistics do we see here? We see the sum, we see the average, minimum, maximum and the median values by default. But you have some other options also available. So if you click on this drop down arrow, you will see that there are standard deviation, first quartile, third quartile, the skewness or the excess kurtosis value also available that can be seen into this information. So let's say I want to see the first quartile and the third quartile as well into this window. I can include or check those options and they will be visible here. So this is something that could act as a quick handy approach to talk upon the descriptive statistical values related to this data that we are trying to look at. So the whole point that I want to summarize right now is that based on the visual that we create using Tableau, apart from the graph, there is a lot more other information that we can actually associate, right? It could be the meaningful insights that we can capture in the caption window, or it could also be the various descriptive statistics that we can get through the summary table, right? And this is the kind of graph that makes it more meaningful as well as more understanding for an end user to relate to this set of values. But having said that, this is not it. We have some other approaches also that can be used. For example, currently this graph is something that we are viewing in the Tableau Desktop. But I do have an option to export this image, to export this graph as an image. And that is where you get several options with respect to what all things you want to include while creating that image file. So let's say I want the title, I want the view of course, which is the graph. Let's say I want to save the caption also. I want the color legend. Let's say I don't want the size legend, I can uncheck it. I can also decide which side of the bars, should that legends appear. I'm okay with the default selection here. So let me click on save and this will allow me to save the graph with whatever name that I give. So let's say category wise sales, and it's creating a PNG by default. Let me select JPG as the image format and let me save it. Now once this is getting saved as image, the best part is I can go open it, category wise sales, and this is the kind of graph that I get to see along with the caption, the legend and all the bars that we had in that graph, correct? Now the best part is, as I said previously, Tableau does not restrict you to visualize the data only in Tableau. Now this is being exported as an image file, so I can feel free to utilize this image as a kind of input into my documentation file, which could be a Word or which could be a PowerPoint presentation also. So this is now like a static image. Of course, I have lost interactivity here, but this as a static image can be included into the Word documentation and we can proceed with that. So it's not mandatory that whatever graphs you visualize in Tableau can only be viewed in Tableau. So that's one of the things that it supports. Apart from that, another good thing that I would like to highlight is that we can also export this graph as data, which will end up creating a Microsoft Access database, but that's a less preferred kind of an option these days. But the best option is you can also export it as a cross table to Excel. So all of these values that you see in the form of a graph here can be converted into a tabular report and can be exported into Excel. So as soon as you do that, you will observe that this is the fresh Excel file that got created, where you can see this is the data that we have got. Categories mein we had furniture, office supplies and technology, which have been further bifurcated into 4 regions: central, east, south and west. We have the profit and the sales value. So now if along with the graphs we also want to give the tabular reports to someone, this is the best option to do that. And many of the times people do require the tabular reports in order to present it to their managers. So this not only becomes a handy but also a very useful approach in presenting the data along with the visuals. So this is something that I like about Tableau, that it does not restrict you to visualize data only in Tableau, but also supports some other commonly used kind of formats. So now that we have seen how to export this graph, let me conclude off the discussion related to this graph. But before we conclude, there is one small thing that I want to discuss further, which is ideally not needed, but sometimes can be useful. And that is about editing the axis. So let me tell you that by default, when Tableau creates the values for the axis, you can see the Y values here, which is the furniture, office supplies and technology that is presented on the Y-axis, are correct. At the same time, on the x-axis, we have the sales variable, where again it has correctly taken the values depending on whatever was the range of the sales variable. So usually, as I said, you don't need to change or manipulate the axis. But just in case you want to have some different intervals or you want to represent those values differently, then you have an option to edit the axis. So when you right click on that axis, you get the edit axis option, which will give you the edit axis dialog box. This is where you can observe that by default it selects the range automatically, but you can fix a particular range. So let's say I want to use a custom range which I will specify. Let's say I want to start from 0, but I want to go up to, let's say, 12 lakhs. Can you observe the range automatically got adjusted on the axis according to the value that I have passed here. You can also select a reversed scale. Of course, we do not do this any of the times mostly, but this is an option that is provided. You can also go with the logarithmic scale, where you can see you get the log values on the x-axis, which represents your data. But again, this is a less used kind of an option. Let me uncheck this. I'll go with the original scale. You can also give some title. If not the default title, you can also try to change the title and also give a subtitle to that particular axis, and you can edit it. Apart from this general settings that you can do, you can also change the values for the tick marks. Let me adjust this window here and you should be able to see what I'm trying to change. The major tick marks are again set automatically. But if you want to set it at a certain interval, you can mention what should be the interval. Currently it has taken 10 lakh as the values, but let's say I want the major tick marks to appear at a 1 lakh interval. Can you see? Now the major tick marks are at a 1 lakh interval. Similarly, if at all you want to show minor tick marks, you can pass some range over here as well. This is where I have passed an interval of 50,000 where the minor tick marks will be seen. Now these tick marks are visible over here between the 1 lakh interval. So if you observe, these are very minor, so not very clearly visible, but yes, these are the minor tick marks that we have allocated at a 50,000 interval. So these are the various settings that you can do in order to change the axis. But as I said, we usually do not require to change the axis because by default, whatever Tableau does with respect to the range of your variable, it does a fairly good job. But whenever you try to edit any of the values in the axis, you can see there is a paperclip icon that it associates with that variable. So that icon that you see, the pin icon, that indicates that that axis has been edited. So Tableau has a very good way of indicating certain changes that you have been doing on that particular visual. Like, as I said, whatever beautification you do using the marks card, all of that options are residing here, which clearly indicate that the color has been given on the basis of region, the size has been adjusted on the basis of profit, the details have been added on the basis of region, and labels are being displayed for sales and profit. Similarly, you can clearly see this indicator here, the pin icon, which says that the sales axis has been edited. So because I have changed the major and the minor tick mark intervals, you can see that pin icon is available. So this is Tableau's way of indicating certain changes that are being applied onto the visual that you have created, so that whenever you look at the view as a third person, you are able to relate to all of the information and all of the customization that has happened on the graph. So this was an example of our very first graph that we created with the help of Tableau Desktop, where we not just created a basic bar graph, but we also tried exploring the entire options on the marks card. We also tried exporting it into different formats, and we also tried understanding and changing certain things in order to beautify this graph. Now that we have seen how to create a simple bar graph in Tableau and customize it, let's move on to the rest of the things. So we'll first try to create a fresh sheet in Tableau so that we can create a new visual on it. So Tableau allows you to create one visual on one sheet. So in order to create a new sheet, this is the button that you need to work upon. Once I click on this, you can see I'm landing on to a new page where I'll be able to create a new visual. The same thing can be achieved with the help of this button on the toolbar. This is the new worksheet button, which will allow us to create a new visual. Now that we are on this fresh sheet, let's try to create a new graph. We have seen a bar graph already. Let's try something related to the maps, because Tableau offers you to build maps where you can plot the geographical data. Let's say I want to see what is the sales done by each of the state. So I dragged the state and dropped it onto the rows. Similarly, let me scroll down and fetch the sales variable and let me drop it onto columns. Now once I get this kind of a graph, you can see it defaults to the bar graph, given that this was also an applicable graph. But I also want you to observe that the map related graphs are now enabled, because they too are suitable on this data. So let's try to change this simple bar graph to a symbol map. There are two options available related to the maps, where one is the symbol map and the second one is a field map. We'll try out both of them, but let's try out the symbol map first. So as soon as I click on the symbol map, I want you to observe that there are certain changes that happened on the screen. For example, I did not put this latitude or longitude into the rows and columns, right? This gets populated automatically as you select the map related graph. And I want you to observe that these were the auto-generated variables. So as soon as Tableau observes that there are certain geographical location related variables, like in our case, we had country, state, city, postal code, where the data type was a geographical icon. So in that case, Tableau will automatically populate the latitude and longitude columns for you, wherein we can use these columns automatically, which get used. Tableau offers you the latitude and longitude columns automatically, which get used when you are building map related graphs. So now if you see, I get to see some sort of customizations applied onto this graph. For example, if you see, there is a detail icon associated with the country variable. Did I pull up the country variable? No. Tableau did that automatically as soon as it realized that the states that were present in this variable all were belonging to the United States country. So in order to plot the states, it had to include the country variable as well. So within the country United States, it has populated the various states, and this is the kind of graph that it has generated. Where I want you to observe that we are getting circles in order to represent how much was the contribution given by each of the state towards the total sales that was achieved by the superstore. So if you see here, this is the size icon associated with sum of sales, which means that the size of the circle is indicating the total contribution done by that state. So if you see here, California is the state which shows the largest circle, and there are many other states which are showing very small circles. Now, this is called as a symbol map, where we use symbols, in our case circles, in order to represent the data. But this is not a completely customized kind of a graph, right? So apart from the customizations that Tableau has already applied onto this map, let's try to add some more customizations. For example, currently our data is being shown in the form of circles. By default, the shape of the marker is a circle, but you can easily change it to this option. So if I say I want to display the markers in the form of squares, I can do that, and you can see the shape has changed to squares. But more than the marker, I would like to change the size of the marker. So if I click on this size option, you will end up getting a slider. If you see, the slider is showing a smaller position right now, but if I increase the position of this slider, you will see we end up getting larger circles. So we can use this option to ensure that the markers are very clearly visible. So now we can clearly see that California is the state which shows us the largest circle, and there are many other states like Wyoming, Montana, etc., which show us very small circles, which means that these states are contributing very less to the overall sales. Whereas states like California, New York are contributing the maximum. So that's the use of the size option from the marks card with respect to the maps related graphs. Of course, we can also change the color, but this will only simply change the color of the markers. So if you want to show it using any other color, let's say I'm selecting green, this is the output. So there are many customizations that we can do apart from the color and the size. We can also label this graph. So currently it's only the circles and the size that is indicating how much is the sales that the state is contributing to. But let's say I also want to label it. All I need to do is just check this option related to show mark labels. And you will see that all the state values, and you can see all the values for the sales are being displayed. So you can see what is the highest value that a state is contributing, and given that we have also applied the labels, you can see each and every label might not get displayed for certain states like the smaller ones over here. So let's say if I want to display all of these values, all I need to do is check this option here which states allow labels to overlap the other marks. Now as soon as I check this, can you observe? It is now displaying the values for each and every state, even though the state is very small. We also have certain options where we can show only maybe the min and max values. So if I do that, let me show you, this is the maximum value and this is the minimum value. But I would prefer showing all of the values for now. So let me select that option. Yeah. and let me also allow the labels to overlap the other marks. Now, even though this graph has fitted into the screen with the entire United States as a country, and apart from that certain other states as well, but you also get these kind of options here on the map which allow you to zoom in and zoom out. So as soon as you click on this plus icon here, you can see I'm zooming in into the center of the map, whereas the zoom out option is available to help me zoom out from the map. But there are certain other options also available. Let's say, for example, if while giving the presentation, I want to focus on the east region of United States. So we have the pan option available here. You can see this icon here. Once I select that, I can actually pan onto the region. So now that I'm focusing on the east region, I can now click on this plus icon here, and you will see I'm able to focus only on the east region of United States. So using this pan option, you can just adjust the graph and locate a particular state which you want the audience to focus upon. So those are certain options that you can definitely use while working onto the map related graphs and charts. For now, let me adjust this graph in such a manner that all our states are visible. So this is one of the ways in order to visualize your data where geographical locations are included. But let me tell you that in order to visualize map related graphs, you'll always need an internet connectivity, because Tableau fetches all of these maps from OpenStreetMap. And it also gives you multiple themes that you can actually use while visualizing these graphs. So let's say, for example, just to show you, we have the maps option here in the menu, within which we have this background maps. Now you can see by default the light theme is selected. But suppose if I want to go ahead with some other theme, all I need to do is just click on that option. So this is the normal theme, where you also get to see certain water bodies colored over here, and there are other options as well. So let me show you a couple of them. So the dark mode will change the background color to dark, and here while you work into the dark mode, just ensure that whatever color you choose in order to show the marker should be of a lighter shade so that it is clearly visible. But yeah, apart from that, we also have, let's say, the satellite mode, which is also a very good visualization that you can use over here while displaying the maps. So it's up to us to choose a particular theme from the many themes that are available. But as I said, we need to have internet connectivity while working on to maps, because it loads from the internet based on the latitude and the longitudes that it is going to use. So for now, I'll stick to the original mode, which is the light theme, and let me change the color back to the blue shade. So this was our very first map visual that we created, where what we tried plotting was state-wise what is the contribution to the overall sales. Now let's move on towards a new sheet where we will try to work upon the filled map, which is the other type of map available in Tableau. This time let me look at the profit that is contributed by each of the states. So let me again drag the state variable and the profit variable. And yes, this is again a bar graph that it gave me by default, right? Now, while you look at the bar graph present on the screen, I want you to observe that this time your 0 is somewhere in between, right? On the axis, it is not at the very left hand side, but in between, because we are looking at a variable like profit, where the values could be giving us profit as well as loss. So there are bars which are also going towards the left hand side, which indicate that these are the states which are giving us the losses, and the rest of the states are giving us profit. So now that this is a bar graph, let's try to change it to the filled map. And the filled map will allow you to fill a map with colors, where the colors and the intensity of the colors are going to actually talk upon how much is the value that is contributed by each of the state. Now, as soon as colors become applicable, you know there is a color legend that is going to appear for you, right? So this is the default color scheme that it has applied here, where you can see the color is a diverging color palette which converges from orange to dark blue. So you can see that the states which are giving you losses are denoted using the orange shade, There is a gray shade that appears here which is indicating values pretty close to 0. And as you go on towards higher profits, you can see the color changes to dark blue. So this is where I can clearly observe that California is probably the state which is giving me the maximum profit, and Texas is the state that gives me the maximum loss. But yeah, let's make this graph more meaningful. Now if you observe, latitude and longitude is again in the rows and columns, right? Auto-generated. I did not put it there. But as soon as I selected a map related graph, this got populated here. You can see details are still being shown with the help of country and the state, where the entire United States graph has been loaded, within which it has plotted various states for us. And the sum of profit is being shown with the help of colors. Now let's try to edit these colors. Of course, you can also increase the opacity level to 100 so that you get the brightest of all the shades. But let's talk about the various color palettes that are available. Previously, when we looked at the bar graph, if you remember, we saw specific color palettes where there were solid colors which could be given to different categories, right? But now what I want you to observe is we are trying to color on the basis of profit variable, which is ideally a numerical variable. So in this case, where you color with the help of a numerical variable, you end up getting diverging color palettes because the colors will change gradually as the values increase or decrease. Whereas in case of a categorical variables, you get those solid colors like we saw in case of the previous graph where we tried coloring on the basis of category or region kind of variables. So now that we are coloring on the basis of a continuous numerical variable which is profit, these are the various color palettes that are available. You can choose whichever you want, but what I want you to observe is all of them are kind of diverging. Either a single shade or there are multiple shades together. Given that we are looking at a variable like profit, I would like to go with the red and green diverging color palette because I want to display the loss related values using red and the profit related values using green. Now I also have these options available here which can help me customize this a little bit. For example, stepped color will give you typical steps where you can decide how many number of steps you want. So if I keep on increasing this value, you can see the number of steps in this color palette are increasing. But I usually prefer the diverging color palette because it looks like a continuous flow. You can also reverse the color scheme. So let's say green would be the color that can be used to represent the loss related states and red would be the color for the profit related states. But that's usually the opposite, right? So let me not do that. I'll prefer red for the loss and green for the profit. You can also use full color range. So right now if you see, the brightest shade or the darkest shade of red is not being used here because the loss related value is not that very high. Okay, but green is almost matching the darkest green shade here. That's because it was a high profit value that we have got here. But if we want to enforce that I want to use the darkest shades that are present in this color scheme, I can use this option and you can now see that it will use the darkest shade of red. So let me click on OK or apply in order to apply this changes to this graph, and you can see the map has changed the colors. So we can see that Texas, which was the state that gave us the maximum loss, is now represented using the darkest shade of red. Whereas California, which was the state that was giving us the maximum profit, is being represented using the darkest shade of green. Yes, there is a slight shade of gray that you can observe over here for these kind of states where there were, very less values that we can see. But most of the states seem to give us profit because you can see green is the major color that we observe across all of these states. So now that we have colored this graph as per our requirement, we can also feel free to label it. So let me check this option of show mark labels, and you can see all of these values have been labeled. But now the problem is I am able to see the labels which are representing the profit values. But I'm not able to, immediately recognize which state is each of the value pointing to. So if you want, you can also drag the state variable onto label, and you can see the states are now being labeled with their names. At the same time, I also want to display the profit related values. So let me drag and drop profit as well onto the states. Let me drag and drop the state variable in order to So as soon as I apply the labels, we got to see the profit related values for each of the state. But what if I also want to display the state names? Because currently it is difficult for me to relate to which state is each of the value pointing to. So in that case, let me drag the state variable as well and drop it onto the label. And this is where you will now observe that it's only the state names that are being displayed as the labels. But I wanted to display even the profit related values. So let me drag the profit variable as well and let me put it onto the labels. So now I want you to observe that both the state name as well as the profit value is being displayed on each and every state. So this is what makes it more meaningful. Yeah, although we can observe that it is not showing the labels for each and every state given the size of the state was very small, we can ensure or enforce that with the help of this checkbox here, right? So now it will display all of the labels. Even though they overlap on each other, it makes it look a little cluttered. But if we try to zoom in onto that particular section, we will be able to see those values properly. So let's say this east region looks a little cluttered, but as soon as I zoom in into that area, you can see the values are clearly readable. So this is how you can make use of a filled map as well in order to display the values in the form of colors. And many of the times when we look at values like sales or profit especially, it is very useful to use a filled map over a symbol map, given that the colors and the intensity of the colors help us understand the map more meaningfully than a simple symbol map. So this was about the map related graphs that you can plot using Tableau, and I just want you to remember that latitude and longitude automatically get applied into the rows and the column shelf as soon as you select the right type of map. And also another reminder that you will need internet connectivity whenever you are trying to generate any map related graphs or charts. The next topic that we'll move on towards is some other types of visualizations. Let's say I want to work upon a graph where I am trying to look at the category and the subcategory wise sales. So let me drag the sales variable as well into the columns. So this is a very simple bar graph that it has generated for me again, where we can see that there is category, subcategory, and the bars are representing the value for the sales. So you can have multiple variables included into the x-axis and the y-axis, and that's the point that I'm trying to highlight here. So let's say along with the sales variable, if I also want to include the profit variable, I can drag and drop it over here. And I want you to observe that there are two graphs that got created, where one of the pane is indicating the sales and the other pane is indicating the profit. So you can have these kind of multiple variables included into a single view. So currently, given that we have chosen two categorical variables, where the first one is the category and the second one is the subcategory, I want you to observe how Tableau automatically and cleverly divides this entire set of values into different panes. So those subcategories which were related to furniture are put into a single pane, Those subcategories which are related to the office supplies are put into a single pane, and those categories which were related to technology are being put into another pane. So this is where we are dividing the entire data pane wise in order to distinguish between the categories. The same thing gets applied for the profit variable as well. So this is where we are displaying two different values into a single view. Feel free to remove any of them if you don't want to use it. But the point that I am trying to highlight here is that as soon as you work upon two different graphs included into a single view, there are two different options that you get in order to apply onto the different graphs. Let's say, for example, if you look at this entire marks card, the options that are visible over here will be applicable to both the graphs. Like for example, if I apply the labels, I want you to observe that labels are getting applied now on both the graphs. But suppose, if I want to customize only one of the graph out of these two, I can select on these options which are available here. For example, I want to customize the graph which includes the sum of sales. Whatever application of customization that I'll do here will be only applied onto this graph, and the other graph will remain unaffected. So let's say if I want to change the colors for this particular graph, I can do that. So let's say for example, I want to color this graph on the basis of category. Let me drag category and drop it onto color. Did you observe? It is only this graph that got colored. So each of the category is getting a different color here. And you can clearly observe the color legend has also appeared here, which indicates that furniture is represented using blue, office supplies is represented using red, and technology is represented using the green color. At the same time, the profit variable is not displaying any changes in terms of the colors. So in case you want to color that as well with the help of the category variable, you can do that. Or maybe if you want to color it on the basis of, let's say, the profit variable, which we are trying to display as the values as well. If I want to color it on the basis of profit, you can see that again that diverging color palette has appeared, where the default one, the orange to blue, has appeared as the set palette, but we can obviously change that. As you know, we can go to edit colors and we can choose whichever diverging palette we want. I'll again choose the red green for now and I'll apply it, and you will be able to see those changes applicable onto this graph. So the point that I'm trying to highlight is when you are using multiple graphs into a single view, you get different customizations applicable for each of the graph. Either you do it commonly for both the graphs or you do it individually for whichever graph you want to customize. So that's another good point of Tableau that you can definitely use when you are viewing related but different data into a single view. Now let's try out something related to sorting the data. Let's say for example, I am trying to build a new sheet where I again want to include this same kind of a graph where I'm trying to show category and subcategory wise sales. I can do that manually by creating a new sheet and dragging and dropping those variables again, or else a good option that I have is I can duplicate this sheet so that I don't have to redo the entire thing. Let's say I am trying to duplicate this entire sheet. I just need to click on this button here on the toolbar, which will allow me to duplicate. So now that you have clicked on the duplicate button, can you observe the sheet 4 second version has got created here. Now this is where you again get to see both the graphs. But let's say I don't want this profit related graph here. I'll just drag and drop it over here to remove that. And you can see I just have a single graph now which shows the category and the subcategory wise sales. Now this is where all of the values have been labeled for now, and you can also adjust the height. Okay, so let me say I'm fitting this to the entire view. You'll be able to see all of the labels are now being displayed, which previously were not visible because the bars were very narrow in the width. Now that this graph is clearly visible, let me talk upon how do we sort the data in Tableau. So while we sort the data, there are multiple options that are available which we can make use of. And I'm going to show you all of those options one after the other. Now, just to jog your memories, we had a sorting option that we have already noticed while we discussed the data source tab. You remember when we were talking about the header that you see in this particular data source pane, there was an option that was available here, a kind of sorting icon, a button that was available which could allow you to sort the data. And it is as simple as just clicking on that sort button and getting your data sorted in either the ascending or the descending order or the data source order. So there are these three orders which are available. You sort it in the ascending order or the descending or the way it is present in the actual dataset file. So let's say if I click on this customer name, you can see the data is getting sorted from A to Z. If I click on the descending button, you can see it is the Z to A wala order. And if I click once again, it is the actual order in which the data is present in the file. So this is one of the ways using which you can sort the data. However, when you sort your data in the data source, it is only getting sorted in this particular view and does not have any changes onto any of the graphs that you have created using this data. So this is actually sorting to just see the data in a sorted manner in this table. But what if I want to sort the graphs and charts that I have created? So let's say, for example, I want to sort this particular graph. There are again multiple options which I can use while I am onto this sheet. For example, the very first option that I would like to show you is the sorting at the axis level. If you observe here, next to the sales, I have this icon again available which allows me to sort the data. One click will give me the descending order, another click will give me the ascending order, and the third click will again give me the original order. So the same logic that we saw on the data source pane is available at the axis level as well. All you need to do is simply click on that icon. And once you click on it, I want you to observe that that icon is now available there. Because as a third person, when you look at this graph, you should be able to realize that the graph has been sorted on the basis of the sales axis. So this is where I want you to observe that within each pane, all of the categories, or let me put it this way, within each of the categories, all of the subcategories have been sorted in a descending order. We can see that chairs is giving us the maximum sales with respect to the furniture. Storage related office supplies are giving us the maximum sales in the category of office supplies. And phones are the product which are giving us the maximum sales in the technology. So this is where I can easily look at the values and make sense out of it. So sorting is many of the times useful when you have a lot of values, a lot of subcategories, let's say, and you want to mainly focus on those top few categories in each of the major categories. So this is how you can sort easily at the axis level, where if you observe, I have sorted on the basis of the numerical variable, which was present on your x-axis. But you can also sort your data on the basis of the variables that are present on the y-axis, and both of them are categorical variables. So I want you to observe that when you click on this category variable, as soon as I hover over it, you get to see A to Z or Z to A wala order. Let's say if I click on A to Z, my values were already in the ascending order. But if I click once again, you will see that it will shuffle the order. And now you can see it is in the descending order, where technology comes first, then comes office supplies, and then the furniture. Similarly, if you also want to sort your data on the basis of subcategories, you can click on this icon and you will again see it is in the ascending alphabetical order, where copiers came first and then the phones, fasteners in this office supplies came first and then going towards storage. And similarly, in case of furniture, furnishings is the first category and chairs is the later category. So if you want to further sort the data on the basis of the subcategory, we can click on this icon and you can see we again get the ascending or the descending order as we click on this icon. So currently we have the ascending order, where in the technology I want you to observe that we start with A and go up to P, accessories to phones. In case of office supplies, we start with appliances and go towards the supplies. And similarly, in case of furniture, we start with bookcases and go up to tables. Once again, if I click on this, you can see it's the descending order that we have, where we start with phones and go towards the accessories, and similarly for the rest of the categories. So this is how we can either sort the data on the x-axis or on the y-axis variables by simply clicking onto these icons that are available next to the labels on those axes. This is what is called as axis level sorting. Apart from the axis level sorting, we also have other ways to sort. For example, you also have these two buttons available on the toolbar that allow you to quickly sort the data. So one click will give me the ascending order and this one will give me the descending order. This is known as your toolbar level sorting. So we saw the data source level sorting, we saw the axis level sorting, and we also saw the toolbar level sorting. But the main approach using which we can sort the data is at the pill level. So this category and subcategory which we have placed over here are known as pills in Tableau. If you observe, these buttons or the pills are currently showing me that the data is sorted in the descending order. But if I click onto this arrow, can you observe that there is a proper sort option available which gives you a typical sort dialog box where there are multiple options which you can use in order to sort. So let's try to figure out what are the possible ways using which we can sort the data. If you see here, sort by which approach is what it is asking us. If I go with the data source order, the options that I get over here is whether I want it in the ascending order or whether I want it in the descending order. We can choose whichever is the convenient one for us. But the same thing comes when you are also looking at the alphabetic order. Ascending order will give you in the ascending order and this one will give you in the descending order. Now just observe this point that I had got this sort menu by clicking onto the category variable. So whatever sorting options that I am applying are actually getting applied onto the category variable. In case you want to apply the sorting on the basis of the subcategory variable, please ensure that you are choosing the sort option from this pill and not from the category pill. Let's say if I go with this sorting option now on the basis of the subcategory variable, let's explore the other options. You can also sort on the basis of field. And this is a very interesting one. Although you can choose your ascending or descending order over here, I want you to mainly observe that which is the field on which you are choosing to sort. Which is the field on which you are using to sort. Currently, because we have used the sum of sales into the graph, I want you to observe the same aggregation and the same field is being used in this menu as well. So we are sorting in the descending order of sum of sales. But Tableau does not restrict you to sort on the basis of only that variable which you have used in the graph. I have the liberty to choose any other variable as well. So maybe the data that I am representing using the bars could be showing the values for the sales. But I want to sort the data on the basis of profit. So this is where you can see, given that I have sorted in the descending order, technology category shows that copiers are the subcategory of product which is giving us maximum profit. Even though the sales for the phones was the highest, but the profit that we are earning is highest in terms of the copiers and not in terms of the phones. So we have the liberty to choose any other field as well as aggregation measure. I can choose from the several aggregation measures that are available over here and we can accordingly adjust the visualization. So which is the product that is giving me on an average a very high profit, based on that we have sorted the data currently. But Usually when you look at profit-like variables, it is the sum aggregation measure which is most applicable. Now, this is where we try to sort on the basis of a field value. Apart from this, you can also choose to sort the data manually. This manual option will give you the list of all the subcategories here, and you can try adjusting these subcategories in an order which you would like to display to the audience. Let's say, for example, within the office supplies, I would like to bring the fasteners above binders. All I need to do is drag this fasteners and drop it above the binders. Can you see? The graph has shown the change. But this approach ideally becomes difficult to handle through this dialog box, because if you observe, all of the subcategories are present together. They are not divided on the basis of the categories. So what we can do instead is, we can directly choose to drag and drop the subcategories within the view. Can you observe? I dragged the art category and I dropped it over the appliances, and you can see it has shifted its position. Let's say I want art at the very top. I can put it above paper, and you can see the graph is showing the change accordingly. So you can manually sort the data in the order in which you want the audience to focus on that particular data. So this is also manual sorting, which is a good way to sort your data. But there is a final option that I would like to show you, which is the nested sorting. This is where you can sort using two options together, either in the ascending order, descending order, or on the basis of the field name combined together. This is pretty much equivalent to the field level sorting that we had seen some time back, and this gives you the option to combine the multiple sorting effects together onto the graph that you have built. So whichever approach you would like to choose, select that approach, make the necessary changes, and you will be able to see the graph showing those changes applied onto the data. Remember, sorting the graph means sorting it only for that particular sheet. If you go back to the previous sheets, you will see the data is as it is. So sorting is a sheet level activity and not a workbook level activity. All the changes that you have made are only applicable to that specific sheet. So now that we have seen the major option of sorting, which is the sort menu that we can access with the help of the pin, this is where I also want to show you that there is a clear sort option that has also been provided. In case you don't want to sort the data or want to remove all the effects that you have applied with respect to sorting, you can clear sort, and you will see you get the original data back again. Although the axis level sorting is still applicable here, because that was the different way of sorting that we had applied previously. So the clear sort will only clear the sorting that you had done with the help of the sort menu which you had chosen from here. So this is how the entire sorting thing works onto the various types of graphs and charts. And let me tell you, the way we have sorted this particular graph, similarly you can sort any other given graph as well. Now, having said this, let me talk upon this particular pane. If you see, there are categories going in an increasing order, where you can see the furnishing is giving us the lowest sales and the chairs is giving us the maximum sales. Now, while we discuss this, I also want to highlight that all of these bars in the furniture category are actually consuming a good amount of space, right? They are contributing good. So you can see lengthy bars for each of the categories. But if you look at the few categories that are present in the office supplies, for example, the subcategories like fasteners, labels, envelopes, art, etc., these are contributing very less to the overall sales, right? But they are still occupying the space for a particular bar. And that's because it was an individual category, so it will occupy that space. But what if I have a lot of such subcategories? currently whatever values we have are actually fitting into this entire view. So we are not getting any kind of scroll bars while we look at this graph. But let's say if there are even more categories, let's say 50 or 100 subcategories that we have, we will definitely end up getting a scroll bar. And having a graph with a scroll bar at the time of your final presentation is ideally not a best practice. So in such kind of situations, what we can do is we can club together such categories which are contributing very low. For example, as we discussed, fasteners, labels, envelopes, these are contributing very less. So maybe we can combine these three categories together and group it as a single category. So that's where we are talking about creating groups within the data, such that these three categories, once combined into a single one, will occupy the space of only one bar. So in order to help you relate to an example, suppose there is a variable like occupation and there are hundreds of occupations listed there. There are a few major ones, but the rest of them are just one or two in count. In such kind of situations, what you can do is you can create a others category where you can put the rest of those subcategories. Keeping the major ones intact, the rest of them can be clubbed together as a others category. The same thing is what we are going to do here with the help of these subcategories, which are fasteners, labels and envelopes. So let's say if I want to create a grouped variable, what I need to do is the variable within which I want to create groups, I need to right click onto that. So suppose I right click onto the subcategory variable, you get this option to create group. Once I click on this, can you observe this is the group dialog box that I am getting, where the field name is indicated as subcategory group. Of course, you can rename this variable, but I prefer having the variable with that word group because that clearly indicates that this is a grouped variable created for the subcategory variable. So let the name be as it is. What we get to see here is a list of all the subcategories that were present in that variable. Now within this list of values, what we need to work upon is fasteners, labels and envelopes as we discussed. So what we can do is, using the control key, we can select multiple values here. I have selected the envelopes, fasteners and labels, remember, using the control key for multiple selection. Now I can group together these elements by clicking onto this group button. And can you observe, there is a paperclip icon that has got associated with this, indicating that this is a group. And the name has also got auto-populated based on what were the subcategories that you tried to group. But you obviously can rename it. So these were like, very small or let's say stationary items that we were trying to group together. So let me name it as stationary items. And this is where the group will be named as stationary items and will be available as a single category once I hit the enter here. So now that I have created this, let me click on OK, and you will see that a new variable called as subcategory group with the paperclip icon has got created here. Now this is where I can try looking at this particular variable. Let me remove the subcategory variable from here and let me drag and drop the subcategory group variable. Subcategory group, here it is. So as soon as I drag and drop this one, can you observe I'm not getting to see the individual values for fasteners, labels and envelopes, and rather I'm able to see a single bar called as stationary items. This is how you can group together the multiple data points. Now, what if I want to add art also to these stationary items, because art again is contributing very low to the overall sales, isn't it? So suppose if I want to edit this group, we have that edit option here. Because this is a variable that we have created, we can definitely edit it. So once I go to this edit group, you can see I again get the same option, the same dialog box and the same set of options where I can now add the art to the existing group of stationery items. Either I can do it by dragging and dropping it within the stationery items, or I can do this by selecting art from here and going to this add to option, and you can see the group which we had created, the stationery items, is available here. All I need to do is select that, and you can see art is now present as part of the stationery items. At the same time, you can also ungroup a particular item. Let's say, for example, you decide that labels is something that I don't want to consider as part of the group. You can just select it and you can ungroup it, and you can now see it is available as an individual subcategory. So it is up to us to edit the group as per our convenience and requirement even at a later stage. Currently, I am trying to add the labels back into the stationery items group, and this is my final stationery items group which is ready to be applied. So now can you see art again is not available as an individual subcategory, but it is within the stationery items. Now this is where I get to see stationery items as a single bar. But what if I want to see those bars further bifurcated into those individual subcategories? We can easily do that because we still have the subcategory variable with us, right? So let me just drag that subcategory variable and let me place it next to the grouped variable. And can you observe now? I have three variables where category is further divided into the grouped subcategories, where you can see stationery items is a single group. And as soon as I drag the actual subcategories over here, you can see the stationery items is showing the bifurcation that art, envelopes, fasteners as well as labels all are a part of the stationery items. So this is where we have got a single bar when we look at only the grouped variable, and we get individual bars when we look at the actual variable. So this is how you can group together the elements in order to create a grouped category. Now let me also show you another approach using which you can create groups, and that's a quick, easy approach. Let's say, for example, at the runtime, you suddenly realize that you also want to combine the chairs and tables together. You can just select them using the control key, and you see that there is a pop-up menu that appears where there is this paperclip icon again present. If you hover over it, it tells you group members. All you need to do is click on that icon because this variable is actually a group data, correct? So if we click onto this, can you observe that chairs and tables have now been combined as a single group? And because we had the subcategories taken individually as well, you can see those two different bars. So if I just remove that subcategory variable from here, this is what I want you to observe. Chairs and tables is a single category now, similar to the stationery items which had 4 individual items into it, and this is the grouped effect that we are able to see. If I again decide to integrate the subcategory variable also into this, you see the further bifurcations where you can clearly see chairs and tables are being shown individually as well, and stationery items related categories are also being shown individually in the form of bars. This is how you can create groups within the data. Either you do it with the help of the grouping option, which gives you the typical menu where you can select the categories and you can group them together, or you can also do it quick on the go where you just use the control key for selecting the multiple categories and you click on that paperclip icon and it will do the grouping for you. So this is how groups can be established, and it is effectively used when you have large number of categories in the data. If you have a very few set of categories, grouping ideally is not required in Tableau. We would rather prefer having those categories being shown individually into the views. Now let's move on towards the next topic where we will be discussing upon the relationships between the variables. Now if you look at this same graph here, we have the category within which we have the grouped subcategory variable, and then we also have the subcategory variable here, right? Now this is where there is a relationship present amongst those variables, correct? For example, within category there are several subcategories, and within category we have several subcategories where there are certain categories which are grouped, and within those grouped categories we have several subcategories again. So in a way there is a hierarchy present between these variables. So what we are going to talk upon is how do you create hierarchies in Tableau, because establishing these relationships and hierarchies between the variables becomes especially important when you are going to use those variables quite often while building the graphs. You must have observed for multiple graphs I've used this same set of variables, right? Category, subcategory, everywhere. So it's better that I establish this relationship between them at once such that I can use that relationship going forward without having to do a manual search of variables every time. Let me show you how we can create a hierarchy, and I'll try to recreate this graph for you such that you'll be able to realize how that hierarchy has its own importance. So let me go on to the category variable as the very first thing, because that's the first level that I would want in my hierarchy. Now once I am onto the category variable, I would right click onto it and there is an option for hierarchy. If you have an existing hierarchy, you can add to it, but if you have to create a new hierarchy, you have this option of create hierarchy. Let me see the existing hierarchies that we have before we move on towards the create hierarchy. Can you observe there are two hierarchies here, location and product. Let's try to explore them as the first thing. So if you observe, this is the location hierarchy. Can you observe the icon next to it? It's a tree-like icon, which clearly is a indication that there is a hierarchy that has been created, and within that hierarchy, these are the various variables present. So the first variable in the location hierarchy is country. Within country, you have multiple regions. Within each region, there are several states. Within each of the state, there are several cities, and every city has again a postal code. So this is the kind of relationship that it has established between this set of variables. Let me pull up these variables for you and you'll be able to realize how this hierarchy works. So I tried dragging the location variable here, but can you observe the first variable within it, which was the country variable, has got populated. Now, as soon as I drag this country variable, I don't need to drag the rest of the variables manually. Of course, I can do that, but that's not needed. Because if you observe on this pill, there is a plus icon associated, which is indicating that this variable can further be drilled down to the next level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this plus icon, can you observe I'm getting regions for each of the country. So we have this 4 regions in all: central, east, south and west. And you can see for Canada there is only central, east and west. So only those 3 categories have populated. And for United States, all the 4 regions. Now you also see a plus icon associated with the region variable. So if you click on that, you can see it is further including the state variable for us, where you can see the several states associated with each of the region. Within the states, you further have the cities, and for the cities, you again have the postal codes, correct? So this is how you can simply perform a drill down and even a roll up operation, because there is a hierarchy associated with this set of variables. Currently, we have drill down. And you can see postal code is the last variable present in this hierarchy. So there is no plus or minus sign associated with it, right? But now, after drilling down to the most granular level, if I decide at the runtime while presenting that, let's say I don't want to talk about the city-wise information, I can roll up to the previous level also. So you can roll up to whichever level you want. Let's say I click on city, you can see the postal code has gone away. If I roll up to the state level or to the region level, you will see that would be the information that it would consider for building the view. So the data would still remain the same, but you are just deciding the level of hierarchy at which you want to present the data. So this was a kind of inbuilt hierarchy that Tableau had created into this sample superstore related database. Similarly, you can also see there is a product hierarchy also present here, which Tableau has created for us, where there are only manufacturer and product name. But ideally we have a lot of variables related to product, right? Like the category or the subcategory that we were looking at, they were all product related categories only. So if I want to, let's say, recreate this hierarchy, I'll first have to remove this hierarchy. Okay. So how do you remove the hierarchy? Just right click on it and you get an option to remove hierarchy. Alright. So now that the hierarchy has been removed, you can see the variables which were a part of that hierarchy, which is the manufacturer and the product name, are now available as individual variables in this data. Now what I need to do is create a fresh hierarchy. And whenever you create a fresh hierarchy, always start with the highest level in that hierarchy, which is in our case the category variable, right? So let me right click onto the category variable and go to the hierarchy option to create hierarchy. As soon as I click on that, you can see it is prompting me to enter a hierarchy name. Let me name it as products. As soon as I hit enter, can you observe the products hierarchy has got created, within which there is only category variable which is residing right now. Now I can further add more variables under this hierarchy. Within the category, I would like to have the subcategory. So there are two ways in which we can add more variables into a hierarchy. Either you go to this right click option, go to the hierarchy and go to add to hierarchy, select the hierarchy in which you need to add it. So let's say, for example, if I am selecting products here, can you observe the subcategory variable got added below the category? So this is one of the way using which you can add more variables. But the simplest way is to drag and drop. You can simply drag and place the variables in the order in which you want them in the hierarchy. Let's say, for example, I want after subcategory, let me select the manufacturer. For every subcategory, there were different manufacturers. So I can drag and drop the manufacturer. Now, when I do this, can you observe there is a black horizontal line appearing? This is where it is indicating me where I am going to place the manufacturer. Do I need it below the subcategory or do I need it above the subcategory? Based on that, I can drop the variable. So only drop it when you are at the right position in the hierarchy. I want it below the subcategory, so I am dropping it over there and you can see it got added. Now, after manufacturer, let me think of which is the next level that can be used. Every manufacturer is producing certain products. So let me drag the product and let me drop it below the manufacturer. So product name, and I also saw product ID. So let me drag that as well and drop it below the product name. Alright. So this is the products hierarchy that we have created. We also have the grouped subcategory variable which we can definitely add. But let's think of where to add it and then we will do that change. For now, our products hierarchy is ready. Consists of 5 variables here. So let's at least try to look at where are these variables going to be placed. So let me remove these variables which we had temporarily taken on the sheet and let me drag the products variable. Now as soon as I drag the products hierarchy, did you observe? The first level in that hierarchy has got populated, which is category. If I drill it down, I get the subcategory. If I drill it down further, I get to see which are the manufacturers associated with each of the subcategory. And if I drill down further, I get to see the product names that were manufactured by each of the manufacturer. Every product name also has a product ID associated, and this is the last level in the hierarchy. So this is where we have created a hierarchy which we can now easily use in order to perform the drill down and the roll up kind of operations. Suppose at the runtime, if I decide that I don't want to include the details, very granular details like product name or product ID, I can roll it up to the subcategory level as well. And this is where I only get to see the category and the subcategory of the products. So it is up to us to decide what should be the level in the hierarchy that we want to maintain while displaying that visual. Now that we have observed how to create hierarchies in Tableau, we can now maybe try to complete this graph. So currently we have the category and the subcategory present in this. Let's try to add up a numerical column so that this graph looks complete. So let me drag either maybe sales or profit, anything that you wish, and yeah, this is the graph that we have got. In case you want to color it on the basis of category, let's do that. Okay, now with respect to colors, there's one thing that I would like to discuss, that you have multiple options to color, right? Like you have category also, you have subcategory also included into this graph. So which would be the ideal variable to color? So let's say if you try to color it on the basis of subcategory, you will get different color shades for the different bars that you have, right? But is this really adding any value to the graph? The answer is no. So that is where this is one point that I want you to understand, that as a best practice of visualization, try to customize your graph in such a way that it adds some value or meaning to the graph. So instead of this subcategory, let me just remove this effect. Instead of this subcategory, it's better if I color it on the basis of category, because then you can clearly see that there are blue bars representing one of the category, red bars representing office supplies, and similarly the green bars, right? And that makes some meaning. So this is something that you should always remember whenever you are trying to customize any of your graphs. Now that the graph is complete, where we are trying to look at category and subcategory wise sales, we can make sense out of this. But do you remember the subcategory grouped variable that we had created? We can add this variable also to the hierarchy, right? Because it's a variable. So we can include this as well into the products hierarchy. And the question now is, where should I include it? Above or below the subcategory? So let's say, for example, I try to drag this subcategory and place it below the actual subcategory variable. I can try to drill down and see what is the effect. Is it the effect that we wanted? No. So what has happened currently is, envelopes, fasteners and labels were actually considered as individual categories because of the actual variable. And now that we have included subcategory grouped variable below that, you can see those three items are represented as stationery items, stationery items, stationery items. But those three bars did not get combined into a single one, right? So this does not meet our purpose. So what I want you to realize is, placement of that grouped variable is very, very important in the hierarchy in order to represent the correct flow of values. So the ideal position for this grouped variable is above the subcategory and not below. So let me drag and adjust this. And now let me try to drill it down again. So category getting drilled down into the grouped variable. And yes, this is where we see the stationery items is represented as a single bar. Now if I further want to see what are the subcategories, you can see stationery items is further drilled down into arts, envelopes, fasteners and labels. So this is the right flow of the hierarchy. So hierarchy is not just storing variables together at a single position. Of course, it gives you that ease of accessing the variables because you have kept all the related variables together. But more than that, it is the relationship between the variables that gets established in a better manner so that you can use it easily while performing those drill down and roll up kind of operations. So this is something that I wanted to discuss in terms of the hierarchies or user defined hierarchies that you can create using Tableau. And the reason why I use the word user defined is because Tableau also provides some inbuilt hierarchies to you. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is which is the inbuilt hierarchy that Tableau offers you. So let me go on to a fresh sheet again and let me try showing you another visual where I want to, let me try showing you another visual where I want to show you something related to the date values. So let's say I want to see how are my sales fluctuating over the period of time. That's where I'm going to consider the order date variable. We had these two variables, order date and ship date, but ideally order date is when the sales actually happen. Ship date is only when the product is shipped. So let me take the order date into consideration. Now, as soon as I drag the order date variable, did you observe that it is aggregating it to the yearly aggregation level? Order date in our data was present in the form of day-wise date. Can you observe here? 3rd of January, 4th of January, and so on and so forth. But as soon as I pulled it up as a variable in the rows, you can see it has aggregated it to the yearly level. And this is where you can see we had the data for 2021, 22, 23 and 24. So this is where Tableau integrates an inbuilt hierarchy within the date variables that you have in your data. And the default level of these hierarchies is year. If you drill it down further, you get the quarter. If you drill it down further, quarter gets drilled down to month, and month further gets drilled down to the day level. So you can see only those values at the day level which are actually present in your data. For example, if you go to the data source, can you observe there was no 1st or 2nd Jan entry that we had for the year 2021. So your actual values of the day variable also are starting from 3rd onwards. Only those values which are present in the data are present here. For example, there is no entry for 8th of January, so you can see that date has been skipped. So this is the kind of inbuilt hierarchy that Tableau associates with all of your date related variables. So you can easily perform this drill down and roll up kind of operations at the runtime and show your data more meaningfully. Because even Tableau knows that you may usually not be interested in looking at day-wise data. So that is where your other aggregations like quarter or monthly level will help you to analyze the data more meaningfully. So let's say, for example, I want to see quarterly sales that has been done by the superstore. Let me drag the sales variable and put it onto columns. So this is where you can see this is the kind of line graph that has got populated. We did not explore the line graph before, right? Line graph is ideally suitable when you are looking at the numerical variable over a period of time. Sales is a continuous numerical variable and year and quarter are related to the dates, right? So over the period of time, how are my sales fluctuating is what I'm trying to see with the help of this line graph. But then if you look at this graph currently, it looks like my sales are declining, correct? It's a decreasing order that we see in the sales. But that's not the true case, okay? So what has happened here is, if you observe, my date related variables, the year and the quarter, are on the y-axis, whereas the sales is on the x-axis. Ideally, when you look at the line graph, your x-axis shows the date and the y-axis shows the actual variable that you're looking at. So let's try to transpose this graph where I'll just switch the axis. So we have this transpose button on the toolbar that allows us to swap the rows and columns. Let's use that and you will see the real picture in front of you. So now can you observe the graph has changed its look and feel, where on the x-axis there are two variables. One is the year, where you can see it has taken it on the top, and based on that it has divided the graph into panes. And within each of the pane you have the quarters, where quarter 1 to quarter 4 is being displayed. And on the y-axis we now have the sales variable. So now that we look at the graph meaningfully, we can realize that the sales are usually less in the quarter 1 and they tend to increase by the quarter 4. This is where we have divided this graph yearly basis. But there are different types of line graphs that are available which can be applied here. The current one which it has used for us as the default one is the discrete lines, where as I said, it has divided my data on a yearly basis and then tried to plot those lines. But if you want a continuous kind of a line graph, this is the option that you can choose, and the same data is now being represented as a continuous line. You can see the ups and downs that we have in this data, where it is clearly visible that there is a yearly kind of a pattern that we can observe over here in the data, right? Our sales are initially on the lower side, but they increase by the end of the year is the kind of scenario across each of the years that we are looking at right now. And we have this data for a duration of how many? 4 years. And you can see on an overall basis that sales have only gone on increasing. So compared to 2021, we have much higher sales in the year 2024. That sounds like a good thing, right? For the superstore. So this is where we have tried creating a line graph, the pane-wise line graph as well as the continuous line graph. And let me show you that apart from these default level of aggregations, the year, quarter, month and day that we saw when it comes to the date related variables, there are other aggregations also that you can use. So if you see here, as soon as I clicked on this down button, there are various aggregations that are available. Okay, so if you see, you're currently looking at quarterly data, but if you want to further drill down, you can also choose a monthly kind of data, and you can see the monthly values are being shown. If you decide to choose any other level, let's say weekly basis, you want to see what are the sales and how they are fluctuating, you can easily do that by just a single click. That's the best thing of Tableau, right? Just a single click and you're able to make a lot of changes in the overall visualizations that you are building. So this is how you can select the aggregation, and based on that you can try to visualize the data. Now this is where it was a single variable, right? We were trying to look at the quarterly sales. Let me go back to the original graph that we had built. Quarterly sales at a continuous pace is what we are looking at. If I switch it to the discrete view, this is where the hierarchy was being used, right? And now let's say apart from the year and the quarter, if let's say instead of quarter, I want month, I don't want quarter, I can do that. So now can you observe yearly basis? These are the values that I get to see for the various months. Although it has taken alternate values on the x-axis because there is lesser space available. But let me try fitting it to the entire view, and yes, you should be able to see all the months related values on the labels now. So 12 months, 12 values is what you see over here on the x-axis, and this is the pane-wise divided graph on a yearly basis that we get to see. So it's up to us to decide the aggregation measure while we build the graph. But the default order that it always follows is year, then quarter, then month, and then the day. So this is how a line graph can be built. Now just to add a little bit of variation into this, let me tell you that currently this is a single line which is representing the overall sales that the superstore is doing. But what if I want to further bifurcate it on the basis of the category of products? So I want a different line for the furniture, I want a different line for the office supplies, and a third line for the technology related sales. In this case, all we need to do is drag and drop the category variable onto color. And can you observe? Now there are 3 different lines, each showing a different color that we have got here, where you can see the blue line represents the furniture sales, the red one indicates the office supply sales, and the green one talks about the technology related sales. So it's up to us to decide how and what customization we would like to add into this. Not just that, you can also label the graph, right? And while it comes to labels, if you select this show mark labels, it will show you each and every value because the marks to label has been set to all. But you can also take line ends such that you will be able to see only the first and the last value in each and every pane. So at the start of the year, what was the value, and at the end of the year, what was the value? That is what you'll get to see when you are setting this line ends option. Apart from that, You can also choose the size of these lines, how bold you want to display them. So you can adjust the bar over here and you'll be able to see that more meaningfully. And apart from this, you can also adjust the tooltip. We have already seen all of these options on the marks card, so I'm not reiterating on them. But this is where the inbuilt hierarchy that Tableau builds for you can be used when you're looking at the date related variables and building line graphs or any other kind of graphs on them. Let me also show you within this same graph. Let me just change this to the area graph. The area chart kind of tells you the similar thing, but it stacks one category above the other. So let's say, for example, the green color is for the technology. Over that, it has stacked the office supplies. And on top of that, what we have is the furniture. So this is where the total sales is again seen, but we have divided that entire area into the three components based on the categories. So it's up to us to decide whether the line graph or whether the area graph is more suitable or applicable to our data, and we can choose it accordingly. But all in all, these line graphs are a very useful technique in order to visualize the data over a large span of time, typically useful in the time series kind of domains. So where you have to see the overall revenue of the company for the past 5 years, or where you're looking at stock prices fluctuating on a daily basis, line graphs are the most useful thing. Now that we have seen how line graphs can be created and customized as per our requirements, there is something interesting that I would like you to observe. So currently, we are looking at this line graphs, right? And you must have seen those kind of visualizations where, we try to retake let you. So now that we have seen how line charts can be created and customized as per our requirements, let's try to see something more. You must have seen those visualizations where over the period of time, we see those values fluctuating, right? And when I talk about the values fluctuating, I'm talking about the graph changing. So I'm talking about adding the motion into the graphs. I'm sure you must have seen those population related graphs, or maybe in the COVID scenario, you must have observed how the number of cases were fluctuating on a daily or a weekly basis. So if you want to add that kind of interactivity into Tableau while you generate those graphs which are based on a timeline, we have the pages card which can be used for that. So I'm going to show you one example where we will introduce a motion into the graph with the help of the pages card. So let's say, for example, I am trying to create a new graph where I'm trying to show the state-wise sales. So I'm purposely picking up the state-wise sales because I wanted to show it to you on a map-related graph. So let's say I select the filled map over here, and we observe that there are these several states present here. Let me label them in order to make them more readable. Yeah, this looks good. And let me also drag the state name onto the label so as to make it even more readable. Okay, so let me drag the sales also onto the labels, and yeah, this is the kind of graph that we have created here, right, where we can see California is the state which gives us the maximum sales, and yes, accordingly the rest of the states. Now over here in this graph, this is showing me the entire data together, right, as in from the year 2021 till the year 2024, whatever total revenue was generated by the superstore, based on that these values have been populated. But what if I want to bring in that motion into this graph which tells me about, how are the values changing with respect to 21, 22, 23 and 24. So in that case, what we can do is we can drag and add a date variable into the pages card. That will allow us to bring in that motion. So we are setting a timeline over here into the pages card, and this is where you will be able to see certain options getting populated here. So if you observe this, what you see over here is the default aggregation that has been applied onto the order date is what is being populated here. Given that we had 4 years of data, 2021, 22, 23 and 24 are the 4 years of options that we see here, along with the slider present here, which will allow you to adjust the slider in order to change the values. Let's say 22, 23 and 24. Those are the 4 values that this will take. But now what is the real purpose of this slider? So you have this play button over here, which will allow you to play forward, and you also have a button to play backwards. There is a stop button here. So now once you click on this play button, you will observe that you will start from the year 2021 and move on to 22, 23 and 24. So can you observe the values that you see over here are changing because now you are trying to represent the data at a yearly level. So I just want you to observe that when you did not use the pages card in order to set this effect, the total sales that was contributed by California was $6,71,595, right? But as soon as I try dividing that data at a yearly basis, I want you to observe that the values are changing. So currently if you see, the order date is belonging to 2024. And the sales value is not 6 lakhs, but it is $2,54,914, correct? So it's not representing the entire data as of now, it is just showing for one particular year. So as soon as I again hit the play button, you will see that the values will fluctuate, showing you the values for individual years. This is how you get motion into the graph. And having said that, let me also show you that there are certain options which are available to adjust the speed of this motion. So let's say the first button over here is going to set a slow speed. So if I again try to play this, you'll observe that it is changing the graph, but at a very slow pace. The middle button here is for the normal pace and this one is for a faster pace. So let me change it to faster pace. And this is the change that you should be able to see. Let me just play it once again so that you are able to see. This is quite fast, right? I usually prefer the normal option here. So this is how you can bring in the motion. But now, what if I don't want to show this change in the values on a yearly basis? What if I want to do it at a quarterly basis? Of course, you know how to change the aggregation now, right? So from here, I can just go and change the year to quarter. But when I do that, what will happen is, I'll just do that and I'll show you the result. So what you get to see over here is simply Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4. Now in this case, what will happen is, it will concatenate the values for all the quarter ones of the 4 years and then show you the total value in the quarter one. Similarly, quarter 2 for all the 4 years will be summed up and that will be the total value that you see for the quarter 2 and so on and so forth. But ideally, that's not the thing that you would usually want to see, right? You would like to see something where you are first looking at 2021 and within that you are distributing the values in the 4 quarters. Then moving on to 2022 and then looking at the 4 quarters, correct? So in case you want to bring in that kind of a effect, what you need to ensure is the first level that you are adding into the pages card should be for the year. And then you can again drag the order date variable and carefully place it below the year. So order date, now when placed below the year variable, can you see it is aggregating to the quarterly level, which is the next level in the hierarchy that it automatically creates, correct? So now if you observe, this drop down box will reflect the correct values. So 2021 is the year and you'll get to see quarter 1, then quarter 2, then quarter 3 and quarter 4 for the same year. Then you move on towards the next year and go through the rest of the quarters, right? What will happen if I do it vice versa? What if I put the quarter variable above the year variable? Let me do it once again. So suppose, so quarter variable and then the year variable. In this case, what will happen is, you will show the quarter 1 values for all the 4 years first, then move on to the quarter 2 values of all the 4 years and then so on and so forth. This usually does not look very nice. So let me drag that quarter below the year such that I get the kind of data that I would ideally like to show. So now when I click on this play button, you will see that the values will change over the period of time. So this is a very effective visualization when you want to show those values changing over a particular timeline. And you must have, as I said, definitely gone through such kind of graphs where people were trying to show the number of cases or the number of deaths that were happening during the COVID period. So this is how you can do that same kind of thing in Tableau with the help of the pages card. Now that we have seen how to bring motion into the graphs, let's talk about some other features that Tableau provides you. For example, so far, all the graphs that we have been creating were using some automatically used aggregations, correct? Like for example, when I try to pull any variable, especially a numerical variable, let's say I'm trying to see region wise what is the sales. So as soon as I drag that sales variable here, you must have observed that it was automatically aggregating it to the sum. Now I did not tell Tableau to do that, right? But as soon as there are multiple values that come up for a particular region, it will have to associate some sort of aggregation. And Tableau uses sum as the default aggregation measure. So now, for example, sum is not a suitable one at each and every occurrence, right? There could be certain instances where, there could be some other measure that could be applicable. For example, if I'm trying to capture the temperatures for the day and I want to kind of summarize what is the temperature for the overall day. So if suppose at an hourly basis there were temperatures captured, I will never do a sum of temperatures, correct? What I'll try to look at is the average temperature for the day. So that is where not every place sum is the right aggregation measure. You may have to change it as per the requirement. So Tableau, even though it offers sum as the default aggregation, it also offers you certain other aggregation measures that can be applied for the continuous variables. Now, how do you change that? Let me show you this down arrow. Now, how do you change that? Let me show you. This down arrow will allow you to change the default aggregation, which is sum, to any of the other aggregations which are provided by Tableau. So average, median, count or the distinct count, even your minimum and maximum kind of values. There are several percentiles that you can try to use, or there is also standard deviation and variance that can be used for either the sample data or the population. So you can choose whichever aggregation measure you would like to apply onto this data. Let's say for the time being, I'm choosing average. Now what I understand is on an average, let me assign the labels and we'll be able to talk upon it better. So on an average, what is the sales that each and every region is doing? So on an average, central region gives you $210.95 ka sales. East region gives you $251.53 of sales, and similarly for the rest of the region. So now this is up to us to decide what should be the aggregation measure that should be applied onto the continuous numerical variable that you are choosing. In case it is a variable like quantity, I think count would be the most suitable option over there for you. So depending on the variable and the requirement, you can change the aggregation measures from here and you can look at your graphs. So let's say, for example, I'm choosing the minimum as the aggregation measure. You see the minimum values are getting reflected here. Now, although minimum of sales is not a usual thing that we would love to see, but this is just to show you as an example that this is how you can easily change those calculations without having to do anything manually. Let me change it back to the sum, and yes, these are the values that we can see each of the region is contributing to. In case you want to make it look even more beautiful, let me drag the region variable. Where do we have region? Here. Let me drag the region variable and drop it onto color, and you will see that there are 4 different colors associated with each of the bars. So this is how you can change the default aggregation that you have applied onto the data. Now, apart from the default aggregation, let me tell you that what if you don't want a aggregation measure to be applied? Okay, as in what I'm talking about is when each and every data point should be treated differently, you will end up getting a kind of a scatter plot. Let's say, for example, I am trying to look at any two numerical variables. So let me take sales and profit. Okay, although not the optimum thing to look at when it comes to the numerical variables and their relationships. Sales and profit is ideally not a very apt example, but based on the variables that are present right now with us, I have selected the sales and the profit variable, and you can see there is a single circle that appears over here, isn't it? Now, why is this a single circle? Because we had more than 12,000 observations in this data, right? But then why is a single circle coming here? That is because of the aggregation. Sum of profit gave us a single value, and sum of sales also gave us a single value. So when those values, x and y coordinates, have been combined together, there is a single point that came into the picture. So this is ideally the total sales and the total profit that you can see right now in this particular graph. However, this is not an ideal scatter plot. Scatter plot is a graph where every data point will be shown individually such that you can identify the type of relationship that profit has with respect to sales. So, in order to remove these aggregations and display every data point individually, what you can do is you can go to the analysis menu and you will see that the aggregate measures is checked by default, because of which it always applies sum as the aggregation measure. Now, if I uncheck this, you will see that this is the kind of graph that I get. Although this is a very densely clustered kind of a graph here, but understand that there are many values which are present here. So I'm just trying to zoom in into that graph to show you the values even better. And what I want you to observe is that this graph is actual scattered plot, because as many values you had, all of them are being represented over here as an individual point. Can you see? As I hover over this graph, the values in the labels are changing. So this is where you can clearly understand how to uncheck the aggregate measures in the analysis menu in order to remove the aggregation that it applies onto the variables that you are working on, and that is where you will end up getting a typical scatter plot. So tomorrow if you try to generate any kind of scatter plots in Tableau, remember this is the place where you can uncheck the aggregate measures, and you will get each individual data point generated in the form of a point. So this is something that I wanted to discuss upon the scatter plots that you can create in Tableau. Now, apart from this, let me also show you that Tableau offers some other calculation related features as well. So we are now moving towards calculations in Tableau. Now, there are several inbuilt calculations that Tableau offers us, but apart from that, we are allowed to create our own calculated fields as well. We will discuss on both those aspects, but firstly, I would like to talk upon the inbuilt calculations that Tableau offers. And Tableau has created certain calculations because Tableau knows that these are the kind of calculations that people usually use on a day-to-day basis. So they have given us those calculations readily available to use so that we don't have to sit and create calculated variables on the basis of those formulas. So let me show you a few of the examples where you will understand how to use those quick table calculations that Tableau offers. So firstly, let me pull up some data into this graph, and for that matter, I would like to use that same graph which we had. Now that you are aware of those variables, let me pull up this graph. Let me duplicate this one. Okay, yeah. So now in this duplicated sheet, let me drag it to the end. You can adjust your sheets, okay, by dragging and dropping them wherever you like. So you can adjust the order of those sheets. Now let's say I want to look at this graph where I'm trying to see the category and the subcategory wise sales. And this is the kind of graph that we have got. if you observe, this is my grouped variable which I'm using here. So stationary items is a single bar, and even chairs and tables are represented using a single bar. Okay. Now let me talk about certain quick table calculations that we can apply onto this data. So whenever you apply any quick table calculations, it is a numerical variable which will be used in order to add those table calculations, right? So there are certain options which are available over here. For example, you have certain quick table calculations like running total, which will give you the cumulative total of all the values. Then there is difference, which allows you to compare between the categories in order to understand how one category is doing with respect to the other category. Is that category doing better or worse? You'll be able to understand that. There is also percent difference, which is often used by the sales guys in order to talk upon how they did better than the other regions or with respect to the other sales representatives, right? So we have percent difference as well. We have percent of total. How much is each category contributing to with respect to the overall sales? That is something that I can understand in terms of percentage value. Similarly, you can also give the bars with respect to the ranks. So the product which is giving you the highest sales will be at rank 1, and the one that is giving you the lowest sales will be at the lower rank. Similarly, you can also see the percentiles, you can also see the moving averages. So there are a lot of quick table calculations that we have over here. There are certain others which are currently disabled because these are mainly related to the date related variables. Okay, but let's try out 3 to 4 of them so that you get a hang of how this quick table calculations can be used. Let's start off with the very first one, which is the running total. Let's say, for example, I click on this running total. You immediately see the graph changing. What do you see here? You see a cumulative kind of a graph where the bars are getting accumulated based on the summation of the previous value. So let me just label it in order to help you understand better. So let's say, for example, bookcases was the very first category. So the value that you see over here, within this value you are adding the total sales for the chairs and tables group, and this is the final figure that you get for this. Now within this you are adding the sales for the furnishings and you get the updated figure, and so on and so forth, where you can see the total revenue generated by the superstore in the 4 years 2021 to 2024 is 29,31,010. So this is the cumulative total that we have got for the overall sales that the company has done. Now, as soon as you apply a quick table calculation, I want you to observe this triangular icon that you see placed on the pill. This triangular icon indicates that there is some quick table calculation that has been applied onto this graph. So as you see the graph as a third person, you should be able to observe this triangle and you should be able to understand that there is some calculation that has been applied. So in case you don't want that calculation, feel free to clear the table calculation. So you have this quick option available here which will delete that calculation for you and you get back the original graph. But there are some other calculations also which I want you to observe, like the difference. When you click on difference, I want you to observe that there is something called as one null which has appeared here, right? And this is where you can see this one null is because it is treating the very first category as 0. Now bookcases will be considered as 0, and compared to bookcases, how good or bad are we doing with respect to chairs and tables? That is what we are trying to identify here. So if you see, chairs and tables is going in the profit, right? If you observe the axis over here, 0 is in the center, which means there are certain categories doing well which show the profit. There are certain categories which are doing bad which show the loss. So in comparison to bookcases, chairs and tables are giving us a profit. And this is the total value that we have here. How better are we doing compared to the bookcases? So this much is the better value. Similarly, in comparison to chairs and tables, how good are we doing in case of the furnishings? You can see we are going totally in loss. Correct? That's a huge number that we have got over here. Similarly, how are we doing in comparison to the furnishings in terms of the appliances? Appliances is doing better than the furnishings, so you can see we are going towards the profit. In comparison to appliances, binders is also taking us to the profit, and so on and so forth. This is the kind of graph which is getting created right now as a default version when we are trying to look at the difference. But now there are certain changes that I probably need to do to this graph. Firstly, the most important point is how should I compare appliances with furnishings, because they actually belong to two different categories, isn't it? So just continuously comparing with the previous value is not going to help me. So that is where what I can do is I can go on to this and I can say compute using Pane down instead of table down. When I select table down as the default, it just keeps on comparing with the previous values, right? Now I am saying do it Pane wise. So can you see, instead of one null, there are three nulls now, because there were three major categories, and in each of the category the first one is considered as 0, and with respect to that we start comparing the second one. So now that this is the graph that we have got, let me also show you that relative to is by default set to previous, because of which it tries to compare with the previous value. But you do have other options as well. You can compare it with the next value or maybe with the first or the last value. I usually prefer selecting the first option such that every value in that pane gets compared to the first value. Like for example, in the furniture category, I am trying to compare chairs and tables as well as furnishings with respect to bookcases. So in case of chairs and tables, I am doing a profit in comparison to bookcases. But in case of furnishings, I am going into a little loss, right? So now furnishings is not being compared with chairs and tables. I'll just undo to show you the previous result. Can you observe? When furnishings was compared with chairs and tables, the loss was too huge. But now I am comparing furnishings with bookcases. Let me redo. I am comparing furnishings with bookcases, and that is where you understand that it is not doing a very major loss, but yes, it is doing lesser sales compared to bookcases. That is what we understand. Similarly, now when we look at the office supplies category, we will consider the very first entry, which is appliances, as 0, and with respect to appliances, how are the rest of the categories doing? Binders is doing great, paper and stationery items not too good. We are doing great in terms of the storage, but supplies again is going into loss. So this is the comparison that we are doing right now with respect to the appliances. However, let me also tell you that we need not always compare it with the very first value that we have. Like for example, what if I don't want to compare everything with appliances? I want to set paper as the benchmark. Okay, just an example. Let's assume I want to set paper as the benchmark, and that is where what I can do is simply drag paper and drop it as the very first value. Can you see? Now all of these categories are being compared with paper. So this is where you can clearly observe that everything is being compared with the very first category into the pane that we are looking at. So this is how you can make use of the difference. And this difference can be computed either table wise or the pane wise, and you can also decide the relativity level, whether you need to do it with the previous, next, first or last. But this is a very good option when you want to do certain sort of calculations and comparisons while presenting your reports to your managers. Now, just like we have tried applying the difference operation, you also have the percent difference. So the same kind of thing in case you want to talk in terms of the percentage numbers, which is usually something that the sales guys prefer to do. that is where you can make use of percent difference, and you can clearly see chairs and tables in comparison to bookcases is doing 444% better, right? That sounds like a great number. So this is where the percent difference operation can be used. But yeah, let me show you some other calculations as well. One of my favorite is percent of total, where you can clearly see percent wise what is the contribution of each and every category. So let's say, for example, if you talk about bookcases, in the overall revenue, its contribution is about 4.5%, right? Chairs and tables, because we have grouped it, that sounds like a huge number here. Almost 24.3% is what it is contributing in the overall revenue. Furnishings is contributing to just about 4%. Paper is contributing to again 3.5%, and so on and so forth. So if you sum up all of these values together, you are bound to get a 100% result, right? But this is where you are seeing the percentage value instead of the actual value. So this is also a very good option that you can make use of with respect to the quick table calculations. And similarly, you also have rank, where you can apply the ranks, where you can see, given that chairs and tables were giving us the maximum revenue, the sales value was typically high for that, so that is at rank 1. And the maximum rank that you see here is for supplies, right? And that means that supplies is giving us the lowest sales of all time, correct? So this is the kind of rank related quick table calculation that we can apply onto the data. So there are several quick table calculations, and feel free to choose whichever suits your requirement, or matches the kind of insights that you want to deliver to the audience, be it the manager of your company, or let's say the right stakeholders for which you are trying to build this dashboard. So this is about the quick table calculations that you can easily use, because Tableau has provided them as an inbuilt feature, correct? But what if you need to create some other calculations apart from what Tableau offers you? So I'm talking about creating calculated variables. This is where you can write your own formulas, just like you write in Excel. You can use certain functions, write your own formulas, and you can create those calculated variables, which can then be used into the graphs, just like you use any of the other variables present here. So this is where we will discuss about how to create calculated field. So when it comes to creating calculated field, we can create numerical as well as categorical fields. And let's try out couple of examples here in order to understand how we can write our own formulas and create those fields. So let's say one of the technique over here is, let me just show you this option. There are two ways using which you can create a calculated field. One is through the analysis menu, you can go and select this option here, or the other, but the trickiest approach is where you can ideally scroll down to the very bottom of this section, where you'll be able to see this white space here. You can right click and you can go to the option of create calculated field. So it's up to us which option you want to prefer in order to create a calculated field. Whichever way you try to open it up, this is the window that you're going to reach, okay? Where this is the area where you can write your own formula in order to create that calculation. And along with that, if you expand this box, you will see there is a help window where all of the functions, just like you have in Excel, there are several functions available in case of Tableau as well. And you will see that a lot of functions are equivalent to the functions that you have in Excel, because Tableau was ideally wanting the people using Excel to migrate to Tableau. So that's why they tried to stick to the same kind of functionalities. So the best part that I see over here is that they have also segregated those functions for you. So you have number related functions, and there are several that you can see in this particular list. And you also have string related functions, where you can see these are the various ones. You can also see functions related to date, like the date add, date difference, etc. Finding out the parts of the date value also is available here. You can see month, quarter, today, week, year, all of these are available. Apart from that, you also have logical, meaning your if-else kind of conditional statements can also be written in order to perform certain kind of calculations. And the best thing is you just need to select a particular function over here, and you get to see the help associated with it. So let's say if I expand this particular box, you can see what is the syntax that will be required when you are writing this if logical statement, and they have given that with the help of an example as well, so that you can replicate something similar, right? So let's try to create our own calculated variables, and we will try creating maybe one numerical variable, one categorical variable, so that you get to see the variety in the functions as well, okay? Now, let's say for example, I want to create a variable where I'm trying to calculate the cost of a product. Okay, we have product related data given to us, but if you observe, we have been given the total sales, and we have also been given the total profit associated with that particular order that was being placed. But what if I want to identify what was the cost of the product? So based on these two variables that have been provided to us, the profit and the sales, I can actually calculate the cost of the product, right? So sales minus profit, as we know, gives us the value for the cost of product. I'll use that simple formula for now in order to get you that calculated variable. So now this area over here, the text area, is where you can give the variable name. So suppose if I name it as cost of product, this will be the name of the variable that I'll end up creating, okay? And what I'm going to write over here is my plain calculation formula. So I'll just write sales, and as soon as I start typing, can you observe it gives me the IntelliSense. So I can just hit enter and select that particular variable, and you can see it has been populated here in the formula. So sales minus profit is what I'm interested in. So let me select profit, and this is the formula. Now, as soon as you finish writing your formula, do you observe it says the calculation is valid, which means this particular equation that we have written here is going to yield some result, correct? Now logically it could be wrong, but syntactically you are correct. That is what it means. Now suppose if this is an incomplete formula, okay, I've just written sales minus. Can you see it is prompting me that the calculation contains errors, which means what? As I click on this, it will suggest me what is the missing part over here. So it is identifying that, maybe this error is because you are missing an identifier. Identifier is nothing but a variable name. So now that I finish off, this equation, sales minus profit, you can see it now indicates that the calculation is valid. So now once this calculation is valid, I can click on OK, and you will see that a new variable cost of product has been populated here in the list. And do you observe the data type icon associated with it? Equal to hash, which means what? This is a calculated variable and not a variable which was a part of the file. So this is where we have created this cost of product as a variable. So now if I want to use it in order to create any of the graphs, I can easily do that. So let me go on to a fresh sheet here, and we are getting the cost of product, right? So let me drag simply the product name for now, and this is a warning that it is giving me, which states that the field being added may contain as many as 1849 members, and the recommended maximum for this shelf is 1000, which means by default it will try to add up to 1000. But do you want to add all the members or then filter and add? No, I want to add all the members. So let's click on that option, and this is the kind of table that it has given me. This is a simple text table if you see, but for now I'm fine with the simple text table, okay? I don't need a typical graph over here as such. So with respect to each of the product name, I would like to plot what is the cost of the product. See, by default it again changed the chart type to a bar graph, but I'm fine with a simple text table, and you can see that it is now using the cost of product just like any other variable as part of that data, right? So this is the kind of calculated field, a numerical calculated field that we have created, which can be used into any of the graphs and charts that you would like to create using that variable. So product name and its associated cost is what we are looking at. Now this is a continuous numerical variable that we created, correct? Similarly, what if I want to create a calculated variable which could be a kind of a categorical variable? Let me pull up some data once again and let's try to create a calculated field here. Okay, let me go back to that data where we were looking at the subcategory wise sales, right? One of our favorite graphs. But yeah, let me duplicate this once again so that, I do not affect this graph. Okay. Now, within this graph, let me firstly remove the quick table calculation that we had applied, okay? This does not affect my original graph from which I created this copy. You can still see the original sheet is still showing the percent of total, but the duplicate sheet that I created out of this is where I have removed that quick table calculation. So it just shows me what is the subcategory wise sales. Now, suppose if I want to, assign certain discounts on the basis of whatever sales each of the category is doing. Let's say, for example, those categories which are giving me a total sales of less than 1 lakh, I would just like to give a 5% discount rate there, because any which ways lesser sales, I wouldn't want to offer a lot of discount. So 5% discount for categories which are giving me less than 1 lakh of sales, okay. I would like to increase the discount rate to 10% if the category is doing sales up to 2 lakhs. So 10% for 2 lakhs. Similarly, 15% for 3 lakhs, up to 3 lakhs. And any category that is doing more than 3 lakhs, then it could be any higher value, I would like to give a discount rate of 20% over there. So this is where I am talking about applying the discount rates based on the condition of how much of sales is each of the category doing, correct? So I am taking you towards the use of conditional execution statements, which is like the if-else structure that we can make use of. Just like we can make use of if-else in Excel or any other programming languages, similarly we can write an if-else structure in case of Tableau as well and get such kind of calculated conditional variable created for you, okay? So let's try to implement this. So let me go to the analysis menu. I'll again suggest to create a calculated field, a fresh one, and this is where I will try to firstly name it as discount rate. Alright, and at the same time let me keep the help for the if statement open such that in case we require to use the syntax or have a look at it, this is what we need to compare with. Okay, so now let's start writing. So what did we discuss? That if the sales is up to 1 lakh, we would like to assign a discount rate of 5% and then the rest of the categories, okay. So if sum of sales, okay, we can not just take sales here because we'll try to look at aggregated value, right? So if the sum of sales is less than or equal to 1 lakh, then I would like to assign a discount rate is equal to 5%, sorry, yes, 5%. So can you see the discount rate equal to 5% is a kind of string that I have passed here. So this will act like a categorical variable. Else if, okay, now let me copy paste a few sections from here. So else if sum of sales is less than or equal to 2 lakhs, then the discount rate should be, as we discussed, 10%, correct? Else if sum of sales is less than or equal to 3 lakhs, then the discount rate that I would like to offer is 15%. Else anything above 3 lakhs, we would like to offer a discount rate of 20%. So this is where I'll just change the value to 20%, right? And this is where I am done with the if-else statement. but it says that the calculation contains errors. What is happening? Okay, expected end to match if at character 0. So if you observe here, the if statement ends with an end statement, which I have not passed here yet. So it is still assuming that I am writing in continuation. So let me just pass the end statement here, and yes, this says the calculation is valid. So this is where I have created the right calculation. Let me just cross check. Sum of sales less than or equal to 1 lakh, discount rate should be 5%, up to 2 lakhs discount rate should be 10%, up to 3 lakhs discount rate should be 15%, and anything above that should be a 20%. So this looks good. Let me click on OK. And yes, do you see discount rate is a new variable that has got created now, and the data type associated with is equal to ABC, because it's a string variable that we have created, not a numerical one. For numerical, we saw it is equal to hash. For a categorical variable, it is equal to ABC. Now that the variable has got created, let's use it. So let's say I want to assign the discount rates as the labels to this graph, okay. So instead of these default sales values that are being used here, let me drag and drop the discount rate. Here you go. So you can see stationery items and your supplies, and as well as paper, right? These are the three categories where your sales were less than 1 lakh. So you can see paper was slightly less than 1 lakh, just about 300, or not even 300, $250 lesser, right? But you can see because it was falling under the less than 1 lakh category, you have 5% discount rate applied for the products related to paper, supplies as well as stationery items. Whereas for those which were doing a sales of up to 2 lakhs, you can see the discount rate that has been applied is 10. Up to 3 lakhs, it is 15, and anything that is going beyond 3 lakhs, which is the phones and chairs and tables, you can see there is a 20% discount that I am going to offer on those set of products, right? So this is where we have used the aggregation on the basis of sum of sales, based on which we have tried creating a calculated variable, which is a categorical variable that decides what should be the discount rate applied on those set of products depending on the total sales that that subcategory is doing for us. Okay. Now we can also probably try to use this variable in order to color the bars. Right now my bars are colored on the basis of the category, right? But let's say instead of category, I want to color it on the basis of the discount rate. I can easily do that. So I've just dragged and dropped the discount rate variable onto color, and you can clearly see those blue bars are representing 5%, the orange bars are representing 10%, red ones indicating 15% of discount, and the green color indicating a 20% of discount. So this is how you can create your own calculated categorical variable, okay? And there are a lot of functions that will allow you to achieve this. Now let me show you one last example related to calculated field, especially something on the date related variables, okay? So we have the order date and the ship date, correct? So based on this, can we perform a date difference operation in order to identify what would be the number of days that would be required in order to ship a product from the date of ordering? So all I'm trying to say is, let's say if I ordered the product today and the product is going to be shipped tomorrow, so there is a 1 day difference, right? I want to calculate that difference such that I'm able to suggest the logistics department that these are the areas of improvement. There are certain products which are being shipped quite late, and based on that they can then improvise their strategies, correct? So I'm just trying to perform a date difference operation here so that you get to see one example related to the date related functions. So for now I don't need a sheet. I will just go to create calculated field, and Name this variable as maybe days to ship. And what will we use here? The date difference function. Now this date difference function takes multiple arguments. So let's say the first argument that is required here is the date part. I want to calculate the number of days or the number of months or the number of years. That is what I need to specify here. Of course, I am interested in calculating the number of days. So day is the date part that I have passed. Start date, of course, is the order date because that is when the order actually came into picture. And the end date will be the ship date, such that it will calculate the difference between the ship date and the order date and give us or return us the number of days in between. So this is the function that I am writing here. Start of week is an optional argument. So if you see here, anything that comes in this square brackets while it provides you that help, that is usually an optional argument. So I don't need it right now. The calculation is valid. So I can just freeze this calculation. I'll click on OK. And yes, I get to see a new variable created here. And can you see the data type icon now? Equal to hash. Again, because it's a numerical variable, correct? Number of days is what we have got there. So now that we have got this variable, let's try to, work upon this. So let's say I want to see how many number of days did it take for an order to ship. So with respect to every order, we have a unique identifier, which is the order ID. So let's take that same one and let me drag and drop days to ship. And it again gave me a bar graph, but that's not very clearly visible. So yeah, let me change it to the text table and or maybe a highlight table as well, such that those colors, kind of show you the intensity. Of course, all of these colors are almost in the green shade because they are close to each other, but there will be certain values. Let me see. Yeah, there is some order which has even taken 1176 days. Wow, that's too much. But let me just maybe change this to a simple text table and let me just show you the values here, okay? So the total number of days that are required in order to ship this particular order was 5. Similarly, for the rest of them, you can see these are the total number of products. But there is a catch here. What if, there were 5 products, okay, which were present as part of this particular order. So the summation of those days would have given you 5. There's a possibility there, right? That every product actually took just a single day to be shipped. But because sum is the default aggregation that we have applied, it could have summed up all the ones over there and we have, probably got that 5. So maybe what we can do over here is we can change this to maybe count. And yes, do you see? So it actually counted the number of days from there, and that's where you can see that it was just 1 day that it took for this order to ship. There were 5 days that were taken in order to ship this third order over here, and then so on and so forth. So using the right aggregation measure is very, very important, especially when it comes to, presenting the right insights to the stakeholders. So this is where we have tried working upon creating a continuous numerical variable, creating a categorical variable, as well as creating a date related variable, correct? So you can create your custom calculations in Tableau and use them as and when you need to, in order to make your graphs more meaningful, to help you convey the right set of insights, and mainly to uncover some hidden insights that are present as a combination of different variables. So you can combine that together and you can come up with a new variable which could actually make more sense to the audience, right? So that's about the creation of calculations and using those calculations in Tableau. Now that we have seen how to create calculated variables and use them in Tableau, let's try to move on towards the next big thing, which is filtering the data in Tableau. This is very, very important because So far, all the graphs that we have created is where we tried taking all the data into consideration while building the view, right? Let's say, for example, if we look at this graph where we were talking about the subcategory wise sales, we were taking all the records in the data into the consideration while building up this view. Or even when we looked at this product wise, order wise, the days to ship, we were looking at all of the orders in the data in order to generate this kind of a report. But what if I don't want to include the entire data at once? What if, I want to filter out the data such that it matches the requirement of the audience, as well as, it is more meaningful to display only an abstracted view of the entire data to the audience. So that is where filtering in Tableau becomes very, very essential. And there are multiple ways using which you can actually use filters in Tableau. You can create filters on categorical variables as well as on the basis of numerical variables. And when we try to implement filters, we will try out both the kind of examples so that you're aware of, how to filter on the basis of categorical variable and how to filter on the basis of a numerical variable, because the dialog boxes that you see or the options that you get for filtering the categorical versus the numerical variables are different. So I'll show you both the examples so that you guys get a clarity on this. But let's firstly begin with, pulling up some data into the sheet so that we can start filtering the data. And in order to create, some sort of graph, I'm just going to pick up some variable which is having a lot of categories, because what I'll be showing you is how to apply filters on top of other filters. So starting off with large number of categories, we will slow down and come down to very less number of categories at the end. Okay. So I'm picking up the state variable from our data, given that this had a lot of states, right? So I'll be able to filter out some of the states at each of the level that I'll be, using for filtering. And along with states, of course, I'll need a numerical variable. So I am pulling up the state-wise sales so that I get a simple table. I'm fine with the table. I don't need the default bar graph that it has created. I'm fine with this simple text table where I get to see the total sales that each of the state is contributing to. Now, once this graph is ready, let me now move on towards how to filter the data. As I said, I'll be showing you how to filter on the basis of the categorical variable. Let me drag the state variable, which is the categorical variable in this case, and let me drop it onto the filters card. Now, this is the filters card where you can drop your variables such that you get those dialog boxes using which you can set certain options and you can decide how you would want to filter out the data. So as soon as I drop that state variable there, can you observe I got a filter box where there are 4 tabs which are available. First is the general tab, where you ideally get to see a list of all the values that were present in that variable. So you can see all of those states which are present in this report are also present in this particular list, and currently everything is selected, right? So no data has been filtered as such. You also have the wildcard tab, which allows you to pass some kind of pattern matching condition, just like you have in Excel. You have wildcard characters that you can use over here in order to filter out the data. You also have the condition tab, which allows you to pass a condition in order to filter out the data, and you can pass even more than one conditions to filter the data. And lastly, you also have the top tab, which allows you to get the top few or the bottom few kind of entries from the overall data. So we will try out each one of them on top of the others. Starting with the general tab, we will just try to, select multiple items from this list so that they will be filtered out and included into our graph, and the rest of them will be eliminated. Okay. So if you see right now, all of the states are selected, correct? So we have a quick option of, selecting none of them. So in this case, you can see everything has been unchecked. If you select all, you can again see the entire list has been populated. Now, one of the best options is, let's say you have hundreds of values, out of which you want to select 95 and there are only 5 values which you want to, ideally get rid of or filter out. That is where, you can select those 5 values. Let's say, for example, there are these certain states which I don't want to include. I can select them and then I can check the exclude option. What will happen is, if you see, these names have been striked out, which means what? These 4 values which I have selected will ideally be filtered out and the rest of them will be included. So if there are multiple values which you want to select and only a few which you want to filter out, you can use this exclude option, which could be beneficial. But for now, what I want to show you is how to select those various values and filter out the data here. So in this entire sheet, let me select a certain names. I'm just picking up certain values randomly over here. And you can see that it keeps on populating over here how many values have been selected out of the total 59 states that we have over here. Okay, so let me pick up certain names randomly and yeah, just hold on. Okay, I'm purposely selecting all the names which start with M. We will see what is the reason behind that. Okay, let me select a few more. And yeah, I think we are good to go. I've selected 40 out of the 59 values over here. And once we have selected, all I need to do is click on OK. And you will observe that my graph has reflected the change. Only those states which I had selected have been, populated into this graph and the rest of them have been filtered out. So now, while I look at this sheet as a third person, I can see that in the filters card, there is the state variable present, which means what? The data that has been populated into this graph has been filtered out on the basis of state. But then, what if at the runtime, I want to, filter out some more states, or maybe I want to include some of the ones which I have filtered out. That is where I will need an interactive filter. What is an interactive filter? Interactive filter allows you to filter at the runtime, which is currently not possible because it's a static filter that we have applied and only those values which we selected are visible here. But in order to get an interactive filter, all you need to do is click onto this and can you see this option, show filter? Just check this option. And what you will see is below show me, you get this list of all the states which are present in your actual data. So at the runtime, let's say you want to include British Columbia and let's say you want to exclude Delaware. You can easily do that by just checking or unchecking that particular state name. So this is how you can easily filter out the data at the runtime to, adjust the values that you want to include and reflect onto your graph. And this kind of interactive filter is not just applicable to this graph that we have created, but it can be applicable to all of the graphs that we would create later on. Okay. All right. Now that we have seen how to filter out on the basis of the general tab, let's try out the other options as well. So I can go on to this and I can say edit filter and it will again give me the same dialog box which we had seen. Now this is the first filter which we have already applied, right? On top of that, I want to filter out on the basis of some wildcard pattern matching condition. So I'm on to the wildcard tab now, where it allows me to pass a pattern which can be matched at the runtime and those values which match the pattern will be fetched and included into the graph. Let's say, for example, I want to include only those states which contain the letter I. I need to pass I over here and it will include all of those states that contain I. But you also have these other options like starts with, ends with, exactly matches. Although Tableau does not give you as much interactivity with respect to wildcard as much as SQL does, but it does give you these 4 options, which can, be very beneficial when you are working upon large number of values to be filtered out. So let's say I want to filter out those states where the name starts with M. Can you see I had taken a lot of entries where the name was starting with M. So I'll just pass that M here and I'll select the option starts with, and yes, this is where I am setting a pattern where the name of the state should start with M. It could be followed by any number of characters. So as soon as I click on apply, I want you to observe only those names which were starting with M are appearing here. And can you observe that interactive filter has now changed its look and feel? It's no longer a list of values, because out of the list of values that were selected, we have now applied a filter on top of that to indicate that I want only those states which are beginning with M. So M asterisk is the kind of filter that we have applied here, or the pattern that needs to be matched. Similarly, let's say if at the runtime I decide that I want to see all of the states that begin with N and not M, all I need to do is change that condition here for the pattern, and you will see these are the changes that we observe. So these were the states which were previously selected in that list where the names were starting with N. So all of those are being displayed over here. Similarly, if I want the states which end with A, I'm passing asterisk A, and you can see out of the list where the names were selected, these were the few states where the names were ending with A. So it's up to us to modify this pattern at the runtime based on our requirement. Okay, let me change it back to M asterisk, and this is where we get to see those states which were beginning with M. Now let's explore the third tab here, which is the condition tab. Currently you can see none is selected, which means that none of the conditions are being applied. But in case you decide to apply a condition, you can select by field. By which field? By default it will populate that variable which you had included into the graph. So given that we were looking at sum of sales for each of the state, it has automatically populated the same aggregation measure and the same numerical variable for us over here. And this is where you also have the button in order to load the minimum and maximum values of that variable, such that you get some help with respect to what should be the value for the condition that you are going to pass here. So let's say, for example, I load this. You can see the minimum sales is 132 and the maximum value is 6,71,595. So whatever condition I write can be written on the basis of this. But of course, in order to write the condition, you have the relational operators which you can make use of. But the main point that I would like to highlight is, it is nowhere a restriction that you should be writing the condition on the basis of the variable which has been included into the graph. You can use any other variable also. So even though you are displaying the values for sales, you can still filter it out on the basis of profit or any other variable for that matter. So suppose if I try to select the profit variable here and I try to load the values, can you see I'm getting the loss and the profit value here. Now based on this range, I can set the condition. So let's say the sum of profit is greater than or equal to 5,000. Okay, I'm just passing a number randomly. Let's see what is the result that we get. And I click on apply. You can see I'm getting 5 states out of the 8 to 9 states that we were getting previously. So this is where these are the states which were beginning with M also. You can see that condition being present here. And at the same time, these are the states which are also giving a profit which is greater than $5,000, right? So this is how you can set the condition easily and you can filter out your data. However, whenever you go with this kind of an approach, you can only, write the condition on the basis of a single variable, isn't it? What if you want to filter out on the basis of multiple variables? Okay, so that is where you can write your own formula, like a if-else statement. That is where you can write your own formula, like an if-else statement that we saw some time back while creating a calculated variable. So by formula is what I'm going to select here, and I'll start writing the conditions on the basis of which I want to filter out the data. So let's say if sum of sales is greater than let me put 25,000. I don't know the exact values, I'm just making up a scenario, and sum of profit is greater than or equal to, we had passed the condition as 5,000, right? Greater than or equal to 5,000. Let me make it greater than or equal to over here as well. Okay, so let me break this thing down. So I've written two conditions here, correct? The first condition is where I'm stating the sum of sales should be greater than 25,000, and the second one states that the sum of profit also should be greater than 5,000. And given that I'm using a logical AND operator, it means that only if both the conditions are being satisfied, only then the state will be filtered for me. So now that I click on apply, let's see, okay, something went wrong here. Okay, so sum of sales, okay, the round bracket after the profit variable was missing. Now that I have rectified it, okay, if requires a then statement. So it is suggesting me to either write the then statement, or else if I don't have the then statement, I can simply write the conditions. So now I have simply written the conditions here, and now when I click on apply, you will see that instead of the 5 states, there are only 4 states which are matching this conditions, where the sales is also greater than 25 and the profit that we have got is also greater than 5,000. Okay, so this is how you can make use of the condition tab over here, which will allow you to filter out the data. Let's click on the next tab, which is the top tab. This tab allows you to work upon getting the top few entries, like let's say the top 10 or the top 5, or in our case we have only 4 entries now, so let's say I want to get the top 3 records. You also have an option for bottom. So bottom 3 records, if you want, you can do that, but usually we prefer looking at the top few ones, right? So let's say instead of 10, I want to see the top 3. How? By sum of sales. I'm okay with this, but as you know, it gives you the option to select any other variable as well as the aggregation measure, right? For now, I'm fine with the sum of sales. So this is where out of these 4 states, we will be filtering out 3 states which give us the maximum sales. So once I click on apply, this is the 3 states. So this is where the condition of getting the highest sales has been met, and this is the set of results that we have got. So all in all, what I want you to realize is we have applied filters over filters. We started off with a general tab where there were several states that we tried to filter out. On top of which we tried applying a wildcard pattern matching condition, right, where we filtered out only those states where the state names begin with M. And then we tried to write a condition in order to filter out the data such that only those records which match the conditions are filtered out. And furthermore, we tried to get the top 3 records out of them. This is how you filter on the basis of a categorical variable. Now that we have seen how to make use of a categorical filter, let's try out another example where we will try to filter out the data again, but with the help of a numerical variable. So let me pull up some data once again, and this time let's take state-wise profit, okay? And maybe we could have, just duplicated the field map that we had created for this, but alright, I think this is ready. Let me just give some quick labels here, and let me also label on the basis of the state variable along with the profit variable. Okay, So this is the graph that we have. I'm not worrying about the colors as of now. I'm fine with the default color palette that it has chosen for me. But this is the data that I have. Now, I want to filter out the data on the basis of a numerical variable, right? Which is the numerical variable here? The profit. So this time when I drag the profit variable onto the filters card, you will see that the look and feel of the dialog box starts changing, because the options that you had in order to filter out a categorical variable will not be the same in case of a numerical variable, right? So the first thing that it is asking me is to decide what aggregation measure should be used. Of course, I want to go with sum of profit because I was working upon sum of profit as the variable. So let me select that and let me click on to the next button. And yes, this is the dialog box that you get when you are trying to filter out the data on the basis of a numerical variable. The first option here is the range of values, where you can see the entire slider is selected. You can see the minimum value and the maximum value being listed here, isn't it? So currently the entire data is chosen. But suppose you want to filter out certain data, you can decide where this slider should be adjusted. So suppose in between range is what you want, or maybe you want to start a little later but you want to go till the very end. You can do that by adjusting this slider, but adjusting this slider could at times be very tricky, right? So what you can instead do is you can pass a value here. Let's say for example, I want to see only those states which are giving me a profit in the range of 5,000 to maybe, let's say 50,000. Okay, I'm just making up some numbers. But once I click on this, can you see these are the only states where the profit is ranging between 5,000 to 50,000. If you want, feel free to increase that range. So let's say I want to see from 5,000 to up to 1 lakh. And when I click on apply, you can see Washington is the other one that got added here. So this is where I am passing a range, a lower value as well as a larger value in order to decide what should be the start and the end of that range. But you also have at least, in order to indicate that the minimum sale, the minimum profit that I have should be so much. So currently 5,000 is the value selected, but let's say I want to display only those states which are giving me some sort of profit. I don't want to include the ones which are giving me loss. In this scenario, what I can do is I can set the sum of profit minimum value as 1, which means at least some profit is what the state is giving me, correct? At least $1 should be the profit. If I apply this, you can see these many are the states which are giving me the profit. Similarly, you have at most. If you want to see all the states which are giving you loss, you can set the at most value to 1 and you will see only those states which are giving you the losses. So these are the states where you can see Texas is the state that gives you the maximum loss here, correct? But it's not always to see the loss values, okay? You can set the value here. Let's say for example, you want to typically see those states which are giving you only up to 10,000 as the profit. Set that value, click on apply and you will see that these are the states which are giving you a profit of less than 10,000. Now there could be losses or there could be profit also, but up to 10,000 is the value that is present in the sum of profit variable. So this is how you can make use of the at most tab. And then there is a special category also present, which is mainly just to consider whether or not to include the null values or just focus on the non-null values. Currently, I don't think my data has null values, but in case you have a data set where you're working upon null values, you may require to select all of these kind of options as well. Let's say whether you want all the values or whether you just want to focus on the non-missing kind of values in order to generate the graph. So that is what this special tab over here helps you with. So you can, as I said, decide what should be the range that you would like to select, based on which you can filter out the data into your graph. So I'm just changing the condition back to 5,000 to 1 lakh, and that is where I get to see that these are the states which are giving me that profit in the range of 5,000 to up to 51,215. So we don't really have any state that gives us up to 1 lakh. It's just 51,215, which is the maximum profit that we have. Alright. So this is how you can filter out your data on the basis of a numerical variable. So we saw how the dialog boxes, kind of change, and the options also that are available change as we move from a categorical filtering to a numerical filtering. But here also we can create an interactive filter. Okay. So if you just go on to this and again select that show filter, you will see a slider appears because it's a numerical range, right? So a slider will appear here, which you can adjust at the runtime in order to, decide what should be the value that you should be, choosing for that. But again, adjusting the slider at times becomes a little tricky. A better option is you type in the value here. Let's say instead of 5,000, you want to include only those states where the starting value is 7,000 going up to 1 lakh. Just pass the value and you hit enter, and you will see if there are any changes that are supposed to be made onto the graph. Okay. So this is how you can filter out the data easily with the help of just dragging and dropping the variables and, choosing the right set of values and displaying only those values which you would like the audience to focus upon. And having said that, let me also add that there is no such restriction that you can, probably filter out the data on the basis of only one variable at a time. Okay. So let's say, for example, if we again, let's just take a look at this particular graph itself. Currently, we had filtered out the data on the basis of the profit that the states were contributing to, correct? But let's assume I want to also filter out the data on the basis of a particular category. What if I want to present this report only to the furniture related products or the categories? So the stakeholders who are going to view this report would ideally be interested in only the profit related to furniture, right? And not related to the office supplies or the technology, because that makes no sense to them. So that is where you can filter out on the basis of another variable. I'm just dragging the category variable for now, and you will see that it again gives me this same categorical filter dialog box where you can see furniture, office supplies and technology. Currently, all of the values have been included into the graph because there was no filter applied. But now that I decide that I only want to see the furniture related values, I'll click on apply and you will see the values change. So previously there were a lot of states which were giving us the profit, right? But now that we have filtered out on the basis of furniture alone, you can see it is only California, Washington and New York which are giving me at least some amount of profit. So this is how you can apply multiple filters and you can, build the final visual that you would like to display to the audience. So no restriction in terms of the number of variables that you are using in order to filter. If you want to make this also as an interactive filter, show filter. And you can then adjust the values at the runtime. Let's say I also want to include technology. I will just select that option and I'll be able to include those set of values into, the graph that we are trying to look at. So this is how you can filter the data on the basis of the categorical as well as the numerical variables. Now, once you are done building all of the graphs onto various different sheets. If you see, we have currently populated at least 20 sheets over here, and we have different types of graphs and charts on each and every one. When you try to hover over these graphs, you get to see a kind of thumbnail which will tell you about what is present onto that graph. If at all there are any extra sheets like this, feel free to delete them. And there are certain names which, or let's say certain sheets which were duplicated, so the names are not very meaningful. If you want to go and change the title of each and every graph, which ideally should be the right practice, please ensure that you are naming the graphs meaningfully. and you can also change the sheet name, and automatically your title for the graph will also reflect the same. So you can make those changes in order to make your workbook become more readable to any other third person with whom you will be sharing this workbook, right? So once you have created all of these sheets, it is time that you save your work, because tomorrow when you are working on this file again, you might wish to create some meaningful or beautified dashboards out of all of these sheets, right? So that is where you'll have to ensure that you are saving your work, because we would want to continue into the same workbook in order to create the dashboard or even the story which is actually presented to the audience as a final thing. Now, with respect to saving the file, there is one quick pointer that I would like to highlight here. When we spoke about the introduction to Tableau, I had mentioned about the packaged and the non-packaged workbooks. And while you try to save your file, you get that option in order to save it, where you can specify the name and you can also specify the extension of that file. So there are two major extensions that you'll find over here. The .twb is for the non-packaged workbook, which means that when you share this twb file with anyone, that person should have the underlying data such that he can connect to that data and he can easily modify the workbook that you have shared. Whereas the twbx extension is a non-packaged is a packaged workbook, whereas the .twbx is a packaged workbook, which means what? That you are bundling the data along with the work that you have created, and then you are sharing it with someone. So the person who is going to receive this file need not have the actual data with him. Since the data is bundled along with the work, he will be able to access that data and will be able to edit the file or whatever things have been implemented into that workbook. So currently I am selecting the .twbx file, and the name that I have given over here is Superstore Analysis. Let me create a fresh file over here. _1 is what I've added there, and I'm saving it. And you can see that this is a saved file now. So after some time or maybe a couple of days later, while I decide to work upon building some meaningful dashboards with the help of these graphs and charts, I can easily do that, because all of these sheets will be available over here for me to use. Now that we have observed a lot of things related to the features of Tableau, functionalities that we can use in order to build and customize all of these visuals, and we have also seen how to work upon the calculations and filtering the data, etc. We are aware of how to work at the sheet level. So now it's time to go ahead and take the next step, which is the dashboards in Tableau. And before we even try to create dashboards, I would just like to highlight what are dashboards in Tableau and set some context so that you are able to relate to it better. So dashboards typically are just a collection of sheets, okay, but they are not just the sheets, they can be beyond the sheets as well. Ideally, why a Tableau dashboard was created was because every sheet could have different data and might be unrelated to each other. So when you put the sheets as a part of the PPT or the slideshow that we will be creating, which is the story, right? What will happen is we will have to add a lot of slides, and that is where some related data would be present onto multiple different slides. So it is hard to catch for the audience with respect to the various values that were ideally related to each other. So that is where Tableau thought that there should be a concept of dashboard where we can collate the multiple related sheets together. So let's say, for example, I am talking about the East region, and I'm going to similarly talk about the sales that we are doing at the rest of the regions also, be it the South, West or the Central region. So there are about 4 to 5 graphs that I have created for each of the regions. And now I want to present it to the audience. Now if I do this individually sheet wise, you know that there are going to be at least 20 different slides that I'll have to show. And the audience will find it hard to relate because the slides are changing, right? So it is difficult to memorize those numbers as such. Whereas a better view would be where we are having all the related information for the East region presented at once. Similarly, all the related information for the West region presented at once, and so on and so forth for the other regions, right? So a region-wise dashboard would be easier to interpret than an individual set of sheets. So that was the idea behind creating the concept of dashboard. But as I said, dashboard does not need to be a collation of sheets alone. It could be more than that as well, where you can not only include the sheets, but you can also include certain dashboarding objects. We will discuss more on, what are the dashboarding objects. But apart from dashboarding objects, you can also apply certain dashboarding actions in order to, make your dashboard more meaningful or more interactive. Like for example, if I filter out the data in one of the graph, it should also filter out the data in the rest of the other graphs. That kind of functionality is what we can add with the help of a Tableau dashboard. So what we will try to do as the next thing is, we will try out multiple examples related to the dashboard, where the first one, where we will try to create a collection of sheets together presented in the form of a dashboard, such that your concept of what is a dashboard is cleared. And in the next example, we will see what else can be included as part of the dashboard apart from those sheets. So we will try to work upon the various dashboarding objects, and after that we will try to also associate several dashboarding actions onto the dashboard that we create, so that you can understand how to bring in that interactivity in the dashboard. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing that I need to do is create a empty dashboard. And so far we were clicking on creating new worksheets, right? Now it's time to click on to new dashboard button, which is available here. So as soon as I click on to this, I will reach onto a page that looks like this, where you can see there is a left hand side pane available, and I'll discuss about certain things present here. This is the area where you will drop the sheets and you will end up building the entire dashboard. So the first thing that I want you to observe here is there is a device preview which is available here, where you can just click on this and it will give you the preview of how your dashboard is going to look like on two different devices. This is the default view, but let's say you can change this to any of the desktop monitor, how it will display on the desktop monitor. So you can see the dashboard will be of the size of this gray area. So the borders that you see over here, right, you can see this large would be the dashboard. So you may get scroll bars into your dashboard in order to display the entire dashboard as such. Now you can adjust this. There are several resolutions and all which are present over here, and you can work upon that. But you also have a tablet view, which says that only this much section of the dashboard will be displayed by default. For seeing the section which is below, you may get a scroll bar, right? And similarly, you can also see how it will be displayed on the phone, right? So there are multiple such device previews which are available that help you decide what should be the size of the dashboard that you should be setting. Because imagine from a point of view that this dashboard is something that you're going to present to the audience on the projector screen, right? Now the resolution of your dashboard should match the resolution of your projector screen, otherwise you will end up getting the scroll bars. And as a good practice, it is ideal that you should not have scroll bars into your dashboards or the stories that you're going to present to the audience, because scrolling up and down or to the right and the left does not look good at the time of presentation. So these are very basic things that we need to take into consideration. So Tableau does offer you this device preview, which will help you understand how your dashboard will be visible. But at the same time, okay, I don't need this device preview, so I'll just click on this button again. Okay, I got rid of this. So at the same time, it gives you the size option to set the size of the dashboard. So there are several sizes which are readily available over here. Like if you see this drop down, you can see a lot of resolutions are available here. So this will end up deciding how much of space your dashboard is going to occupy. So you can select whichever resolution you want from here, and we can make use of that resolution. But this is ideally supposed to be compared with the resolution of your projector screen, such that it is going to make sense at the runtime. If none of the sizes mentioned over here match your requirement, Tableau also gives you the custom option, right, where you can ideally pass the width and the height based on whatever size you want, and feel free to do that if need be. But most of the time, one of the sizes will definitely work out for you. Below that, what you have are the various sheets. So you can see all of those sheets which we had created are being listed over here, isn't it? So from sheet number 1 to sheet number 19, all of them are listed over here, and when you hover over them, you get to see the graph in the thumbnail, right? So you can actually see which graph you are going to drag and drop onto the dashboard. Now, if you had given meaningful names to your sheets, they will be displayed over here, and it makes more meaningful to drag and drop those sheets, because you now know what is present on each of those sheets. So renaming the sheets is ideally a good option. And below the sheets, what you get to see are the different objects that can be added apart from the regular sheets that we will be collating together in the form of a dashboard. So there are vertical and horizontal containers which will just allocate the kind of objects in the form of horizontal shapes or vertical shapes. But the main objects that I would like to highlight is the text object, which will allow you to add some text part into the dashboard. So just to highlight, so far all of the graphs that we have created were only visuals, right? Let's say, for example, if you look at this or even this, you can see these are just the visuals. Could we write any kind of insights next to the graph just like we would write in the PowerPoint presentation? No, right? So Tableau view just gives you a visual. But now, given that you are going to collate things together into a dashboard, you can do this kind of a thing that, let's say, for example, I'm dragging one of the sheet here. Next to that, I can, drag and drop a text object where I can write down the possible insights from that particular graph, so that when I'm presenting it to the audience, I don't miss out on delivering any of the insights. So this is something that can be done with the help of the text object, but otherwise also the text object can be included definitely to incorporate any other set of pointers while you give the presentation at the runtime. There are certain extensions available that have been created by the Tableau developers, which you can probably download and make use of, but many of the extensions are paid. So we will not be able to explore those kind of options. You also have, I'll just highlight the important ones here. There are many objects, and let me be very honest, Tableau keeps on adding more and more objects with every new version that it comes up with. But a few of the important ones are, of course, your text object, your image object. Let me talk about the image object. So let's say there are certain images which you want to include regarding some of the, let's say, engagement activities that were conducted at your company, and you want to include that, or some conference that you guys attended, or some of the conference that was attended by the employees, or let's say some other activities or awards and accolades that were received. So based on those kind of images, if you want to include into the dashboard, yes, you can do that. Okay, and not just that, you can also convert an image to a hyperlink. So let's say if you want to include your company's logo as part of the dashboard and use it as a hyperlink, such that whenever you click on the logo, you go onto the homepage of the company's website. You can do that with the help of the image object. We'll definitely try out something related to that. You also have blank objects which can be included to just fill up the empty spaces. You have web page object which allows you to integrate an internal browser within the dashboard. So that is also a very good option, so that while you are giving the presentation and someone from the audience asks you a question which would require you to navigate to some website, you don't need to come out of the presentation and do that. Your dashboard itself will allow you to navigate within that internal browser and display that information to the audience. You also have the navigation and the download button that allows you to jump onto some other sheets or dashboards, or download this entire thing as a PPT or a PDF, right? So these are certain options available while you work upon adding those objects onto the dashboard. So as I said, a dashboard is not just a collection of sheets. Obviously that is the primary intention, but it's not just restricted to that. You can add many other such objects and make it look like a more interactive dashboard. Now that we have understood the layout of this dashboard page, let's try to begin with our very first dashboard. And the first dashboard will be simply a collection of sheets, so that I can show you how you can arrange those sheets together to form a proper dashboard. So now, as I said, these various sheets, the ones that we had created in the past few hours, are visible over here for me to drag and drop into this canvas area, right? Now, while I do that, there are two options using which I can place my sheets. One is the tiled option, which is the default and usually a better one, which will fix your sheets as the tiles. And the other option is a floating option, using which you will be able to float your sheet on top of the other sheet. I'll show you where a floating sheet could be useful. But for now, let's begin with the very, first step, which is going to be about bringing those multiple sheets together. For now, I'm just trying to drag and drop some of the, good looking sheets as such into this dashboard. And as soon as I drag the very first sheet, I want you to observe that the entire space has been allocated to this single sheet, because it's the only sheet which is present onto this dashboard as of now. But as soon as you try adding another sheet, let's say for example, I am trying to drag this sheet. Can you see as I hover over this graph, there is this gray shaded area that appears, which tells me where I'm going to place this sheet. And as soon as I place it, you will see that 50% of the area will be, divided into these two graphs. So let's suppose I drop it over here at the bottom, and you can see this was the sheet that had those two different graphs. You can see this has taken 50% of the space and the remaining 50% has gone for the previous graph. So it keeps on dividing your space further and further more based on how many graphs you're trying to include into a dashboard. Now remember one thing, as a best practice, you should add 4 or max to max 5 sheets together into a dashboard and not beyond that. Reason being that if you add a lot of sheets, everything will look cluttered and the right information will not come out from the graphs. So it's better to have maximum 3 to 4 sheets, at the max 5 sheets into a single dashboard. Now if you see, this dashboard that I have populated so far already has 3 different graphs. I have only a very little space left in order to maybe incorporate a 4th one. So let me do that. Suppose if I want to select some other sheet, let's say this one. Region wise, we were trying to look at the values. So yeah. So I'm trying to look at the region wise sales, and you can see this is the kind of graph that we have got. Now the best part is you can also adjust the width of the graphs. If I know that my sheet 9 will not need a lot of space, I can reduce it. And the rest of the space will then go for the other graph, which was the category wise sales. So you can adjust this width as well as the height of these bars. So let's say for example, I want to further decrease the height of this sheet 4, I can do that easily. But remember, As soon as you try to decrease the height of a very lengthy kind of a bar, you will end up getting the scroll bars. So you'll have to, adjust the scroll bars at the runtime in order to incorporate the entire set of values while you talk upon them. So it is up to us to decide what should be the arrangement of these sheets. Now, these sheets that we have added onto the dashboard have been added in the tiled approach, correct? Let me show you what is a floating approach. Floating approach is especially useful when you have such kind of white spaces somewhere over here or maybe over here, which you would like to utilize. Because ideally, if you see, all of the bars that are present over here are not requiring a lot of space, right? So this intermediate space is ideally just going wasted. This is where you can float a sheet on top of the other sheet. So any small kind of a graph or a chart that you would like to, place into this open area, you can do that with the help of the floating approach. So suppose, for example, we had that very small filtered data. You remember this state-wise sales that we had filtered. Suppose I want to include that over here. So can you see this is not giving me a shaded area in order to fix it as a tile. Why? Because it's the floating approach. So as soon as I, drop it here, you will see that sheet is floating on top of the sheet 4. Along with the sheets, your filters will also come along, your legends will also come along, and they are all placed over this right hand side pane. Now from here, I'm trying to drag this filter box and I'm just going to place it here such that it does not overlap my actual sheet. So at the runtime, these filters will also be available. So let's say if I decide to change this M asterisk to, let's say, N asterisk, you should be able to see that change, being reflected into the graph as well. So you can adjust wherever you want to place this particular sheet, and it will overlap the other sheet accordingly. Okay. So this is the use of the floating approach. You don't need to, give explicit space to this particular floating sheet. It's a small sheet, does not require a lot of space. So rather than keeping it as a tile, which will occupy a lot of space, you can prefer to float it on top of the other sheet wherever there is some white space available. This is how you create the dashboard, where you have collated the sheets together, and ideally, as I said, we should have related sheets to be put together into a dashboard, right? As I said, all the data related to East region, if I want to show together, I would create those set of graphs whichever are related to the East region, and I would put it into a single dashboard. Similarly, or maybe region wise, I could also try to filter out the data such that the same dashboard could show me the values for East. Once I select West, it will show me the values for all the West, and the graphs will change accordingly, and so on and so forth for the rest of the regions. But at the same time, let's assume there are different set of graphs. Let's say, for example, one graph which tells me a lot about, one dashboard that tells me a lot about the products, another dashboard that talks a lot about from the sales point of view, and the third dashboard which is helping me focus on the customer related data. So when I need to, work upon such kind of different scenarios, that is where ideally I'll put together all the slides related to that particular topic together and create a dashboard out of it. So that is the optimum reason for which dashboards were invented. But as I said, there are other uses of dashboards as well which are available, wherein we can make use of several different objects and also associate different dashboarding actions in order to make those dashboards more interactive. But this was the very first and the important usage, where we have collated multiple information together and we will be able to present it as a single view. So instead of moving through 3 or 4 slides in our case, we would just display all of this information at once. The audience can have a lot of numbers present in front of them, a lot of related items together in front of them, which will make it more meaningful for them to interpret that data. Now that we have seen how to create a dashboard using various slides or sheets together and collate it into a single view, let's move on towards the next dashboard that we will try to create, where we will try to bring in multiple objects together. As I said, objects are something that can be additionally used apart from the sheets that you can collate into a dashboard. So at times you can collate sheets as well as objects together, or you can also have a separate dashboard which consists of various different objects. For now, what I'll be showing you is the use of various different objects so that you can think of ideas which can allow you to collate those objects along with the required sheets in order to create a beautiful dashboard. So let's start with a fresh dashboard again. And you can see we have an empty canvas here, so we can easily drag and drop the various objects here. There are several objects as we discussed yesterday. There are containers like horizontal and vertical containers, which are just like, objects that will hold your rest of the objects. Apart from that, you also have the text object, which will allow you to add some textual data into the view. Apart from that, there are several extensions which have been created by the Tableau developers, and many such other objects are available in this list here. We will try to use a few of them which are freely available, and let's try to understand how those objects can make your dashboard more meaningful. Let's start with the very first one. Let me drag a horizontal container here. So now let me drag a horizontal container here and let me drop it. So this is where the entire container has been placed, which can now act like a holder for the rest of the objects. Now let me put up a text object here, and I'm just dragging and dropping it as usual, and you will see I get this edit text dialog box where I can write whatever text I want to. For now, let me write a kind of header, let's say my Tableau project. Now the font is very small, so let me just select this. Let me adjust the font and the font size so that this looks good. Okay, I'm selecting 20 as the size. If you want to change the color, feel free to do that as well. I need it center aligned, and there we go. So right now it's only the text object which the horizontal container is holding for us. So you can see it has occupied the entire dashboard for now. But as soon as we try adding more and more objects into this dashboard, you will see that we will end up dividing that entire space into equal halves, and we will be able to place those objects more meaningfully. So this is a text object, and feel free to write some pointers that you would like to display along with the sheet that you're trying to show on that particular dashboard. So the PPT kind of look and feel is what we can create over here into the dashboard, because as we discussed some time back, the sheets do not allow you to hold some sort of text data, right? Every sheet is just going to simply hold the graph that you are trying to create. So there is no place to accommodate the text. So in case you need to include some pointers that you would like to definitely highlight while giving the presentation to the audience, you can do that with the help of dashboard. So let's say on the left hand side I have my graph, and on the right hand side I have this text object which talks upon those insights. So this is the use of the text object here. Similarly, there are several extensions that we can make use of. Of course, the extensions are mainly paid because they are developed by the Tableau community. But I would just like you to have a look at what is the Tableau extension gallery going to look like. So there are several extensions created by the Tableau developers which you can readily use in order to create several kinds of graphs and charts. So many a times Excel users are used to, let's say, the what if analysis kind of things and all. If you want to incorporate that over here, we do have a what if analysis available in Tableau as well. Some different types of graphs like the drill down tree is available here, which we can definitely make use of. So we need to purchase this extension so that they are available for us to use into our dashboards. But this is something that is typically used in an production environment and not for personal use unless and until it is, mainly required. We would ideally prefer to use the freely available graphs which we see here in the show me, and apart from that there are several other graphs also which you can create using Tableau, including your waterfall chart, your donut chart, etc. So using those manual charts or the insights that we can derive out of it, we try to build our own dashboards. But I just wanted you to be aware that there are these kind of extensions also available which can allow you to make use of such extensions directly in order to quickly analyze your data and generate those kind of reports. So that's something about the extension. Let me also talk upon certain other objects. Okay, let's make this dashboard a little fancy. So let's drag an image object here. So when you drag an image object, I want you to observe that this is, highlighting the gray area, which indicates where am I going to place this particular object. Just like in the previous dashboard, we saw the use of the tiled approach, right? Where we were fixing those sheets as tiles such that the entire space gets divided into halves. The same way, as I drag the various objects also onto the dashboard, the area that I have will get divided, and for now I'm going to place this image object at the very left hand side. As soon as I drop it, you observe that there is a edit image dialog box that has appeared, where it is prompting me in order to upload a particular image that I would like to display here. So you can insert an image from your local system, or you can also pass the link to an image which is available on the internet. So whichever image you would like to upload, you can try uploading it. Now, one of the kind of examples that I can help you relate to with respect to the image object is your company's logo. So suppose if you are building a dashboard where you would want your company's logo also to be present, it can definitely be added as an image object. Not just that, if you observe the section here, it is highlighting that the URL opened when the image is clicked. So in a way, you can not only add static images, of course you can do that. Suppose if there are some engagement activities and you want to highlight them through the pictures, you can definitely keep them as static images. But things like your company's logo can be made as a hyperlink, which when clicked will take you to the company's official website. So that kind of thing is also something that you can embed over here, and you can make it as a hyperlinked image. So let's try to do something like that. So let's say, for example, I want an image. Let's download the Tableau's logo itself so that we are able to work upon it. Alright, so I'm just downloading this image, and let's try to pull it up. So I'll just browse like any random file, and we will try to load it up over here. Now, yes, there are certain options like fit image or center image where you can fit the image to the entire width of that area that is reserved for the object, and I would like to do that. I would also like to center that image so that it looks in the center, and we are getting enough space around it. And yes, let's try to first create a simple image object, and then let's try to insert a hyperlink into it so that we can see how that static image gets converted into a hyperlink object. So let me click on OK for now, and you will see that this is the logo for Tableau that we have got. Now, of course, it does not require so much of space, right? The dashboard has just been divided into two halves, and you can see if we are inserting a logo kind of an image, we don't really need this large logo in the dashboard. So we'll try to work upon reducing the space that has been allocated to this object. But for now, let's try to observe how we can convert this static image to a hyperlink object. So now if you see, you just get a cursor here, right? So I can just go to this and I can say edit image, and it will allow me to get that dialog box again, where I can now pass the URL which I would like to open when this image is being clicked. So I am passing the official website for Tableau here, www.tableau.com, and let me click on OK. And there you go. So if you see, the cursor icon has changed now. It's no longer a static image, but it is a hyperlink object. And when I hover over this, you can already see the website that it will take me to. So once I click on this, you will see that it opens your default local browser, whichever is set, and it takes you to that particular URL which you had passed in the dialog box. So this is the official website for Tableau that we are landing onto once we are clicking on that image. So whatever is your company's homepage, that you can set as the URL, and it will navigate you to that company's website when you are giving the presentation at the runtime. So you don't need to officially come out of the presentation, open your local browser, navigate to the company's website and show it to the audience. You can do it directly by clicking this image icon now, and it will automatically navigate to that URL which you have set. So this is the use of the Tableau image object that you can insert into your dashboard. And apart from this, there are some other objects also which are available. For example, the blank object. This is, especially useful when, you want to add some blank area into the dashboard. Just like your websites that you visit have those blank margins at the borders, to the left hand side as well as to the right hand side, so that certain advertisements could be displayed over there, or that space can be used later on for some other purpose. The same kind of thing is what you can try doing over here. But let me highlight where the blank object could ideally be useful. So the current situation that we have onto this dashboard, we see that we just have the image object and the text object for now, right? And this objects are having very less information. Like the image for the logo could have been very small, but it is taking half of the space, so it looks very huge. Similarly, the text object has a very little text present in that object, but because it has taken the half of the space, you see that it is unnecessarily occupying half of the dashboard. So when we want to reduce the space that is allocated to these objects, what we can do is we can try adding blank objects. It is up to us how many and where we would like to add those blank objects. But yes, we just simply need to drag and drop the blank objects, and it will reduce the size of the rest of the objects automatically. So let's try to do that. So suppose if I drag this blank object and I hover to the very left hand side of this dashboard, you can see I'll place the blank object here. So automatically the space that was reserved for the image object has again got divided into halves. And now it's up to me to adjust this space, right? So in case I want to display the logo a little larger, I can increase the space as per my requirement. Or in case I want to further reduce it, I can adjust it accordingly, and I will increase the white space or the blank object space more into this dashboard based on that. So it is up to us to adjust these arrows, and we can assign the required area for each of the object. Now, just like we did for the image object, we can also do it for the text object, because according to me, it does not require so much of space onto the dashboard. So let me drag another blank object and let me place it over here. Just ensure that whenever you are placing any of the objects, you hover over the dashboard properly and then place it at the right position, because otherwise you may end up getting the objects placed in a wrong manner and it may not look visually appealing. Okay, so just ensure that you are getting the right area shaded where you would like to place that object, and then only drop the object. So now that I have dropped this blank object, can you observe the space that was allocated to the text object has now reduced to half. And again, I have the liberty to increase or decrease this space as per my requirement. So this is how you can add certain blank objects to cover up for the rest of the objects, where you don't want to allocate a lot of area into the dashboard. Use a lot of blank objects. But remember, when you use blank objects, that area will be left out blank. So use the blank objects meaningfully is what I would like to say. Alright, now let's try out some other object here. Okay, let's try out the web page object because it's a very interesting one, and I personally like it because it allows you to embed a local browser within the Tableau dashboard. So it's an internal browser that you will get from where you can access any of the web pages dynamically, so that you again don't have to come out of the presentation, open your own local browser and then navigate to the websites. So let's try to add a web page object here. And while you add a web page object, what I would like to tell you is, again, hover over the dashboard properly, because see, if I drop it over here, only this very small area will be reserved for the local browser, right? So in such cases, you will not be able to visualize that entire website correctly. So ensure that you are giving it a large area. Usually what people prefer to do is they drop it below the rest of the objects this way. So that if you see right now, the shaded area is the entire bottom section that we see in this particular dashboard. So as soon as I drop it here, you will see that vertically it will divide the area of the dashboard into two halves, correct? So we will get the entire horizontal section reserved for the web page. And for the web page to be used effectively dynamically at the runtime, you will require a larger area for it to be reserved, correct? So let me drop it over here and you will see this is the dialog box that it gives me now. The area of the dashboard has got divided into equal halves vertically, and it's just prompting me to enter the URL, which is the website that I want to load when the dashboard is loaded. So again, you can pass your company's website or any other website where there is, let's say, while you're giving your presentation about the various products, right, and you want to keep the web page open where your product related details are mentioned, you can pass that particular URL here, such that while you're talking upon your products, and let's say there is a question from the audience that is asking about more specific details about that product, what we can do is we can simply go on to this particular internal browser within the dashboard, search for that particular product on that page which is already loaded for you, and talk upon it. So we don't have to worry about the hassle of coming out of the presentation and doing it manually. For now, I'm just passing the same tableau.com here, such that it will be able to load the Tableau's official web page here. And you will see that this is a dynamic web page, right? So all the options that are available onto the Tableau's website are available over here. So let's say if I'm trying to deep dive into the products that Tableau offers, you can see the exact same page is available over here, and you can work upon it at the runtime. So all of this is going to be a kind of dynamic object that you are going to incorporate into your dashboard. Okay, so this is something about the web page object that can be added into the dashboard. Now apart from that, let me also show you the navigation object, because this is something that many a times becomes useful. So just to set the context, the navigation object allows you to include a button that will allow you to navigate or jump to another sheet or another dashboard. We can set which sheet or which dashboard to jump onto, but this is especially useful when you can't incorporate everything into your dashboard. Again, let me give you an example to understand this better. Suppose I'm talking about the products that the company offers, and there are certain other graphs which I have created which are present in my Tableau workbook, but I have not included all of them here into the dashboard because it could look very cluttered. So now when I'm talking about a particular product, and there are some questions that I'm facing from the audience for which I have the answers, but they are present in the other sheet. So I expect that these questions will come up. So I've already kept my sheets ready, which consist of the answers, right, in the form of graphs and charts. So what I can do is I can just include a navigation button here where I'm going to talk about my products, and as soon as I face that question from the audience, I can just click on the navigate button and jump onto the sheet which has that answers. So this is the use of the navigation button. You can jump onto either any of the sheet or even any other dashboard. It's up to us to decide what page do we want to land up to when that button is clicked. So this is a very useful thing, and as I said, especially useful when you have a lot of information with you within the workbook, but not everything can be incorporated into a single view of dashboard, correct? So let's try adding this navigation option here. But even before we do that, let me just adjust the size of this web page object, because now given that this is an internal browser, we can allocate it a good space, right? We don't need the image or the text objects so large. So let me give the web page object majority of the space and lesser space for the image object as well as the text object. So this is how I am trying to adjust those things. Okay. So now I have this empty areas here, right, which are the blank objects. So I can probably try placing my navigation button somewhere over here. So let's try to do that. So I'm just dragging the navigation button and I'm trying to place it here. So what will happen is the entire area that was reserved for the blank object will now get divided into equal halves, correct? So as soon as I place it here, you can see the navigation button has appeared, and what I need to do is when I kind of double click on this, I get the edit button dialog box. This is where I need to specify certain details with respect to where do we want to navigate. So navigate to will give you the list of all the sheets as well as the dashboards that you have created as part of this workbook. So feel free to choose any of the sheets that you would like to land up to when you are clicking onto this navigation button. For now, I'll just try selecting some of the sheet randomly where we would like to navigate. So let me just pull up the sheet 5, the copy that we had created. I'm just selecting a random one for now, but you can do it meaningfully. The button style, the current selected option is text, which gives me this as the text. But in case you want to display some sort of image icon over there such that it looks a little more beautiful, you can choose this option and it will give you the area to choose the image from your image library, and you can load it over here. But for now I'm okay with the text object. So if you want to display a meaningful title here, you can do that. So let's say I will mention over here, go to sheet 5. Okay, this is just a random name that I'm giving here. If you know what is present onto that particular sheet and you would like to give that header to make that button look more meaningful, feel free to do that. And you can decide what should be the font and the rest of the details related to the background color of the button. If you want to give any sort of borders, you can select the required border. So all of these are just the formatting related options that are given to you by Tableau, such that you can make this a little more beautiful with respect to the look and feel of the dashboard. Many of the times you would like to stick to the color scheme that you are following throughout the entire dashboard. So feel free to change the background color or the border and the color of the borders, etc. And you can modify it as per your requirement. So it is also prompting me to enter a tooltip whenever I hover over this button. What is it that I want to display? So you can feel free to enter a tooltip information here, but for now I'm just skipping this part. I am okay with the default tooltip that the navigation button is going to offer to me. Okay, so having said what needs to be done with respect to this navigation button, I'll just click on OK and my button will be good to go. So you can see when I hover over this button, it is prompting me to click Alt and click in order to navigate to the sheet 5, the duplicate version that we had created. So as soon as I do this Alt click, you will see it takes me to that particular page, which is that page, the sheet 5, which was duplicated by us. So this is the kind of this is the kind of performance that you get with the help of the navigation button, which makes it easy for you to jump onto certain sheets. Those sheets need to be dependent sheets, right? So it allows you to jump onto those dependent sheets which carry more information related to your actual data that you are presenting to the audience. So that's the use of the navigation button. One last thing, let's try out into this dashboard. Let's add a download button. This is a button, again, I'm trying to place it into this empty space that we had here in the blank object, and you will see it again, will adjust the space of the blank object by dividing into two halves. Now, the download button ideally is just a quick way that will give you, the access to download this entire dashboard or even the entire workbook into a PDF format or into a PPT kind of a format. But ideally, it's okay even if you don't use this kind of a button explicitly, because if you remember, we had discussed the file menu. Wherein we had this options of exporting as PowerPoint or printing it to PDF. So you can do it from the file menu also, or in case you are kind of downloading or in case you are trying to use this download button, you can do it using that as well. So suppose when I click onto this download PDF button, it will give me this edit button option, which will allow me to specify what should be done when the button is clicked. So you can export this entire thing as a cross table to Excel, or as an image, or as a PDF, or even as a PowerPoint. So you can choose whatever option you want to. Let's say I'm sticking to the PDF version for now. This is where I can again decide the button style should be of text or an image object. I'm fine with the text object. And the title again is optional. I am going to download a PDF any which ways, so I can stick to the same name. Borders and background color, I'm fine with whatever is given to me by default, and I don't want to enter an optional tooltip for now. So I'm fine with whatever are the settings that have been made by Tableau automatically for this button that it has provided to me. So all I need to do is click on OK, and this will allow me to set this button. And again, when I hover over this button, I want you to observe it is suggesting me Alt plus click to download. So as soon as I do that, Alt plus click, this is the dialog box that I'll get. Now I want you to observe which are the various options that it provides me. For example, it is prompting me to either print the PDF as just the active sheet or the entire workbook, correct? And I would like to maybe go with the entire workbook, but remember, more the number of sheets, the longer the time that it will take in order to create that PDF for you. Okay, you can also decide what should be the size that you will be using, whether you are doing it in the portrait mode or in the landscape mode. So it's up to you. Let's say I want to go in the landscape mode, and whether or not you want to view the PDF after printing, you can just do that. And let me just click on OK for now, and you will see that it will ask me to store this wherever possible. I'll just save it into my documents folder for now, and let me wait for it to create this file, and it will open it up into the PDF reader. So if you see, it's taking a little bit of time because there were many sheets into my dashboard. Once done, it will be able to open up that file for me. Alright, now that the PDF has been created, let's try to just have a look at it. So you can see this file has got created. Let me just open it up, and there we go. So given that we had tried to save it into the landscape mode, this is how it looks like. So you can see the very first sheet that we had created, the detailed one, is now showing all of these details related to the graph as well as the legends that were present there. We also had associated a caption along with this graph, so you can see that again is displayed here. this was a sheet where we had allocated a title as well, right? So you can see this sheet looks more meaningful compared to the rest of the sheets that we have onto this PDF, right? So if you see here, I can scroll down and you will see all of the sheets that we had created are visible over here. So these are the various sheets, and as we progress in the next few pages, we will also be able to see the dashboard. Yeah, now this is one thing that I just want to highlight, that many of the times the reason why it takes a very long amount of time in order to download that entire workbook as a PDF is because you have such kind of graphs or tables, especially where there is a lot of data present. If you remember, this was a graph where we were looking at the total cost of the product. So for every product, what is the cost is what we had tried seeing with the help of that calculated variable. And given that there were about 1850 unique values in the product name, you can see this is a very lengthy table that has got created, and it will definitely save or download all of the values for you into the PDF. So this becomes very lengthy. So that's one of the thing that I want you to observe. So if you observe the size of our PDF here, this is about 219 pages that we have got in all, because of such kind of tables that we would have involved into our sheets. So let me just take you down and let us have a look at the rest of the sheets that we have. So just a second, and yeah, there we go. So the rest of the sheets are present here, and we also have our very first dashboard, which was nothing but a collation of sheet, and you can clearly see what were the kind of filters that were applied onto this data, so that you are able to relate to some of the filtering work that has been applied. But you can also observe that the size legends or the color legends also appear along with all of the graphs that you have. So all of those things which were present onto your actual dashboard have come along into this particular dashboard. Now this was because it were these dashboards. Now this was because this dashboard consisted of multiple sheets. But if you look at the second dashboard that we tried saving, the one which consisted of all of the objects that we tried out, this is where I want you to observe that the web page object is displayed as a blank object, right? Now this is only because that was a dynamic object. So dynamic objects are not going to be seen over here. You can see the area that was reserved for that, but you can't probably see what was the website that was loaded. So it does not take a snapshot of the website page that is visible over there and then download it to PDF. So it looks like an empty object as such. Okay. But this is a great option when you want to share the entire Tableau workbook with someone who does not have even a Tableau reader. So if you remember, in the beginning of this masterclass, we discussed about several tools that can actually allow you to work upon Tableau related documents. We spoke about Tableau Reader, which is like the freeware that allows you to read the Tableau workbooks, right? So you need not have the Tableau desktop application because you are not going to constantly sit and create those Tableau workbooks, but you're just going to have a look at them. So Tableau Reader is also sufficient. But let's say you don't even have a Tableau Reader, then in such cases the Tableau developer can download it as a PDF file and share it with you, because anyone usually would have an access to a PDF reader, correct? So this is one of the useful options that we can have. Apart from that, we can also download these as the PowerPoint. So we can export it as a PowerPoint application so that we can present it as a slideshow. Here, each and every sheet is acting like a page. There, each and every sheet would act like a slide in the PPT, correct? However, having said all of these things, I would just like to reiterate on this point that given that we are going to download these sheets as images and include it into the PDF or even in the PowerPoint application, the interactivity is something that we will lose in such kind of situations, right? So all the graphs, wherever there are any kind of filters applied, or let's say even when you hover over any of the graphs, you don't get to see the tooltip information as such, right? So you lose that interactivity part when you are using the Tableau files into any other kind of tools, be it the PDF or be it the PPT. So that is the reason why, it is usually recommended that you can at least have a Tableau reader, such that, you can open up this Tableau workbooks into that reader and you can have a look at them. Okay. So that's about the second example of dashboards that I wanted to share with you, where we have explored different types of objects that can be, integrated into the dashboard. And as I said, it need not be a complete dashboard having all of different objects only. Ideally, a dashboard could be a collection of sheets as well as objects together, such that you can bring in more interactivity and make it look like a full-fledged dashboard which can be presented to your manager or to the stakeholders. So having said that, let's move on towards the third example of the dashboard, where we will try to explore certain dashboarding actions that can be associated with the images or with respect to the graphs or charts that we are including into that dashboard. So let me create a fresh dashboard once again, and this time I would purposely like to pull up some sheets where we have included certain maps. So let me drag the sheet 2 over here, which was a symbol map, and we also had a filled map on the sheet 3. So let me place it one below the other, and yes, this is what it looks like. So now that I have this two sheets with me, let's try to try some sort of actions associated with these dashboards. So what is the concept of action is something that I want to first tell you about, where whenever multiple graphs are included into the dashboard, what you can do is you can associate certain common filters, or you can also associate certain highlighting actions, or there are multiple such actions which are available, which will allow you to bring in the interactivity for all the sheets that are present onto the dashboard. Let me clarify it better. For example, if you look at this dashboard 1 which we had created, you saw that we had applied filters that were applicable to this particular sheet, right? The floating sheet which we have, which is the sheet 18. But when I try to change this particular filter, you can see it's only that sheet which reflects the change. The rest of the sheets do not change as such. But what if I want to change the data that is present in the rest of the sheets as well? So let's say those states which are starting with M, only those states I want to include into all of the graphs. So maybe they all belong to a single region, or they could be coming from 2 or 3 different regions. So only those regions should be shown over here. Similarly, whatever sales they are doing with respect to the different categories, I want to display only for those states which are listed over here. Similarly, this sheet as well as the profit and loss sheet should be updated based on only these 3 states which are meeting this condition where the name is starting with M. So these filter that I am trying to set over here should be applicable to all of the sheets that are present onto the dashboard. When this is the kind of interactivity that we need, this is where the dashboarding actions could help you. So let's try to achieve something like that. And in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to go to the dashboard menu, where you will find this option related to actions. So this is where actions is what I'll try to click on, and you will get the action dialog box where you are trying to perform these actions onto this workbook, right? And there is nothing present here right now because there is no action associated onto this dashboards. But let us add an action. So there are several actions that are available here, but you can apply 3 actions at the max onto any of the dashboard. So we'll try to execute the first 3 actions onto this dashboard, which are like the most commonly used ones. filter, highlight, go to URL. These are the commonly used ones. So let's try them out one by one. Go to sheet is nothing but equivalent to your navigation button, which you have already seen, right? And change parameter or change set values is nothing but going to allow you to change certain values in order to reflect only those set of values into your dashboard. Let's try out the very first one, which is the filter action, and you will get a hang of it. So let me select the filter action here, and it gives me this add filter action dialog box. Now this is where it is asking me to pass a name over here in order to give it a meaningful name. So let's say when you have multiple filter actions that you are associating, you would like to give meaningful names here, but for now I am fine with the name that has been provided, which is filter 1, because this will be the only filter action that I'll associate onto my dashboard. So for now I want you to observe that there are both the sheets which are present onto this dashboard are present in the source sheet as well as the target sheets, which means what? That whenever I try to filter out something from the sheet 2, it will automatically reflect that same change into the sheet 3 and vice versa. So both of them can act like a target and both of them will act like a source sheet as well. So let them be this way, but this gives you that functionality that for certain sheets, you just want them to be target and not the source. You can uncheck the sheet names accordingly and it will consider it that way. Now the most important thing is this one. You want to run this filter action on the basis of which event? There are 3 events that are possible, so that is the reason there are 3 set of actions that you can put onto a dashboard, is what I said. So currently I'm going to set this action onto the hover event, which means what? That whenever I hover over a particular state into the sheet 2, you will see that the same state will be filtered out in the sheet 3. Okay, so let's try to have a look at whether that thing works out well for us or not. And once this hover action is done, what do we need to do next? The clearing the selection, let's say when I'm moving out the cursor from that particular state, let's say I was hovering over California and now my cursor is shifting to some other state, let's say Texas. What do I want to do then? So I want to keep the filtered values only, so it should still show California only in the target sheet, or would I want to show all the values? Of course, I would like to show the entire set of values then, correct? So this is the other option that I'm selecting over here. And I want to filter on the basis of all the fields. So let's click on OK now, given that I've done the necessary settings here. And you can see the filter action has been associated. So the filter 1 action has been associated on the hover event on the dashboard 3, applicable to all of the fields. So now when I click on OK, we can try out this action which we have associated. So if you see right now, when I hover over California in the sheet 2, it acts like the source sheet. And into the target sheet, which is the sheet 3 for now, you can see it is only California which it is filtering out for me. This is what your filter action does. Vice versa. Suppose if I am hovering over Texas into the sheet 3, this will act like the source sheet now, and the sheet 2 will automatically become the target sheet here, where you can see it is again the Texas and its value that it is displaying in the sheet 2. So this is a very good idea when you especially want the audience to focus upon the value that you are trying to highlight. Many of the times, see, the reason why I chose these set of map related graphs is because these have a lot of values. So I'll be able to justify the use of this dashboarding actions to you more meaningfully, because these actions usually allow you to help the audience focus upon what you are talking about. So usually the attention of the audience wanders around for the entire set of values, right? Because there are so many values to look at. So when you want the focus to be on a specific value, this is where you can definitely use a dashboard action, correct? So this is how the filter action works onto a dashboard. Now similar to this, let's try out the highlight action as well. So let me again go to the dashboard menu, select actions here, and you will again end up getting the same dialog box which already states that on the hover event the filter action is already applied. So now when we apply another action, we will try to apply it onto some other event apart from hover. Okay. So let me add an action, and yes, highlight is a very good action, again similar to the filter action, but I prefer highlight action more than the filter action. So let me show you the highlight action, and yes, you can see pretty much similar set of values that are present over here while setting the highlight action as well. The name, I'm fine with highlight one because I don't want to give any more meaningful name as of now. The source sheet and the target sheets, you can see both of them are selected. So both can act as source as well as target. Run action on, I can't set it to hover now because we already have a filter action on the hover, right? So let's click on select over here such that when I select a particular state, that is the state that will be highlighted and the rest of the states will be then faded out. Okay. So we will look at the output and then I'll be able to tell you what is the exact difference between the highlight action and the filter action. Okay. So right now I'm setting it on the select option, and I want to, again go with all the fields over here, and I am good to go with this. Okay. So let me just click on OK, and you can see the second action has been associated now, which is the highlight action. So now that this action has been added, let me click on OK and let's try it out. So now that, I'm hovering over California, you can see it is still the filter action that is working, correct? Now this is where hover will keep on filtering your data. But as soon as I select, I want you to observe that it is the highlight action that has got applied. So what did I tell you? Highlight action will highlight the one that we have selected and fade out the rest of the values. So can you see the difference now? When we were hovering and when it was filtering the data, the target sheet, if you see the sheet 3 over here, which is the target sheet, it did not show the rest of the values at all. It filtered out the rest of the values and only shows me California, correct? But while I apply the highlight action instead of filter, you can see it highlights California in both the sheets for you. The rest of the values are still there if you see in the background, but they are faded out such that the audience will focus on the highlighted value that you are trying to talk about. So tomorrow if I want to talk about Texas, I'll just highlight Texas and you can see it is getting highlighted in both the graphs and not just the single one. So this is the benefit of the highlight action over the filter action, and that's the reason why I mostly prefer the highlight action over the filter action. Okay, so this is the second type of action that we have seen that can be applied onto the dashboard. Now let's move on towards the third action. And this is a very interesting one, and that's one of the reasons why I chose the state related graphs, because the go to URL action is what we are going to try out now, which will allow me to convert these graphs into hyperlinks. Just like some time back we saw how to convert an image object into a hyperlink, the same kind of thing is what we are going to try out here, where we will try to associate a URL, and based on the state which we will try to click upon, we will try to land up onto some page that is related to that particular state. So this is a setting where we will need certain more options to be selected while associating this URL action, but this is an interesting one. And what we will try to achieve over here is, whenever we are clicking onto a particular state, we will try to open the Wikipedia page for that particular state, because that for every state there are Wikipedia pages, correct? So let's try to associate that URL. But now let me help you relate to the real world scenario. Suppose if you use it into your own presentation, where can you use this? So that example which we were talking about some time back, that you are talking about the products that your company is offering, and there are certain questions coming from the audience where there are more specific details which are asked about the products, and those details are not even present into your workbook, they are present onto your company's website, correct? So when you want to embed this company's URLs over here, all you need to ensure is that the right path is passed. So as soon as I click on product 1, it should take me to the page where product 1 related specific details are displayed onto the website. Similarly, as soon as I click on product 2, it should display me the web page that is associated with the product 2 and will give me more information that I can discuss in detail with the audience then. Okay, so that kind of activity is what we will try to achieve here, but I'm keeping it simple, where I am going to navigate you to the Wikipedia pages for each of the state, because that's something definitely that each of the state will have, correct? So now let's start with this. So currently it is highlighting to me the name as hyperlink 1, right? And I am ideally okay with this one, but what will happen is whenever I try to go on to the hyperlink, the name that will be displayed will be hyperlink 1. Rather than the same name coming on each and every state, what I would like to see is a hyperlink with that particular state's name. For example, when I click on to Texas, I should get a hyperlink named as Texas with an underline below that, correct? Not just the hyperlink word. So this is where what you can do is you can remove this name and you can rather insert the name that you would like to display there. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to select the state variable from this list, and what I want you to observe is it came into those angular brackets. You remember the purpose of the angular brackets? That allow you to pick up the current value. So if I'm hovering over Texas, I will get the name picked up as Texas. And if I'm hovering over California, I'll get the name picked up as California. So the hyperlink will be created with that particular state's name and not just any random name. So for now, this is sorted. I want both of the sheets to be the source sheet. There is no target sheet in this case because target will actually be a web page, correct? So both the sheets are source sheets, and I can click on any of them and I'll still be able to open up the Wikipedia pages, okay? Run action on, let's select the third option here because we already have an action set on hover as well as select. But having said that, let me tell you that this URL action should be implemented using the menu action. This is a recommendation because what happens is when it is set to menu, what will happen is when you click onto that particular state, the pop-up menu will come, within which you will get to see the state's hyperlink, and only when you click on that hyperlink you will be navigated to that particular web page which you have associated with it. In case you do it onto the hover action, just imagine how many Wikipedia pages we will end up opening when we just hover over the entire map, right? We obviously don't want that. So it is a safer option to select the menu setting for this in order to set the action on, okay? So menu is what has been selected by default and I'll stick to it. And what I'm suggesting here is URL target, new tab if no web page object exists. Yes, I am wanting to open a new web page object every time. And what should be the URL? This has to be passed meaningfully here, correct? So let me just open up any random Wikipedia page for now. Let's say I'm trying to search for Texas. You know that the very first link that I will end up getting is a Wikipedia page, right? So let me go on to this and let me copy the URL from here, okay? Alright, now that I have copied the URL, let me paste it over here. Now what happens is, you can see that by default, Texas is the, kind of page that it will end up landing to, correct? So for any given state, when I click, it will always take me to Texas ka Wikipedia page. Of course, that's not what I want, right? I would like to see the Wikipedia page for that particular state which I have clicked onto. So let's remove this Texas from here and let's make it a generic kind of a URL. So this path will remain common no matter which state I am clicking onto, correct? And from here I will insert the current state name. So just like that value was selected, so it removed it. So let me just repaste the URL for the Wikipedia, and yeah, remove the texts from this, and let me now insert ahead of this the sample superstore state variable name, right, which is in the angular brackets again, which means that whenever I click on to any of the state, that state name will be replacing this part instead of Texas. The rest of the path will remain common, and accordingly it will be able to open up the page that we are looking forward to. So now if you see, it has automatically picked up the very first state name that was present in the variable, which is Alabama. And this is the link that we are getting here. So we can definitely test whether our connection works successfully or not. So as soon as I clicked on that, you can see I'm landing onto the Alabama's Wikipedia page. So this link is working fine now. So all I need to do is OK, and this is where I will end up associating that go to URL action. And this has been set onto the menu event. So let's try to check it out. So I've clicked on OK, and now when I click on any of the state, you can see this is the menu. And within the menu, can you observe the hyperlink has got created with the name California, right? So now only when I click on to California, you will see that it will navigate me to the Wikipedia page for California. So this is how you can make use of the go to URL action, and both of the sheets were kept as the source sheets, correct? So suppose I'm using the lower sheet as the source sheet for now. If I click on to British Columbia, you can see the hyperlink is available with that name, and when I click on it, it will take me to the Wikipedia page for British Columbia. So this is how you can associate, the go to URL action, which could be very beneficial for you while you want to navigate to certain web pages at the runtime when there are certain questions that you face from the audience. Okay, so there are multiple actions that we can associate with respect to the dashboards that we are going to present in order to make them more meaningful and interactive at the runtime, such that the audience is focusing on the right set of values that you are trying to highlight at the moment, and they are not wandering around looking at all of the values that are present in front of them. So customizing the graphs at the runtime while presenting the dashboard is effectively done with the help of the dashboarding actions, and the three actions that we saw right now are the most commonly used kind of actions. And as I said, you can set 3 actions at a time on a dashboard because you have those 3 events, which is the hover, select and the menu, on which you can associate those actions onto your dashboards. So yeah, that's about our third example related to dashboard, and we have seen that we have created a couple of dashboards now. One where we saw the collation of multiple sheets together, the second one where we saw the collection of objects put together to bring an interactiveness into the dashboard, and the third one where we have tried associating those various actions that can be applied onto the dashboards. Now that we have seen how dashboards work, let's move on to the next part, which is the final thing that you actually present to the audience. So no matter how many sheets and dashboards you create throughout your workbook, the final thing that gets presented to the audience is the story. And what we are going to look at is what is a story and how do we build one story so that it can be presented as a slideshow. So the last icon that you see over here, which looks like a book, is the icon that will allow you to create a story. So let's click on this, and you see this is the canvas that we are reaching right now, where there are certain set of things that we will try to discuss before we try to pull up these sheets and dashboards to collate everything into a story. But remember one thing, that when you are looking at a story, it's more or less like a PowerPoint presentation. But the difference, of course, is that your story will be an interactive one, whereas your PowerPoint presentation will be like a static one, correct? But Having said that, there are certain limitations also when it comes to a story. For example, in case of PowerPoint, you get to apply various effects onto the changes that happen into the slides, right? When you're moving from one slide to other, there are certain visual effects that you can add, which of course is not possible in Tableau, but the kind of interactiveness that you get, be it the filters or the tooltips and the labels, etc., all of those things are going to be there in case of Tableau, which of course you wouldn't find in case of PowerPoint presentation, right? So that's the kind of difference and similarities that you have between a Tableau story versus a PowerPoint presentation. So having said that, let's move on towards the discussion of the user interface that is present in front of us for creating a story, where I want to highlight that we have a story pane here as well as a layout pane here, where on the story pane we see that there is something called as new story point, which allows you to add more blank slides or even duplicate the existing slides. So once we have something pulled up onto this first sheet here, you will see that the duplicate button will be enabled so that we can start duplicating our slides as well. Now below that, what you find is all of the sheets as well as the dashboards that you have created. So we have our 19 sheets here and the 3 dashboards that we have created. So all we need to do is drag and drop from here onto the slides that we have in this story. And just remember to include one sheet or a dashboard on one of the slide, because this is going to be like a slideshow, correct? So each sheet or a dashboard will be acting like one slide into your story. Apart from that, you also have the text object here, which can allow you to add some textual slides as well into the story. Like for example, adding a title page, or let's say a page in between where you are summarizing a lot of points together. So those kind of things can be incorporated with the help of the text object. Whether or not to show the title is what you can choose to check or uncheck. You can give a meaningful title here for the story, and more than that, you can also change the size of your story, right? And just like we discussed about the dashboards yesterday, where we should be choosing the size of the dashboard in such a way that it matches the resolution of your projector screen. The same way, the size for the story can also be set according to the resolution that you would like to match. So for now, I am choosing this as the size, where you can see I've enlarged the resolution here. So once that is set, we can start loading the sheets in order to create the PPT or the slideshow over here. However, you also have a layout pane over here, which allows you to decide how would be the navigation style when you navigate from one page to the other. So let's say this caption window or caption box that you see over here. For example, this caption box that you see over here is the default one that has been selected as the navigator, where you get such kind of caption boxes. And the benefit of having a caption box is that you can give a caption here, right? So when you are presenting and you decide to jump from one of the slide to some other slide, the caption will enable you to understand what is present on that slide where you are trying to jump onto, correct? So this caption boxes are usually a preferred option, but you also have some other navigation styles that you can use, where numbers is what you can apply to the various slides, like the page numbers. Similarly, you can also have dots. So let me do one thing. Let me add a couple of blank points so that you are able to see that dots clearly. So you can also go with the dots, or you can simply get the arrows in order to navigate you from the pages across this entire story that you will be creating. So these are the various options that you can have for the navigation style. I am fine with the very first option, which is the caption box, so that I can show you the caption effect that we can apply onto the slides. So let's go on to the story pane again, and let's try to build our story. I'm going on to the very first slide onto this story, and given that this is going to be the very first slide, let me add a text object here in order to create an introductory slide for this PPT. So let me just drag it here and let's give it some meaningful title. Let's say Masterclass on Tableau, and I'll just pass my name here. Okay. All right, let me get the first letter capitalized. And there we go. So I can now select the text, apply whatever font size or font effect that I want to give. Let me just increase the font size to 24. I'll make it a little bold. If you want to change the color, feel free to do that. I want it center aligned, which it is. So let me click on OK. And this is the kind of box that we end up getting. So now I can place it wherever I want to. This will of course be a kind of floating object, so you can place it whenever you want. And apart from this text, you can also try to format the look and feel of this text box. So let's say if I right click onto this, I get the edit description so that I can edit whatever text I had passed over here. But there is also a format description, which is going to give me certain effects which I can apply to the box, the text box that we have got here. So the shading is, 85% here, which we can probably try to increase, and you can choose whichever color you want. So given that my font was blue in color, I've used a very lighter shade of blue in the background. In case you want to give a, maybe a border, you can decide what should be the type of the border, the thickness of the border, what color do you want to use, and so on and so forth. And this is the text box that I have got now. So you can edit it as per your requirement, and you can definitely include more text into this. I'm just trying to give you a glimpse of how the text object can actually be added as part of your story. Correct? And once you are done formatting, let's get rid of this format box over here so that we get the actual story pane once again. And now that this slide is ready, I can actually add a caption here. Okay, let's say that this is the title page. So now when I am presenting it to the audience, I'll get to see this caption on the top, so that, whenever I want to jump onto any other, slide into the story, I will be able to see the caption and accordingly jump. So it makes it easy to me to, understand what is present on which of the slide and, navigate accordingly. So this is the very first slide that we have created. So now let's try to add more slides into this. We have already added a couple of them, so we can use them directly, or else if you don't want them, you feel free to delete those particular slides also from the story. Okay. So currently I'm just trying to build a story where we will just try to add more and more sheets and dashboards in order to make it a little more visually appealing. Okay. But remember that a story is, as I said, the final product that we will be showcasing in front of the audience, and it definitely need not include everything. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that your actual workbook could consist of hundreds of sheets and 10 or 20 dashboards as such, but your final story could actually just be about 10 sheets and maybe just about 5 dashboards as such. So not everything that is present in your workbook has to be a part of your story. You can have those rest of the sheets ready, available into the workbook, so that whenever you face certain questions, you have those answers present onto those sheets and you can easily navigate and discuss. So that is the whole point regarding the story. So now that we have created a title page, let's try to add some sheets onto this, and I'll just randomly pick up some of the sheets. Maybe we would have used some of them already into the dashboard, but ignoring that fact, let me add some of the sheets here. So this one is definitely present in my dashboard, so I'll just try to remove this one. Okay, so let me just go on to this and click on the cross button here so as to remove. Okay, let me add a blank point and let me pull up some other sheet apart from this one. So yeah, let me drag this one here and then again let me add the blank point so that we go on to the next slide, and let me add this line graph here and another blank point, and maybe I can pick up some map related graph, and I'll keep on doing this activity till the time I'm including all the necessary sheets into my dashboard that I've tried creating. Okay, so dragging another one here, and let me just try pulling up the dashboards as well. Okay, so I'm just adding the first dashboard, then the second one, and then the third one by adding a new blank point every time. So this is it. Okay, so I've tried adding all the required sheets and dashboards into the story, and you can see I haven't selected everything. So as I said, I could have many sheets, but the story could only hold those important ones which I want to showcase to the audience. Okay, so now that this entire story is ready, I can probably try adding one final text object here in order to maybe end this. Okay, like end of the project, or let's say thank you slide is what I'm trying to add over here. So let me give it some effect once again, and I'm making this as semi bold. Let me change the size, the color, and yeah, that's it. I think this is the object, and let me place it here into the center, and there we go. So this is where I have started off the story with an introductory message which was present as part of the text object. Then we had a certain number of sheets and dashboards put into the story in the form of slides, and then the final text object again that is just a thank you message. And you can see all of these caption boxes are available on the top. Although I haven't named each one of them meaningfully, you can definitely do that, so that as I said, when you at the runtime try to jump on to the other slides, you know what is present on that particular slide, correct? And once you are ready with the final story, all you need to do is you need to click on this presentation mode that is present onto the toolbar, and this will start your presentation, correct? So go on to the very first page, which is the title page, and this is the look and feel that you will get. Now, of course, this is based on whatever is the resolution of my laptop screen, but we can try adjusting this, as I said, with respect to the projector screen, so that it is clearly visible onto the projector screen, as well as it matches the resolution such that it looks like a full screen mode. So once you are onto this, all you need to do is use the arrow buttons on your keyboard, and you can navigate to the next slide, and you can walk through the entire slideshow. So now if you see, when I am onto a particular slide over here, and when I hover over this graph, you see the tooltip information, right? It is interactive. You also get to see the legends that have been applied onto this particular graph. Similarly, for the next graph, you can see I can hover over and I can, manipulate the and understand the data over here. And the same thing is applied over here also. You can see the color legend being present here. This was the sheet where we had applied the pages card, right, in order to bring in the motion into this map. So as soon as I hit the play button, you can see it starts changing the values for us in order to show us how, the sales were done over the period of time across these 4 years from 2021 to 2024. So all of these things can be, incorporated with the help of the story. So all those effects that we apply onto those individual sheets will come along when you pull up those sheets into the dashboard or even into the story. Okay, this was another sheet that we had added. This was again a static kind of a graph, but remember, you can highlight certain kind of categories here as well. Like for example, I want the audience to focus upon the storage category, which I am currently talking about. I will just highlight it, and it will be highlighted, and the rest of the values will get faded out then, which in turn will allow the audience to focus on what I am trying to discuss. So all of that functionality is available, and the dashboards that we incorporated. Now you can see the size of my dashboard is not matching the resolution correctly, so I definitely need to work upon that. But because as I told you that getting scroll bars at the time of presentation is usually not the best practice of visualization. Everything should fit into the view so that you are able to see everything at once. But yeah, having said that, let me tell you that the filters that we had applied are still available with us into the story, so we can use it at the runtime. Apart from that, the interactive dashboard objects that we had included are all available here. You can see the internal web browser that we tried to set is a dynamic object, and I can still navigate through it the way I want to. Correct? So that is working fine. Even the image that we had added onto the dashboard was a kind of hyperlink. So if I click onto that, you can see it is navigating me to the Tableau's official website, which was the URL action that we associated with it. Similarly, if I click onto this navigation button, it will allow me to go on to that sheet 5 which was associated with it. So I can easily do that. I can also download the PDF with the help of this dialog box. For now, I'm cancelling this because this is a lengthy PDF that it tries to download. But yeah, you can do this kind of things because of the interactive objects that you have, added onto the dashboard. So all of those things are, readily available to be used as part of the story as well. And this was our final third dashboard that we had created, where we tried to associate those dashboarding actions, right? All of those actions are available now as well. If I try to hover over any of the state, you can see the same state is getting filtered out in the target sheet. If I try to, highlight any of the state, you can see the same state, Alberta in our case, is getting highlighted across both the graphs over here. And similarly, if I click onto this and go on to the menu option, you can see the link that we had created, which will navigate us to the Wikipedia page for that particular state, is still active. And when I click on it, it will definitely open up the local browser, whichever is your default browser, and it will take me to the Wikipedia page of Alberta. So all of those things that we had associated at the sheet level or at the dashboard level are available for us to use even at the runtime while we are presenting the story. And yes, finally the last slide, which says thank you. So this is where we finish off with our story presentation. And remember, story, as I said, is the final thing, so it has to be a very good one, an impressive one that is able to convey all of the meaningful insights that you wanted to share while you talk upon the data. So most of the time when we try to create stories using Tableau, we try adding lesser theory or text part into it, because we like to do more of the talking with the help of the tooltip information that we can highlight, or with the help of the filters that will allow us to filter out the data and talk upon certain aspects that we would like to highlight and talk upon in front of the managers or the stakeholders. So people usually prefer having lesser text and more of graphical representation. But I just wanted to highlight to you that a story is ideally a combination of text, images, your sheets, your dashboards all together put into a final product, which is ideally supposed to be presented. So this is how you can create a story, and although we did not try duplicating anything, the duplicate button will just allow you to let's say duplicate a particular sheet. So let's say, for example, I'm currently onto this sheet and I try to click onto the duplicate button. You will see that this slide has been duplicated now. Correct? Before I go on to the new slide, you get to see this same slide appearing twice. In case you don't want it, you can try to eliminate it. So this is all about the story or the final product that you will be creating, and the story also gets stored into the same Tableau workbook. where all your sheets and dashboards are residing, so that you can use this story at the runtime and you can talk upon all the possible insights that you would like to share with your audience. So that's it about the story that we can create. So now, all in all, we have tried exploring a lot of things with respect to the Tableau Desktop. And just to highlight and reiterate on all of the things that we have covered so far, let me tell you that we have worked upon the data pane so far, right? We will try out the analytics pane as the next thing, but so far we have tried working on to the data pane, where we started off with the understanding of how to connect to different data sources and load the data in Tableau, how to work upon pulling those variables and creating those visualizations in Tableau, how to change the chart types, how to customize the graphs with the help of the marks card and the various options available there. We also tried out different types of graphs and charts. Apart from that, we also saw how to work upon some additional features like sorting the data, grouping the data, working on the hierarchies that Tableau offers you to implement in the data. And we also saw how we can use some quick table calculations, and apart from that, how can we create our own calculated fields as well to be used in the Tableau graphs. And we also saw the most important thing, which is related to the filtering of the data, because it's not the entire data that we would always want to have into our graphs and charts, correct? So we tried doing all of that, after which we focused upon working on the dashboards, where we tried 3 examples about collating the sheets together, about collating the objects together, as well as applying some dashboarding actions onto the sheets. So that was about the dashboards, after which we moved on towards building the story, which was the final part that we have discussed. So that is all about the data pane that we have over here into the Tableau Desktop, and I think we have covered pretty much a lot of things here. And the next thing that we will try to move on towards is the analytics pane, where I will try to show you some things related to some quick analysis that we can do on the data. And apart from that, the kind of modeling that we can do on the data. But even before we move on towards that discussion, I would just like to ensure that I am saving this file, so that all of my work that I have done in this Tableau workbook is safe and saved, so that I can review it at a later stage. Alright, so now on the analytics pane, we will try to explore certain options where you can do more than what you saw in case of the data pane, where in the data pane we were focusing mainly upon the visualizations and working upon some calculations. The analytics pane provides you with certain options that you can readily use, and you can perform a detailed analytics onto the data. And especially for people belonging to the data science field, this is very intuitive, because this is something that will allow you to build some sort of predictive models as well, where you have certain options related to regression, clustering, as well as time series forecasting. So we'll be trying out all of those options today, and we will be seeing how we can make use of analytics pane and Tableau in order to analyze and build predictive models onto our data by just simply dragging and dropping things without having to write those lengthy codes that you would usually write into a tool like Python. So let's get started with that. And the very first thing that I would like to show you is the time series forecasting, because the data that we are already connected to, the sample superstore data, has the date related variable, right? And when it comes to time series forecasting, where you talk upon things like, what could be the gold prices for the next 6 months, or how will my company's revenue look like for the upcoming year, or let's say how are the stock prices going to fluctuate over the next 2 weeks. When I want to look at such kind of insights, that is where the time series forecasting or the time series modeling domain comes into the picture. And let me tell you that Tableau allows you to build those time series models, which will enable you to forecast into the future and it uses the exponential smoothing models for now. So in case you want to build some sort of handy models that will allow you to forecast into the future, you can do that using the exponential smoothing approach that Tableau follows. So how do you do that is what we are going to see now. And you can see that I am onto a fresh sheet right now, where I'll just try to firstly build a graph where we will try to let's say analyze how over the period of time my values have fluctuated. We have the revenue that was generated, right? The sales variable that we had into this data. We can try to visualize it over the period of time. We did it in the past sheet. We can probably try to see where is that sheet that we had created. But we tried to modify that sheet, and we tried to make some changes over there in order to look at the data in the form of different years, and then also for the different categories. Yes, this was the sheet that we had created where we did apply the line graph in order to visualize the data over the period of time. Let's try to create something similar so that we can go ahead and apply the time series forecasting model onto it. So let me pick up the variable once again. We will again pull up the order date variable, because this was the date when the revenue was generated. And you can see by default, given that Tableau uses its inbuilt hierarchy, you can see it has been aggregated to the yearly level, where you can see we have the data from 2021 to 2024. But if we want, we can try to drill this down further in order to see the data in the form of quarters or maybe months. It's up to us what level of granularity we would like to have in the data. Now, along with this, what I would like to visualize is the sales, given that that will be the target variable or the variable of interest in this case. And you can see again, I see those declining kind of trends, but that is only because the axis has to be reversed yet, right? Let's swap the axis and we will be able to see the right kind of a graph. And you can clearly see now that I have the timeline on the x-axis and the sales value, the variable of interest, on the y-axis. Let me just roll it up to the quarterly level rather than keeping it at a monthly level, because the monthly trend is not very clearly evident in this case. So let me do it at a quarterly level, and this is the kind of graph that we have present in front of us, where what we observe is over the period of time from 2021 to 2024, the sales have increased over the period of time. And you see that there is a kind of seasonality pattern that we observe here, that every year the sales are at a lower end in the beginning of the year, and they spike up in the later of the year, right? Because probably there are certain sales that might be spiking up due to the Christmas season, correct? So that definitely is a kind of seasonal pattern that we can observe over here. So people who are aware of time series forecasting might be aware of those two important components that we look at in the time series data. First one is the trend, which, as I told you, I see that it is increasing in an overall fashion. Let me show that to you by converting this kind of a graph to the continuous line graph. And you can see that compared to the 2021, our sales are increasing in the year 2024. So trend is something that is seen over a longer period of time, and you can see that it is slowly increasing. So it's a positive kind of a trend that we see here. And the second major component is the seasonality component, which is where we talk about some repetitive patterns that are usually seen over a shorter period of time. For example, in our case, as I mentioned some time back, there is a yearly pattern which we see, where in the initial months of the year the sales are comparatively on the lower side, and then they spike up towards the end of the year. So now that we have this data, let me convert it back to the discrete line graph. Okay, so now that we have this data present in front of us, let's try to apply time series modeling onto it. So sometime back when we looked at the analytics pane, everything was disabled, right? But now can you see all of those things which are applicable to this data have been enabled for us, and we can easily use those things to be applied onto this data. So currently, as we are discussing about time series forecasting, let me try to drag the forecast option and drop it onto this graph such that it will be performing the time series forecasting model for me. And there you go. This is where we have built a forecasting model, and we have also forecasted for the year 2025. So this is the forecasted line that we get to see, and if you hover over it, you can clearly see what could be the value in the quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and similarly in the quarter 4. You also get a kind of shaded region, which is like the 95% confidence interval band, which states that your values could be fluctuating in this shaded region, and you can clearly see that this band is quite a heavy range right now, only because it's not very confident that this values that it has considered as the predicted values for quarter 3 and quarter 4 will remain the same. So there is a high chance that they will fluctuate a lot. So of course this is the default model that it has built, and we can definitely try to improvise this, but let's see how we can do that. Okay. So currently what we will try to do is, we'll firstly try to observe what it has predicted for us. So I'm just right clicking onto this predicted line that it has forecasted for us, and I'm trying to go to the forecast menu. This is where you have certain options with respect to describing the forecast or changing the forecast related settings. Let me firstly describe the forecast for you so that you get to see certain values related to the time series model that it has built. Now if you observe here, this is the summary of the forecasting model that it has built, where it is telling us that the data was present in the form of quarters. We were looking at the sum of sales, and the forecast that it has done is for 5 quarters. Now ideally it forecasts for a default duration of 1 year, which means it should have forecasted for 4 quarters. But there is something that it has set to ignore last. So it is ignoring the last 1 quarter of 2024, and I'll tell you the reason why. And that is the reason the total forecast that it did was for 5 quarters. Okay. And this again are certain values that it is observing as part of the data, and it is mentioning it to you over here, which will enable you to easily copy this to the clipboard and use it into your documentation. And this is really a good thing about Tableau, that it gives you some ready-made documentation created. All you need to do is copy and paste it. Similarly, you also have the models tab, where these values are indicated to you, which talks about that this forecast was done using exponential smoothing. As I mentioned, it uses the exponential smoothing models behind the scene. It has built a multiplicative kind of a model. What were the values for the various parameters like alpha, beta, gamma have been given to you over here. And based on this model, what is the root mean squared error, the mean absolute error, all of these errors and the AIC value has also been given to you. So these are just some detailed insights based on the model that was being built here. And we can easily again copy this as well to the clipboard to be included into any other documentation. So that's something that you get as part of the describe forecast, which talks about the overview of the model that has been built. But let me also show you how you can modify this forecast. So again, when you go to the forecast menu, you will see there is a setting called as forecast options. And this is where you will get this kind of a dialog box, wherein you can set certain options such that it modifies the forecasted values as well as the period for you. Now, if you observe here, the forecast length by default is set to automatic, which as I told you is 1 year duration. But it has automatically forecasted for 5 quarters, as we read in that describe forecast. And why is that 5 forecasts being taken here, or let me put it this way, why are those 5 quarters being taken here for forecasting? That is because the ignore last was set to 1. And now what is this going to indicate here? So let's assume a scenario that I am into the quarter 4 of the year. Okay. And if I talk about quarter 4 being going on currently, let me tell you one important thing, that in this case I am assuming my year is starting from January to December, and I'm not considering the actual fiscal year, which is from April to March. Okay, in that case I would still be in the quarter 3, correct? But if I say that I am into the quarter 4 right now, let's consider I'm talking about the year starting from January and ending in December. So now let's assume that I am in the month of October. What happens is I have already entered the 4th quarter. But do I really have the data for the entire 4th quarter? The answer is no, correct? Because there is still November and the December months to be completed. So when this is the kind of a scenario where you have already entered the quarter 4, the Tableau environment will find the values for quarter 4. But it does not have the entire set of values for the quarter 4, right? We still have to gather the values for November as well as the month of December. So in such cases, what we can do is we can ignore last as 1 quarter, which tells the Tableau environment you ignore the data for the last quarter, consider the data only till the previous quarter, and then you build the model, because we don't have the entire data for the last 1 quarter. In case you don't have the data for the last 2 quarters, you can feel free to set it to ignore last to 2, and you will see it will ignore the last 2 quarters and then predict accordingly for you. But for now, let's assume that we have the entire data, because if you remember when we looked at the data source and we saw the values that were present in this particular file, we had the data till the 30th of December 2024. So this is a manipulated data that Tableau has created. So we have the data for the entire year. So I don't need to really ignore any of the quarters as such. So suppose I set it to 0, you can see my forecast has now slightly been modified. We have the values being taken into consideration till the end of 2024, and now it is predicting for me for the year 2025. So now that this is done, I can try to modify certain other things as well. Let's say, for example, I don't want to go by the automatic mode of the forecast length. I rather would like to mention that I want to forecast for not just 1 year but 2 years, and it will do that for you. You can see the changes happening in the background, correct? Or maybe you can also change this to certain number of quarters or certain number of months. So let's say I want to forecast for the next 6 quarters. Okay, so let me just change this years to quarters, and you can see this is the kind of change that you get to see, where the 4 quarters for 2025 and the remaining 2 quarters for 2026 is what have been predicted. So it's up to us to decide how much duration should we try to forecast for. So once that has been decided, for now I'm sticking to the default 1 year of forecast, because usually exponential smoothing models are not used to forecast for a very long time period, given that they are more suitable for shorter term forecasts. Okay, so I'm sticking to the default 1 year of forecast here. And you can also see there's an option to fill in the missing values with zeros, which of course I wouldn't want to do for now, but you have that particular option. And there are a couple of forecast models which are available where the default, the automatic one is the best one, because in such automatic models, it tries to identify the trend as well as the seasonality automatically in your data and decides which model will be suitable. The time series forecasting that we do using exponential smoothing can be done using 3 different models. One is the simple exponential, one is the Holt's linear trend model, and the third one is the Holt-Winter model, which is suitable for data where there is seasonality present. So automatic will give the liberty to Tableau to decide which model will be more applicable or suitable, and it will try to apply that onto the data. So we have selected the automatic model here, and let me also show you that there is an option to decide what should be the prediction interval. The default one that they set is the 95%, which is the standard that is used in the industry, which says that 95% of the time your values will lie into this particular range. but you can feel free to set it to 90% or 99% depending on the requirement, and you can modify it accordingly. So let's say if I go as per the 99%, you can see the band is expanding furthermore. And if I set it to 90%, the band is lowering down a little bit, because whatever we are stating is with 90% of confidence. The remaining 10% of the time there could be an error. So this is the kind of changes that you can make when you are trying to build a forecasting model in Tableau. So now that I have made the required changes, you can see by default automatically it is predicting for 1 year, which is the 4 quarters, because I have set the ignore last to 0. So once all of these settings are done, let me click on OK, and yes, this is the forecast that I have got. Now, just to tell you a little bit more in terms of this model, what we have got over here are the values, correct? Which is for the quarters, because we had the data organized in a quarterly format. If you try to drill it down to the monthly level, we will be able to get those values at a monthly level. As simple as that. But there is even more complexity that we can end up adding on to this data. For example, currently we are looking at the overall sales of the superstore, right, which was happening across this 4 years of period. But what if I want to do something like we saw in the previous sheets, where I want to break this down on the basis of different categories? I can easily do that by dragging the category variable and dropping it onto color, or maybe I can drag the category variable and even place it onto the rows over here, such that it breaks down this entire graph pane wise. Now this makes it more sensible, right? We have got 3 different panes for 3 different categories, and you can clearly see the forecasts that are being done for those different categories of products. So we can see that for furniture, the sales are almost going to be constant from quarter 1 to quarter 2, but they are definitely going to pick up in the quarter 3 and quarter 4. For office supplies, your sales are going to increase from quarter 1 to up to quarter 3, but slightly decrease in the quarter 4. And for technology, quarter 1 to quarter 2 is going to be almost a stable one, and will again increase from quarter 2 to quarter 4. So these are the kind of forecasts that it has done for the year 2025 based on category. Now imagine you having to do this onto a tool like Python. You would firstly have to divide the data based on each of the category, and then go ahead and build 3 different models, one on the furniture data, one on the office supplies, and the third one on the technology related data, correct? But here in case of Tableau, it is as simple as dragging that category variable and placing it over here in the rows, and it divided your data and build those 3 models, and you're ready with the forecasts within seconds. This is the power of Tableau. And this is very, very important that, non-technical people who are working on to such kind of tools leverage the benefit of using statistical models and present their data more meaningfully to the audience. And that's where the analytics pane definitely becomes useful. Just to, beautify this entire thing, you can also label in order to show those values that it has predicted. But again, having said this, this is just a visual, right? When I present this information to the audience or to the manager, I would definitely want to show this image as well as a tabular report, such that those values make sense to the manager, right? Just by looking at the graph, it would be difficult for him to relate to the values. So what we can do over here is, this is just like any other worksheet now, correct? So I can go to the worksheet menu, I can export it as a cross table to Excel, and it will do the task for me. I don't have to manually create a pivot table kind of a structure. Tableau will automatically do that for me, and all I need to do is present. So if you look at this output that Tableau has generated, you can see I have the category wise data divided for furniture, office supplies, and technology. What we are trying to look at is the sales value. So you can see the middle row over here has been populated for the year 2021, 2022, 2023 and 2024, because those were the values that we had. And ahead of that, what we have done is we have tried forecasting for the year 2025. So the values have been populated for the sales row as well as the lower prediction interval and the upper prediction interval, which is nothing but the confidence band. So this value over here and this value over here has also been given to you in that cross table. Isn't that interesting? So you get those values in a tabular report which can be forwarded to the client or to the manager, and he can actually look at those values and make sense. So visual representation is one part of it, but this cross table in Excel is definitely make more sense to the audience. So this is how you can perform time series forecasting in Tableau, and currently it just supports the exponential smoothing approaches. It does not support your ARIMA models or any other kind of approaches, but this is definitely a handy approach when you want to quickly perform some sort of forecasting and display it to the audience, and at least some initial insights is what you can derive out of this forecasts in order to plan your strategies in a wise manner. So that's about the time series forecasting in Tableau. Now that we have seen how time series forecasting models can be created in Tableau, let's try out some other example, because we still have the regression model as well as the clustering models that we can try out, correct? But for this, I'm going to require some other data. So let me do a quick thing. I'll just try to connect to some other data sources from within this file itself, okay? So just to tell you about how to connect to different data sources, now that I'm onto the data pane, all I need to do is click on this new data source icon here, and this will give me the connect pane which we get on the home page. From here I can select whichever type of file I want to load. So let's say I have a file with me which I'll be using in order to show you how to perform the linear regression. So this salary data file is what I'm going to make use of, which is a CSV file. Now just to make you understand what is this data all about, we have the years of experience that an employee carries versus what is the salary that the employee is drawing. Now based on this data, it's a very simple data that I have taken in order to help you understand how regression can be performed onto this. We are just going to take the years of experience as the X variable, and salary is the value that we will try to predict given the experience of the candidate, correct? So this is the data that I'm going to load now into Tableau, and while you try to do that, all you need to do is establish a connection through the Excel file. Establish the connection through the CSV file. Now in order to connect to the CSV file, you need to select the text file option. And this is where you will end up getting that data, which you can just double click and load here into the Tableau environment. And you can see that I am onto the data source pane, where I have this data pulled up correctly. And when I say correctly, what I mean is the data type is numeric, right? We see hash as the sign. So it means that the data type is numeric here. We have the years of experience and the salary as the two variables. I'm fine with this data. So let's go on to the sheet. I'm going to a fresh sheet right now, and you will see that I get to see two data sources listed here. When I click on salary data, I get to see the variables which were present in salary data, and when I click on sample superstore, I again get back those variables that we were working upon so far, right? So within the same workbook, you can establish different data source connections and still have them separated as individual data sources, and collate just the information together to put into a final single story. So let's have a look at this data over here. I have the years of experience which I'm pulling into the rows, and I have the salary which I'm trying to pull into the columns. So this is where this is the kind of graph that I have got. Now first thing is that I wanted years of experience to be on my x-axis, based on which I'll try to predict the values for my salary which goes on the y-axis. So I definitely need to swap the rows and columns here. Okay, now that I have done that, you can see that I am actually getting a single point, and that is because, as we discussed some time back, that by default Tableau tries to associate the sum as the aggregation measure for any continuous numerical variable that we pull up into the data. That is the reason why we are getting a single point, because sum of years of experience give me a single value and sum of salary again give me a single value. So just locating the x and y coordinates, I get that single point here. So now in order to get a scatter plot, in order to understand the relationship between the years of experience and the salary that they are earning, we need to ensure that this is not an aggregated plot but a typical scatter plot. And how do we create a scatter plot? If you remember, we can go to the analysis menu and just uncheck the aggregate measures. And you can see these are the points that we have individually into this data. So if you see very few points into this data, a small data set is what we are looking at. But while you look at this graph, you immediately can relate to this point that there is a positive kind of a relationship that we see between these two variables, right? And when I say positive, what I mean is as the years of experience increase, so does your salary also increase. So that's where we call it a positive relationship. You can also see that the points are pretty clustered to each other. So this is a kind of, strong positive linear relationship, because we can imagine a straight fit line fitting into this set of points, correct? So this is the kind of relationship, a linear, strong, positive relationship that we observe between these two variables. So with this data, let's try to perform the linear regression model. So I'll again go on to the analytics pane, and you can see the forecast option is now disabled. Why? Because there is no date related component here, right? So time series forecasting can't work. But trend line is an option which is definitely available, and this is the one that will allow me to perform regression. Can you see? There are multiple options related to regression that it supports. Linear regression, logarithmic, exponential, polynomial regression, and also the power regression. For now, I'm going to drop this onto the linear regression because I assume that linear regression will work better onto this data because the relationship was linear. And there you go. You have performed linear regression and you have got a best fit line fitting into these data points. So when you hover onto this line, what you end up getting to see is the equation for this best fit line. Those who are aware of linear regression might be aware that there is an equation for the line which states y is equal to your beta naught plus your beta 1 into x, where your beta 1, the value that we see over here, which is 9449, is the slope coefficient for the x variable that you have, whereas the 25,792, the value that we see for the beta naught, is going to be the y-intercept that we have. So the beta naught here is telling me that even if the experience of the person is going to be 0 years, he is entitled to get some sort of salary, right? And that salary will be the 25,792. Whereas 1 unit increase in the experience, let's say my experience increases from 2 years to 3 years, that's a 1 unit increase that I see. If that 1 unit increase is happening, my salary is going to increase by 9,449. So this is the change that will be happening in the salary variable with a 1 unit change in the experience variable. This is what the equation is about. And the R square value is going to tell me about how good is this model, how well is it able to predict the values for this data. The value is 0.95. It ranges in the range of 0 to 1, and 95 means almost 95% correct predictions is what we are getting here. And the p-value is less than 0.05 in this case, which means that the variable years of experience that we have considered in order to predict salary is an important variable. There is a relationship between the years of experience and the salary, and hence we are able to predict it 95% correct. So this is what we can infer out of this equation and the tooltip information that we have got here. But just to add on to a couple of more things, we can right click onto this best fit line and we can see in detail about the rest of the things. For example, describe the trend line gives me a short table where it will give me that equation and will also tell me about the values that are present for the variables that we have got. So this is nothing but your beta 1 and this is nothing but your beta naught in the equation. This is how the entire equation looks like. Now, This is what is done by Tableau with respect to linear regression. It gives you the equation, but it does not do predictive modeling for you, as in it does not predict the values for the unseen data. What you will have to do is you'll have to use this equation maybe into a tool like Excel, where all you need to pass is the years of experience and you will be able to see what would be the salary for that individual. So suppose if the experience for an employee is 7 years, I just need to pass 7 over there in the equation and the value for the salary will be computed. As simple as that. So this is how the linear regression can be performed in case of Tableau. And you can also observe that there is a copy button available which will allow you to copy this to the clipboard in order to insert it into any kind of documentation. Apart from that, you also get the detailed trend model. So let me describe the trend model, and this is the detailed information that you get to see along with the errors like the sum of squared error, the mean squared error, degrees of freedom, your R square value, all of that is included here. And this output is more or less similar to the output that you get to see when you are building a linear regression model in Excel. So you can again copy this information and you can include it into your documentation. So this is the benefit of trying out the linear regression using Tableau, because this is the benefit of using the trend line model into Tableau, because you can easily build a linear regression model and you can analyze the equation and work upon it without having to write those lengthy codes in Python or any other programming languages. But having said that, let me also show you that you can edit the trend line. So currently we had built a linear regression model because we could clearly see a linear relationship between the data points, right? But there are other models also which are available, like the logarithmic model, but you can clearly observe that it is not suiting the data points very effectively, isn't it? So if we just go with this, you will see that the R square has now lowered down from 95 to 85. So this is definitely not the model that we would want on this data. Similarly, there are some other models also available. Let's see if it actually suits our data points. Exponential. Okay, this does suit a little bit. So I'm expecting the R square value to be on the higher side there. We have the power, which again does not suit the data points very well over here. We also have the polynomial, which is like a non-linear kind of a regression, and we can just probably check the R squared value for each of these models and we can fix upon a particular model. Linear regression could also be a good choice given that 95% was the R square value, and it does pretty much fit the data very appropriately, correct? So we can stick to this model. There are also options that allow you to show the confidence band. So in case you want to include the 95% confidence band, feel free to select this option and you can see this is the confidence band that you get to see for the best fit line that it has fitted into your data. You can also force the beta 0 to pass through 0, but that will shift the indentation of your line, right? And it may not be the optimum or the best fit line that you get. So usually forcing the y-intercept to pass through 0 is not something that is advised. So I'll uncheck that, and yes, this is the model that we have built where we have applied the linear regression onto this data, and using this equation all I need to do is pass the years of experience and I'll be able to predict what could be the salary of that employee. So without having to write lengthy codes, I could perform linear regression using Tableau, right? But having said that, let me also mention that a model that I would ideally build using a tool like Python could be more effective than a model that I'm building using Tableau, because if you are aware, linear regression is a parametric method, which means there are several assumptions to be checked when you're building a linear regression model, and Tableau definitely does not check for those assumptions as such, right? It just takes the data and tries to fit the best fit line into it. So where you would build a model yourself using Python, you would definitely get the scope to check for several assumptions before you build the model and then use that equation in order to do the predictions. But with a short span of time, when you want to create a good model, Tableau can definitely be handy. And not just that, you can also try to insert some sort of constant lines or average lines into the data when you want to, let's say, highlight a specific points when you are trying to give the presentation. Let's say, for example, I want a constant line to be added for the years of experience. I can drop it onto this part over here, and I can mention where do I want the constant line. Let's say I want it at 6 years. Can you see I'm getting a vertical line over here at 6 years? And similarly, if I want to drop a constant line onto the other variable, which is salary, I can put it wherever I want to. Let's say I want it at 80K. I want to highlight that particular value. So 80K, I need to pass 80,000 as the value, and you can see the constant line has been generated over here. Apart from that, you can also try to add an average line which will find out the average of both the variables, experience as well as the salary, and it will try to give you that average line. You can see this is where the average lies. The average salary is 76,003 and the average years of experience seems to be 6. So this is the use of the average line, and you can do this with the 95% confidence interval as well. So if you try to drag and drop this over here, you can see that confidence interval bands have come along with the average lines that you have tried using into this particular graph. So this is how you can perform the linear regression or different types of regressions onto the data. But it is typically useful when you are working on to simple linear regression kind of problems and less amount of data without doing any sort of assumption checks and all. So that's about the linear regression. And because we are also working upon continuous numerical variable, I would like to show you how you can build box plots onto the data. So let's say, for example, I am trying to drag the salary and I'm trying to uncheck the aggregate measures here so that I get to see a simple scatter kind of a plot just for the single variable though. I can go on to the analytics pane and I can drag and drop the box plot now, because box plot is a kind of graph that allows you to not only see the distribution of the values in a single numerical variable, but it also allows you to detect if there are any kind of outliers in the data. So any points that are going beyond your whisker lines over here or above this value, those are going to be the outliers or the extreme values, and you can definitely get rid of them such that your rest of the analysis is unaffected. So you can create box plots as well with the help of the analytics pane. The only requirement is that you need to have a continuous numerical variable to apply a box plot. So that is also possible, and we did not try it out on the Superstore data. So I thought of taking this opportunity to show it to you now. So that's about the regression that we can perform with the help of Tableau. And what we are left off with now is the last model, which is the clustering. And in order to perform clustering, we'll again load up some other data, and I'll try to show you how easily we can create clusters into the data. Okay, so let me go on to the data pane once again, and we are currently connected to 2 data sources here. Let's try to connect to the third one. The third one is also a kind of CSV file where I'm trying to load the iris dataset. I'll talk upon this dataset so that you get a rough idea about what it is related to. Iris dataset is one of the very popular datasets in the world of machine learning. It's a manipulated sample data, but this is very popular because a statistician, Fisher, had used its dataset in his research paper, and it's a multi-class classification kind of a data, has very few set of observations, numerical variables as such, and no missing values and all. So it's a clean data to work upon to immediately build a model. Okay, so just to highlight what are the kind of details present in this data set, you have the ID, which is nothing but a row ID, which can be ignored. you have the sepal length, sepal width, petal length and petal width as the 4 variables given to you, where sepal and petal are the parts of the flower and you have been given their lengths, based on which you need to classify that iris flower into either of the 3 species. So there are 3 species for that flower. One is the setosa, the second is the versicolor and the third one is the virginica. So there are 3 species of the iris flower that we need to categorize this data into based on the sepal length, sepal width, petal length and petal width. Okay. So using this data, we will try to implement the clustering model, where I will try to simply divide this data into multiple clusters based on whatever is their length and the width. Okay. So let's move on to that. So let's try to have a look at the variables which we have. So I'm just trying to drag the petal length and the petal width over here, and you again see a single point, right? Let me just uncheck the aggregate measures so that we get a typical scatter plot. And yes, this is the scatter plot where I can now easily go and apply the clustering model. Now, when I drag the cluster model onto this data, remember that I am only using the petal length and the petal width while building this model, okay? But I do have the liberty to add the other 2 variables also into the model. Because while visualizing the data, we are restricted to use 2 variables because there is an x-axis and there is a y-axis, correct? But when it comes to building the model could definitely have more than 2 variables. So if you wish to add those other 2 variables also, feel free to drag and drop them into this clusters window, and it will be able to use that information as well in order to get you those optimum clusters. But for now, I am fine with this very basic model, which is just relying on the petal length and the petal width, so that only those 2 variables are a part of the model as well, and we are able to visualize the data also on the basis of those 2 variables. And the number of clusters, this is where let me highlight that Tableau works upon k-means clustering, where you need to pass the value for k, which is going to indicate how many number of clusters you would want to create into the data. So where you are working upon a data and the value for k is not known, we usually leave it to the system to decide upon what could be the ideal value. So Tableau has automatically detected that 3 would be the optimum value for the k, and that is the reason it has divided my data already into 3 clusters. But suppose if I want to pass some other value for k, let's say the client has told me that there are 4 species of flower and I want to divide them into 4. I can specify the value manually as 4, and you will see it automatically ended up making those changes to the graph. You can see there are 4 clusters now instead of 3. But did you observe, automatically it created 3 clusters and we also had 3 species of the flower, correct? So this is where Tableau can quickly cluster the data. And just to tell you, clustering is ideally a technique which is based on Euclidean distances, where it tries to identify the similar data points based on the Euclidean distances. If the data points are pretty close to each other, it is assumed that they are actually going to belong to a same category. And if they are far away from each other, they belong to 2 different categories. This k-means clustering technique that the Tableau environment uses is heavily implemented in the customer segmentation kind of problems that are solved in the industry. So it's definitely a very handy approach when you have a lot of data, you have very little time in hand, and you want to build an effective model to see how the clusters get created, such that you can target those different segments of customers in a different manner by offering them different scheme or different offers, and ensure that you are able to retain those customers with you. So this is where we have tried applying the time series. So this is where we have tried applying the k-means clustering model onto this data. In order to get some more insights about this model that it has built, you can go on to this cluster and you can go to describe clusters. This is going to give us that page where you will get to see some other detailed information, which you can again easily copy to the clipboard and paste it into your documentation. Now what I want you to observe over here is certain details, like there were a total of 150 data points which have been clustered into 3 clusters. You have certain error values given to you over here, like the between the group sum of squares and within the group sum of squares. The summation of both of them gives you the total sum of squares. It also tells you that there are 50 data points which have gone into the cluster 1, and you can clearly see this cluster was a very clearly separable kind of a cluster, right? So all the 50 points that were belonging to one of the species of the flower have been clustered very well. But if you see for the cluster 2 and cluster 3, they also actually had 50 data points as per the actual data. But if you see the number of items that have gone into cluster 2, it says 52. And the number of items that have gone into cluster 3, it says it is 48. Which means there are some, misclustering that has happened between the cluster 2 and the cluster 3. Ideal value should have been 50 for each of these clusters, given that there are 50 records for each of the flowers in the overall actual data. But there is some mistakes that has happened, because both of these clusters, if you see, the cluster 2 and the cluster 3 were kind of overlapping in nature, correct? So that is where there are chances that there could be certain problems that could occur. And this is nothing but the cluster centroids, where you can see the x coordinate and the y coordinate for the cluster centroid values. Now there is also a models tab which will show you a little bit of analysis. Let me just try to reduce the size here. Yeah, this is the analysis of variance, where it has performed the ANOVA test and given you the results. Again, this information can be used into your overall documentation. So this is where you can make use of the k-means clustering model. And in case at a later stage you also decide to add more variables into the model, you can easily go to edit clusters and you can drag the other variables that you would like to include. Let's say I want to just include the sepal length. At a later stage I decide to also include the sepal width. I can drag and drop, and accordingly some changes will occur in the model that it has built, and it could give us a good or a bad model. That depends upon whatever is the outcome. For now I would like to keep only the sepal length and for now I would like to keep only the petal length and the petal width, and I would just like you to try out the same thing manually, because if you remember, our data did have the actual values over here, isn't it? So we can use this variable in order to see what was the actual data going to look like versus what is the data that the model has built for us. So let me just quickly do that onto a fresh sheet here, where I'll just drag the petal length and the petal width. I'll again uncheck the aggregate measures to get that proper scatter plot. And currently you see all of the values are in blue color. I will now drag the species variable and drop it onto color, such that I get a similar graph to what I've got in case of the k-means clustering model. And can you observe, I'll just toggle between the two sheets. Can you see almost similar kind of colors is what you see here. Of course, you can change the colors to make it more informative, but these are certain points over here, the overlapping points between the two clusters that have probably got misclustered. But for the rest of the points, it has done a fairly good job for us. So without having to do any kind of coding, we could easily just simply drag and drop the cluster option, and we could build a predictive model here which has clustered the data for us. Alright, so this is where it has clustered our data into the 3 clusters and provided to us, where we can now individually deep dive into each of the observation and plan our strategies differently for the 3 clusters and target the audience more effectively, had this been a customer segmentation kind of a data. So that's about how we can perform clustering in Tableau, and this is where we can conclude upon the analytics pane, which allows us to perform some quick modeling onto the data. although there are more machine learning models that Tableau is trying to integrate. So they are trying to work upon certain models related to decision trees, which can probably help us build a decision tree and visualize it within the Tableau environment. But these are the three models related to regression, time series, and clustering that Tableau supports for now, which we can effectively use as part of our day-to-day routine, and we can perform some quick analysis and generate the required results onto our own data. So that's it. We have explored the data pane as well as the analytics pane of Tableau, and I hope you guys had a great time learning Tableau along with me. Do try out Tableau onto some other sample data that you can easily download from any of the open source websites, and try to explore the different graphs and charts so that you can try learning how to analyze the data, asking the right set of questions, trying out the different types of graphs to understand and apply the right kind of graph onto that data. And in case you have any more questions, feel free to drop them into the comments section. Thank you all.
Found this session valuable? Hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, and tell us in the comments below what topic we should dive into next.